Fantastic.
All right.
Just doing a little bit of background stuff really quickly. Then I can talk without having to not think clearly. Cool. So, that took a bit to get going, but thanks for being patient. And hopefully I'm not a bad DM. How long has it been since the finale? 4 weeks?
About a month.
About a month, yeah. Ah. It's been good. I'm glad I finished making this campaign, like, last week. Because, like, especially with work and shit like that, I would have just killed myself leading up to this point. But it should be fun. I haven't done a one-shot in a million years. Because the beginning of my campaign kind of started like just a bunch of one-shots. And just sort of devolved into, this guy's an asshole, and then it became a villain. I think I already mentioned like how like that entire story just evolved from a bunch of characters that could have been the bad guy, but like because certain characters got particular stances in the story, it just like kind of went that direction. That was fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, even especially the one thing I do enjoy is the fact is that I can't read chat while we're doing all this. I hear a lot of some DMs going like, how can you not read chat? It's just like, do you see? I got like 2 monitors. You see what's on both of them?
Get a third monitor. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's like I got my phone. That's like the best I could do is just have the phone in front of me. It's like, yeah, but I mean, like out of like the 4
That's
things I have to read at once, I want to read a 5th thing.
I mean, that's what I do, but that's also what I do because I have a single monitor, which is different.
Yeah, but you also don't stream your sessions, right?
No, I don't stream our sessions now, but I do stream other things,
Oh,
and I still have to do it that way.
Yeah, no, when I did my streaming on my laptop, I originally had to use my phone for chat. It was really fucking annoying. And it was just me literally knowing that I was getting a dual monitor at some point. I just didn't have it yet.
Fair enough.
Alright, well, let me just switch us back over to the proper screen here and realign the fucking voice call. Here. Cool, that's close enough. Alright, so I believe it's about time that we get things rolling in a good direction. Everybody's all ready?
Yeah.
Yep. Go for it.
Alright, cool. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Rek, is this your first actual play session?
That is correct.
It's okay, you're gonna die, it's fine.
Alright, don't worry. Gavin is terrible at killing people.
What do you mean I'm
What?
terrible at killing people?
I should rephrase that. He's terrible at killing people late game. Early game, he could usually one-shot you.
You fucking the Hazel mechanic of she died every single fight and just didn't actually get herself killed. Hazel nearly died so many times. Think about it, you had the spike pit incident, you had the finger incident.
Stupid finger.
That's good out of context shit. Alright, well, I'm going to reiterate just a little bit of introduction. You guys have read it before, though everybody else really hasn't, and then I'll just go into it based on that. The small village of Orilion isn't exactly the first place you'd think of when you're expecting trouble. It's a fairly small and quiet town. It's frequently ignored from the rest of the world, largely due to its small populace and its poor positioning along major trade routes. It's almost unbelievable that something like this hasn't happened until now. For several days now, reports have been coming in about pets and farm animals disappearing from their homes in the middle of the night. At first, we dismissed it as a minor concern and simply dispatched a hunter there in order to resolve the situation. However, it appeared that that wasn't enough, and worse yet, now even people have begun to disappear from their homes. I need not tell you how more serious the situation is. Now, if you go and put an end to all this before anybody else is taken, and resolve it quickly, I can assure you to be handsomely rewarded for your troubles. That's what the Guildmaster told you when you originally assigned this quest for yourselves. And from there, you set off along the main roads before turning off and heading into sort of a valleyed peak. It's a sort of a higher elevation You can see the very tip tops of the mountains have a little bit of cresting of snow. Though the time of the year is certainly well into spring at this point, it's still remained for the most part there. The weather's brisk, and you can start to see the outcroppings of the town start to appear at the edges of your vision well into the day of your travel as you continue on your way along the road towards it. You're surrounded by evergreen pines. It's sort of an alpine region, such like that. And for the most part, the presence of dangerous beasts has not been of any impedance on the road towards you. Though, as much as the guild was nice enough to supply you with food for the means of the number of days of travel that it took to get there, you admit that you're not really too fond of the guy, as he didn't give you fucking horses to ride there. You'd always think that these budget cuts would probably stop being so bad, but whatever. You're still getting paid for the job regardless. As you approach Orilion, you start to take in a small town that has a small populace, sort of like spanning small acreages and farmlands around the places around there, and various other setups of business in amongst it, though for the most part it's residential. You could probably count the residents of being under 200 people. Horribly tiny town, though quaint and nice in its own regard. Seems to be that they're holding up just fine here in their little corner of the world. The stonework of the houses is sort of mixed in with logging, with thatched roofs, so it's not definitely the highest quality of living, but for where they are, it seems to be doing them just fine. On your left-hand side, you come up along the road towards the main entrance area to the town, sort of coming up towards the central square, or the main road that goes cutting through it. You pass by a small, what you could assume be a sort of a wine grove that's being handled by a small family house on the sort of north end side of it. You pass by the gates of there as you're walking in towards it, and you are suddenly greeted by a small, curious child. A little girl from the looks of it, who sort of peeks her head up nearby the fence gate as you come up past her, and she sort of looks at you with curious eyes.
Oh, hello there.
And the little girl sort of takes you all in. She just looks and you says, Are you adventurers?
Oh, why, yes we are.
Sort of just looking at everybody else. You are welcome to talk now, I'm just saying that.
Yes, we are.
Very much, yes.
So the little girl's sort of just taken sort of like aback a little bit by the, like, a stoic knight in front of her, as well as the, just barbaric dwarf, the giant, elephantine Luxodon, and the, like, darling pixie that's fluttering through the air in front of her. She's sort of got that little magic in her eyes as she's looking at all of you, and she says, My name's Madeline. What's your names?
Hi, Madeline. I'm Bruges.
Well, in this current case, I'm just gonna be taking off the helmet and looking a bit friendlier.
Gotta go do that, like, sexy, like, head reveal where the hair whip comes out.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
My name is Altraya Bulwark, at your service. As she takes a small bow.
She sort of, like, claps excitedly.
The name's Regreg. Pleasure to meet you.
My name is Fur.
She's sort of, like, entranced by Fur, especially being the little fairy that she actually is. And she just sort of, like, squeals up and down. She goes, You're new here, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
She sort of just looks at you and goes, Are you here to take care of the bad people?
We all are, yes.
She sort of just stares up to you and she goes like, Mom's told me that bad things have been happening around here lately, but she won't tell me what.
Well,
we're gonna figure it out.
Around that point, you start to hear a door open from beyond the girl. At that point, as you see what could possibly be the mother stepping out of the house as she walks up towards all of you. She sort of has like an eye of concern a little bit with the fact that her daughter is at the front gate with what very strange characters have appeared. But she walks up to all of you sort of with a cautious look on her face. She goes... Her phone goes off. And then she comes up to all of you and she goes, Hello? Who might you all be?
Ah, we are a group that were dispatched by the guild to investigate what's been happening around here.
And she goes, Oh, the guild sent more people.
That's correct.
More people?
And she looked at you and she says, Well, yes, they had already dispatched somebody up here before. As you guys had heard before, there was a hunter that had been dispatched before, though the guildmaster failed to inform you who he was or she was.
I wasn't told that.
I mentioned it in the introductory text, if you had been listening.
I'm aware. I was listening. Fur's just very forgetful. He didn't remember this shit.
What's your Never mind. I roll for history, not one. Smile.
I mean, hey, you've rolled plenty of that ones.
What's actually kind of funny, she's professional.
Anyway, she's come up to all of you and she sort of just said, like, the guild has sent more people.
That's correct.
Sort of looks at all of
Do
you.
you happen to know where the previous one went?
She sort of looks at you and she says, I'm not quite certain. I'd heard about him, but she sort of shrugs a little bit. She says, I'd never seen the person for myself. I know he went up to the tavern up the road. It's the Devilish Steed. You can't miss it. It's one of the only ones in all of town.
Alright then.
And the little girl that's sort of just sitting next to him, her mother sort of just like snugs in next to her and she goes, Be sure not to be out after dark or the watchman will get you. And then the mother just looks at her and goes, Honey! And then the girl just sort of laughs a little bit. She runs off. The mother sort of turns back and goes, Ignore her. It's just a folktale we tell the children around here.
What?
I'd be interested in this folktale.
Just straight up as like, I must know. Sir just looks at you kind of like sheepishly for a little bit there, and she says, It's just so that children don't stay out after dark. The story goes that there was a man who lost his beloved to a beast, and unable to live on without her, he took his own life one night, but racked by the guilt of not having answered his wife's death, his spirit is unable to move on, and now he haunts the streets of this town, endlessly searching for the creature that killed his wife, so that he may avenge her and rest in peace. She just like shrugs a little bit there, kind of like, it's just something that we just do around here to just try and keep the children well behaved.
It really had to be that specific instead of just a boogeyman.
She looks at you and goes,
What's a boogeyman?
She sort of just looks around and goes like, there isn't quite a lot of fearsome beasts around of this nature. It's kind of difficult to be realistic to the children.
Well, according
Thank
to,
you for telling us of that.
Well, according to what the guild has been telling us about, people have been going missing.
She sort of looks at you and she nods and she says, yes, a number of the pets and farm animals around here have been disappearing, and, well, now I think about 3 people have turned up missing as well.
They all just go missing at once? Or...
She shakes her head. She says, no, they've been disappearing over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Is it just something overnight?
And she sort of just looks and she says, we don't really know what happened to them. Some reports people just going out in the night and then just never returning, and some others are just neighbors who just realize that their neighbors are gone.
Certainly concerning.
Well, we would do our best to get to the bottom of it.
She sort of nods and bows her head a little bit. She says, we'd be all most grateful if you could do that for us.
Do all 3 of these people have anything in common?
And she looks and she went, aside from that, the fact that they just simply live here, no, not that I'm aware of. They were not related by any means.
Is it common for people to just leave during the night?
She sort of looks and she goes, well, the children not so, but we are adults after all. We can take care of ourselves. A number of the people that usually head out during the night tend to be providers like hunters in that regard, or the occasional guard that walks through the night to try and keep beasts out of the manor of the city.
What sort of beasts roam these parts?
She looks around at the hillsides and the mountains behind and the forest there, and she says, less fantastical creatures of the sort. Well, usually. We've seen a few fly over top our head, but none have taken up residence here. You probably wouldn't find anything that I'm sure you have encountered in your adventures before.
Well, alright then.
Thank you for letting us know.
She just sort of smiles and nods again. She says, it's my pleasure.
I guess I'll just look back at the group and say, I suppose we should go look for that hunter, huh?
Let's go ask at the dashing
Devilish steed.
devilish steed.
So,
I'll just be playing.
So you guys were told basically a little bit of information from this woman and her child, and the fact that, you know, aside from tales about the city and such like that, about the fact that, yes, there was a hunter who was dispatched here before you. Just one person, mind you. You don't know who they were, other than it was a guy, and he was dispatched here to try and take care of the matter, and he's just gone. Obviously, he came and went fairly quietly, but you know that he at least was being handled or taking residence in the Devilish Steed. As you wander into the main streets of town, pushing a little bit deeper and such like that and towards the residence here, you find a few more people about their days, kind of going about their daily work or personal lives and such like that. You get a few looks from onlookers, kind of especially towards the lesser human races in your party. The fact that everybody sort of takes notice of you, though most everybody sort of just keeps you a wide berth and such like that, probably knowing full well that they don't want to have any business to do with you, or that they know what your business is here for and they don't want to get in your way. It isn't before long that you actually do find the hanging sign in front of the tavern indicating that you found the Devilish Steed.
Okay.
Can we go in?
You may. I always just offer the fact of, like, if there's randomly somebody who doesn't
No,
want to go.
I was more so asking everyone else.
Is there anything noticeable about this place?
Nothing that's
Looks the same.
standing out to you in the ways of, like, this is a suspicious place that I must be aware of. No, this is for you just a very quaint small town, and this tavern here looks like one that you guys have stayed in along your travels and previous adventures multiple times.
Okay.
There's a sign on the door that says no non-humans.
That does not exist here, thankfully. We accept only humans, and ones that are girls, and attractive, anyway.
Damn it! I knew Devrin took up drinking.
Well, good thing I fit the bill.
Smile.
Well, we'll all go in.
You'll all go into the tavern?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan. So as you guys head inside, so just pushing in through the main doors, such like that, small jingle of the overtop bell ringing as you do so. You step inside and you find that it's a fairly small establishment. It's got virtually like nobody really in there. It seems to be that from what you can tell from the denizens' attire and such like that, the most people that are in here having any kind of food or drink mostly are locals, with the offhand, like, maybe one or two people that could be merchants simply passing through the city. What trade they possibly could have here, you have no idea, but the town has to probably make trade in some ways. You see that there is a sort of like a young woman dressed up in a sort of a barmaid, kind of serving a few people around the place, as well as behind the bar itself, just a sort of like slightly burlyish man, kind of just like cleaning out a glass and doing the dishes behind the counter. He takes notice of you as you all walk in, as well as the fact that he sort of like cringes when the elephant steps into the room. As if he's afraid he's gonna fucking fall through the floors beneath him. As Brooch, you do notice that like the floorboards are bending under your weight.
I step very cautiously then.
I don't think you're going to make it to the second floor if it has one.
Well, Bruce is already at this point, because how fucking tall he is, like having to crook his neck a little bit to sort of like not go into the ceiling.
You gonna be alright there, big guy?
Used to it. Just smaller races make things so small.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well, it's certainly not every day an elephant walked into the room.
Da-da-da.
I can't say anything about that.
Well, you have a few people around you. What is your choice?
Greg.
Scream. I don't know.
No, I'm.
Patrick just walks through and goes like, ah!
I can imagine that for a dwarf.
Well, I just called out to Greg for a second, like someone quietly. Greg,
Yes.
don't tear off any doors.
Okay.
Giving that little like wag of her finger. And I guess I'll go up to the bar keeps.
As you walk up to the guy there, I'm just assuming you sort of sit down in front of him. As he sort of just comes over to your side, puts down the glass that he was finishing cleaning up, and he just goes, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
Well, our group here was dispatched by a guild the same as the hunter that must have arrived a few days earlier. You know anything about him?
Sort of looks at you and he goes, The elven fellow? Oh, God, what was his name? Elric?
We don't know him personally, so
Oh, you're one of those people then. Yes, he stayed here some number of days ago. He'd been in the town for less than a handful of days, and now he's just turned up disappearing.
you know where he went.
I'm getting feedback from you, Jimbas.
Sorry about that.
No worries, just letting you know. Sort of looks at you and he's... What was your question again?
Does he know where he went?
Sort of looks at you and he just sort of shakes his head. He goes, "I've been staying here good part of 3 or 4 days, and then he just stopped showing up. You have no idea what happened, huh? Could probably have been nicked by a beast, I would assume. Probably in his line of work."
Have you already rented out his room?
He looks to him and he goes, no. It was only a few days ago that he actually went missing.
Maybe take a look.
Sort of just nods a little bit and he goes, "You have any proof that you're part of this guild?"
I don't know, Gavin. Do we have paperwork?
You all kind of awkwardly look around at each other, realizing you do not.
What did he ask for?
Proof that you guys are actually guild members with this guy.
Well, no, we do not. The guild didn't supply us with anything like that, per usual. But, we were only dispatched to figure out what's going on with the place, with animals disappearing and now people.
Sort of just like looks at you guys sort of like cautiously.
Do I need to roll persuasion?
Yeah, give me persuasion.
Okay.
Well then.
He seems convinced by the pretty lady in front of him that she is who she is.
God damn it.
He sort of just goes, "Alright, hold on a moment." As he steps out to the back counter and he sort of rifles through a drawer for keys. He pulls out one and he just brings it back and slides it across the table towards you as he says, "I'll get you into his room. It's the first one. It's the second one on the right."
Alright.
And he sort of looks
And
back at the rest of you and he goes, "What about the rest of you then?"
I'm with her.
Yeah.
He just sort of looks around the group and he goes, "Don't break anything."
I kind of looked myself over. I'll wait outside for this one.
And also the barkeep kind of gives you that eye as he, as you sort of saunter your way back out through the door frame, kind of like basically having to push your shoulders in, your arms straight, to kind of get through it.
I will do what I can.
Alright.
Well, you guys gonna head upstairs then?
Yep.
Sounds
Okay.
good. So as you make your way to the back room, or the back of the room, towards the main stairway and such like that, you pass by briefly the number of people in the place, the barmaid, and sort of stepping her way around you, giving you a nice pleasant smile as you're on your way past her. And as you ascend the stairways, you come to a line of halls, and as they take that note, or take notice of what he said to you earlier, try the key on the second door on your right. You
Okay.
open it up. It takes you into a small singles room. Seems to be that it's mostly set up the way that all the other ones would be as well. You can see, in amongst all of there is a small bag of belongings tucked in by the bedside, and the desk is bare. And beyond that, there's nothing really other than just a disheveled sheet, showing that he probably slept there at one point in his night, but he didn't really do anything or leave much behind.
You said there's a bag there at least?
There's a bag next to him, yeah, or the bed.
Okay. I don't suppose there's a window just for Bruges to look through.
There is a window, but it's like Bruce is not that tall. I mean, if Bruce wants to, he could probably wave at you with his snout.
Wait, how tall is it?
I mean, you're on the second story.
That's
Bruce
usually...
isn't that tall. He's probably like a story tall.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll still look out the window just to see if I can see Bruges first then.
You poke your head out the window a little bit after raising it, and you just sort of like look around. You're actually off the side of the building right now, and Bruce is in the front, so you do not see him.
Well, alright.
What's outside from like this angle?
It's one of the side areas to the buildings. Most of the town that you've actually walked through so far, most of the buildings have been pretty much on their own, situated, isolated to themselves in their little plot of property that they got. In this main strip of the area of the town, the buildings are a little bit more densely packed together. You got a wide alleyway between this one and the building across the way, which is likely maybe a general store, from what you can tell.
Is there a safe way down?
No, there is not. And from what you're looking at, there wasn't a way that he could have jumped out the window. Now, that said, if he jumped out the window, he probably would have made the fall. There's no way back up, at the very least. Unless you really, really like tabaxi claws and climbing.
Well,
Let me just cast knock as I'm jumping through the air.
God fucking damn it.
actually, you know what? Can I just see if I can call to Bruges just to get him, like, around at least?
Bruges, you got
Or is
elephant
that-
ears. I'm sure you could hear that. Bruges, give me a
Yeah.
perception check.
It's a thing.
Should I roll anything?
I would say, after I make my roll, that Bruges, you hear something that sounds like your name, but you have no idea where it's coming from.
I do it again.
Well, while that's going on, what are the rest of you doing?
I'm gonna go check that bag.
I'm admiring the door.
As the dwarf sort of stands there, sort of stroking his beard, kind of muttering to himself with the structural integrity of the hinges, the pixie flutters down next to his bag and undoes the knot and sort of like leaps into the sack a little bit, trying to take a look at what's inside.
With Altrea sticking her head out the window, she, like, doesn't even look back at the room. She just says, Red Greg,
A what?
don't.
Oh,
We need another self-control roll, I guess, but whatever. After a persistent amount of yelling, that you actually do hear your name being called from down the side of the building, Bruges.
I go to the side of the building.
You can see a small blonde knight sort of just sticking her head out the
I'm not
window that you
blonde.
recognize. Yeah, I thought you were.
Brown.
Oh, brown? Oh, everybody you play is blonde, so what the fuck cares?
I've only played one blonde character. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know who Osiris was? He always had his helmet on.
Hey, you found out at the ending. No one else did, though.
Whatever. you do see Altrea is poking her head out the window.
Yes.
Oh, nothing. Just calling in case we need you. Then she just goes back into the room.
She baited.
Wow.
Clickbait.
Altrea,
Actually-
as you return back into the room, you see that Fur has been ruffling through the bag and is currently inside the bag, kind of searching her way through it.
I kind of open up the bag and look into. Found
Sir.
anything?
Give me an investigation check, Fur, with advantage since you were immersed in it. You definitely find a good assortment of the guy's personal belongings, though none of the tools of his trade in that bag. You don't find any kind of like weapons. You do find spare arrows. So obviously this guy was a hunter in some regard in that factor. You don't find traps or anything like that. You find probably a notebook in there. It's a floral of pages of some sort. You can't clearly see because it is inside the bag still. And no coin pouch. No extra rations or food in there. But you do find like a couple changes of clothes, no armor, nothing else.
Anything in there?
Found this book. Kind of hold it up and like hand it to her.
Strength check.
Yes, I'll-
And
Raw strength check.
fuck.
I could say athletics, but raw strength.
Do it.
She
I
does.
guess
She's kind of like crushing herself under the weight of the book as she sort of just pushes like the tip of it up above the edge of the bag.
I guess
How
I'll,
heavy is this stupid freaking book?
It's
I
more that
guess
you
I'll-
are just that small and that weak.
I guess I'll just pick up the book and Fur at the same time.
So Tracer just grabs the book and pulls it up, and then Fur just sort of like dangles from it as she's pulled out of the bag.
Ah!
And I just flip the book open, I guess.
From what you can read in the book, it seems to be it's like a small notary of just his current ongoings, as well as a listing of just keeping track of his like account and businesses and such like that. You can see previous errands and quests that he's gone on for himself, alongside of that. Yes, in the more recent pages, there are a few that are noting down coming to Orland to try and deal with the problem that's here.
Any special notes on that?
From what he can tell, he believes that the source of the disappearances is related to a beast. That said, that he's saying that he's finding very strange tracks that he can't track properly, which is giving him massive irritation. He's not finding any discernible footprints or any kind of real markings that he knows belongs to it. He just knows that it must be this unique creature because of the fact that it does not match any of the locale life that he's been able to encounter around here, along with the fact that it is the most difficult thing he's had to track here. He assumes that whatever this beast is must be able to fly. But beyond that, he's having massive difficulties trying to set up a trap to be able to narrow it down. The only thing that you know is that he's been able to narrow down the general area of the vicinity from where the disappearances have been happening to a rough area a little bit north of town.
Alright.
What's
Well,
it say?
As I'm pacing around the room, I guess, while reading, I'm gonna come by the window, settle just a bit, just so that Bruges is in, like, earshot distance. Well, the hunter has certainly been here. We found his possessions. Although,
He didn't really leave anything. Looks like
Yeah.
he left in the pursuit of, I guess, fighting? Right? Fighting?
already at least assumed that whatever is causing these disappearances is one of some beast, but it seems that he can't track it. It doesn't seem to fit with any of the local life. Now, if only that damn ranger sketched any of it.
From what you can assume, the ranger never saw what it looked like.
No, I mean the tracks.
Oh, the tracks?
Yeah.
The description of the tracks, because I'll be fair to that regard, are long drag marks, basically. Not like a
Okay.
creature being dragged through the earth, but just several markings that are sort of like dragged through the earth.
Alright. I'll just relay that to everyone around.
Beyond that, you haven't found really anything else up there. But you've been given some good information from it.
It seems like he at least suspected that whatever this thing may be able to fly, and it's somewhere north of town.
I'll take him then. First, just gonna kind of punch the air.
So threatening. Give me intimidation.
I guess if you really want it.
I'll act pretend scared.
Well, I mean, she's definitely stronger than she looks.
Yeah.
Hey, that was a 17.
I know.
That's actually pretty
That's
good.
that's a convincing performance.
Bergreg, I don't suppose you've hunted anything of a sort like this, right?
Wait, what were we hunting again?
Well, that's the problem. We don't actually know.
Is it big?
I don't know. Does the track say anything about that?
It does not
Gavin?
give you a sense of scale.
Okay.
Okay.
No idea.
Well, I think I
just-
could. I think I could.
Certainly.
We'll see.
There's a confident dwarf.
I don't suppose you've heard anything of the Sword Bruges? As I just called down.
I haven't.
Not even gonna
Well,
let
damn.
you roll history on it. No, you have not.
Well, damn. I just closed the book with one hand and just kind of walk over and put it back in the bag.
Well, for
We'll
that
meet
ma-
you on the front, Bruges.
All right.
Sir Bruges sort of meanders his way back over to the front of the building to wait the rest of you. You've finished searching through basically the room, at least from what you can possibly find in it, unsuspecting of trying to find any kind of like hidden floorboard or something like that in a fucking tavern inn.
I mean, depending
I don't know.
on.
Should we roll for it, Kappa?
Do you want to waste the time?
No. I highly doubt it.
Considering that we are on time, no.
Yeah, sure. Well, you've been able to find that much there, so you guys are gonna head out
Yeah, we'll head back in the room. Although I'll stop by the barkeep again.
to return the key.
Yeah, that, and I'll just ask about the other people that went missing a bit.
Sounds good.
Any relations?
Redrick, give me a roll on a d20.
Oh god.
Oh,
You type /roll space 1d20.
Or /R, same thing.
Yeah, /r too.
/R.
1d20.
With a space.
After the R? Or-
Yeah,
After
after
the
the
R.
R.
Just type that in the chat.
There's
and
a
I'll
dice
roll for you.
roller thing in here, but there's... Okay.
Fuck.
Redrick, give me an athletics check with advantage.
Please no.
Oh, wait, what?
Give me an athletics check with advantage.
Uh,
Go to your skills, you'll see athletics, you click on the little dice button, and it'll prompt you for advantage.
Boy.
It's like I rigged that dice roll.
wait, where is it?
Under skills, you'll see that there's a listing of all your skills. One of them is athletics. You can click on
You
the
have your
little
character-
dice button, it looks like a little d20,
It's in
Oh.
your
and it'll
character
prompt you
sheet.
for advantage.
If you don't have it open, it's in your character sheet.
Yeah.
Skills, acrobats.
Not
Athletics.
athletics. Yeah.
Oh,
We get those commonly messed up, or mixed up a whole lot.
So it's fine.
Smile.
That's it. It's not fine.
Roll again.
Yeah, you're doing it with
Okay.
advantage, you roll twice.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Fuck.
So as okay, so here's what happens to this right now. So I will explain why I made you roll that just in a second.
Oh no.
Where is this thing here? Am I having a seizure? Here it is.
I don't know. Do you smell toast?
So as you guys are exiting out of the room, you just hear this groaning and like crackling of wood before you hear this tearing of like hinges and steel. Before you look back and Redrick has torn the door clean off the wall.
Frederick!
oops.
Why?
I don't know, man. It looked good.
Is this the front door of the tavern?
No, this is the door to the guy's room.
Oh, okay.
Why are you like this?
I don't know.
Bert, do you know mending?
What's mending?
Damn it. I run like out the kind of run back to the window like, wait, Bruce,
Yes.
do you know mending?
Yes.
Can you come in? She suddenly stops and looks back and is like, crap, how am I gonna do this? Shoot. Frederick tore off a door again.
Is he gonna pay for it?
I don't think the guild paid us anything last time.
Well, I don't know if I can get up there without causing more damage.
Well, surely maybe the barkeeps would have mending, right? Right?
You don't know that.
Right?
It's not a common spell.
Yeah. Wait, how cleanly is this tear? Is it just like the hinges
It's
off?
like the door wasn't even nailed. It's like there's like the place where it was like the part that tore off. Like the door is 100% in one piece. The hinges 100% in one piece. But there's like a chunk of like the frame missing where it tore off, where it like just like didn't even try. It's like it's as if he rolled 1 for self-control and rolled a nat 20 for rip the door off the wall.
Without any actual damages.
Atreya's just kind of like has like one hand on like over her mouth and kind of like furrowing her eyebrow, like shit.
Is this bad?
A little.
Do I feel the structural integrity of the building? My weight on this.
I mean, if you probably stripped naked, you'd be fine. you probably. I mean, like here, give me an insight check with disadvantage as you read the door, as you read the integrity of the building.
Even with the forge background.
Oh no, normal advantage or normal roll then. You got a point. You are pretty certain it's gonna test. It's gonna be. Just don't step somewhere between the beams in the building.
Well, for one, I leave my pack outside.
So you sort of leave the pack at the front end of the door as you sort of like tuck your way back inside. As you pass by, heading towards the stairway to lead you up to the building, you sort of get that another look from sort of everybody, and they're kind of going like, as you sort of like awkwardly wave at them to just let them know you're going by. Barkeep still like none the wiser for all of this, as you are able to slip past them and head upstairs and towards your friends there, where you find the group of them standing outside the room again, waiting for you, as well as Bruges, who is just still bear hugging the door as if he doesn't know what to do with it, but he wants it.
All right.
Verdict.
Yes.
Do
you want to shield that badly?
Yes.
I can make you one.
Okay.
Ooh, you can make
Is the damage longer than 1 foot in any dimension?
Well, you've got it in 2 different places, but that's it. It is about a foot long, each one.
Okay.
I kind
Put the door back, hold it in place.
Do you do that, Redrick?
Am I gonna have to pry it from his hands?
Fine, I'll do it.
I promise you a shield when this is all done. A metal shield, better than a door.
So you sort of just like see Redrick's head just go like poof with his hands back down as he slops the door back in place, and it's a pretty clean frayed break. So the door is able to fit like perfectly back into its spot. Before Bruce, you come up and you cast mending onto the chunks basically as they slot back into place, and you can feel the oak frame begin to mend its way back together as a slight groaning of the repair goes place. Takes you a moment to do it to both of the hinges as you do so, at which place you realize that, okay, you step back away from the door, it looks like it's holding together, you think maybe you should try opening it to make sure, but at this point, you feel maybe it would be best just to leave, and whatever happens, happens from this point on.
I feel that would be the best route.
Estrella's just kind of standing there scratching her head like, I hope no one else goes in, I guess. And then she just begins to walk back to the bar. Keep.
Okay. And then I carefully traipse my way down those stairs back outside.
Sounds good.
Is my pack still there?
Yes.
Well, I was going to say that I would fly down,
but there is a fellow in your pack.
Okay.
Can I help you?
He just looks at you and runs.
What was it, or who was it?
I'm on it.
Okay.
All right, I guess I'll just point, like, I'll snap my fingers at Fur and then point after him, and then I'll just go to the barkeep.
All right. Well, which one do you want to take care of first?
The chase scene with Fur.
Let's go with the chase. Actually, I'll help Regrig go after him too.
Okay.
Well, all right then. Do-do-do-do-do.
I'm going to double check my pack and see if anything's missing.
That is
Okay.
not a good song for that one.
I'm just like, oh, this one is dead.
How about this one?
Okay.
So you see the guy, he seems to be sort of like a sort of lanky, scrawny looking fellow as he sort of just takes off. You just hear him just go like, as he just sort of like runs away from you at full blast away. Sort of like rounding the corner down the alleyways, he runs off towards that end of the city. Who is chasing him?
Fur and Redrick.
Fur and Redrick. So you got the dwarf and the pixie there going after him as she sort of flies ahead of
Don't break any
thing.
bones.
So oddly enough, Redrick is a dwarf. So he's actually sort of like a he's sort of like Ganondorf at run speed right now. He's sort of like he's trying his best, but he is definitely being outpaced by this guy. Fur, on the other hand, you are probably able to catch up to this guy just ever so slightly as you chase him down through the streets. As he does so, you see him sort of like grab at one of the rain barrels and sort of roll it down the alleyway, like kind of like helplessly, like she just sort of flies over. But Redrick, I'm gonna need you to give me an acrobatics check to jump over that barrel.
I will be right back.
Sounds good.
Look out!
I would like to
Alright.
point out that I yelled after those two, don't break anyone's bones.
That is acrobatics check, just normal. You are able to get to the barrels. You sort of just leap, just heavily, just go like as you just try to get yourself on top of it. In which case, you step on the barrel and then you start to run, and you absently start to move backwards as you go like as you just go with the barrel down the alleyway where you came from. Unfortunately for you, you were able to maintain your balance at least for a little while before Fur loses sight of you.
Well, guess I will just continue on.
Fur, you sort of just chase after this guy for a little bit longer as he sort of just runs back out into one of the more open streets, which seems to have less people and traffic around here, sort of like between the residentials in this sort of area. And eyeing you and such like that, he sort of just turns back around towards you, and you see him pull out a knife as he stares you down. He's sort of like, beat it, you stupid twat!
Not until you return whatever you took inside there.
He just looks, he's like, I took nothing!
I don't believe you.
Oh, aren't you a sharp judge of character then?
Judge of character?
Sort of looks at you, just sort of like half confusedly.
Head
He
tilt.
just looks at you, just goes like, he sort of like waves his knife threatening towards you. He's like, I'm warning you, I'll cut you clean in half.
You cut out.
Put out there.
Fuck.
He says, fuck!
He swings his knife around in front of you. He goes like, I'm warning you, I'll cut you clean in half.
No, you won't.
Just what the fuck? Okay. Deception with disadvantage.
Okay.
I don't know what. He looks at you really confusedly, and he's just like, "But I will. I swear it."
Fur's expression is just kind of gonna go a little bit darker and like, you can try. And as she does, she's just gonna kind of crack her fingers.
Okay, that's fine.
Roll intimidation to see how loud it is. Oh.
How's that feel?
That seems fine.
All
I
right.
definitely need you to help me like figure out how to do stuff like this, but hey,
Don't die.
should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine is right. Hey, you can do normal initiative since you're on your own.
Yay! Probably not much better. Oh, right. I have to actually click my token first.
Do fantastic roll. Excuse me.
I mean, Regrig should be showing up anytime soon, right?
He's going in the other direction, but I mean, like, yeah, sure, maybe.
Man, you should have just had him roll athletics to kick the barrel out of the way.
Oh, I just realized something.
Oh, whoops.
There we go. And that's more where you are in the story. Good.
Cool.
As I rolled a... Doesn't really matter, but I rolled decently.
I return.
Hello.
Your return. That's fine.
Long story short, Regrig is running on top of a barrel like a cartoon character right now. And this thief is waving a knife around at Fur, and Fur is confusing the hell out of him.
Alright, Fur, it's your turn.
I'm going to fire off a sunbolt at him just as a warning shot. I'm going to aim here.
Ping.
Oops.
Like up here.
Yeah.
Alright, sounds good. Take your shot. You sort of just like pull your hands back as sort of like a small orange light of pixie light kind of like includes into your hand before you fire it off. Then you just see the guy just like go "Nyeh!" as it just goes whizzing past him and just sort of like goes boom and just takes out a chunk of the earth right behind him. He sort of looks at you kind of like motherfucker as he comes back around with his knife towards you. As he rushes in on you, attempt to swat you hard. That is a hit. As he comes in with his knife, as he just takes a big cleave, he sort of like swats you hard across the body, dealing 4 damage to you.
Ow.
And you are flying, are you not?
Yeah, in this case. Whoops. Oh, I can't do that from here. Okay. Yes, I am fine. So, con save?
Yep. Almost dropped my dice. You maintain flying, as you just sort of get swatted through the air sharply by the knife. And the guy sort of looks at you with a sort of like devilish grin. He's like, "Nah." It's your turn again.
You're gonna pay for that one.
Never should have come here.
And just so I can
Never
make sure
should
that
have come here.
So we're gonna go normal hit,
Whoa, Pixie Pounce.
offhand, and then
You actually named this stuff?
yeah, just for the flavor of it,
Smile.
I mean,
And
it's
then-
great for-
we'll blow a key point and punch once more.
So as you go in for when you sort of like channel the energies in around your fist, you bring it into one time. You sort of clock the guy in his big nose. You hear it sort of snap a little bit as you go something. He goes like ah! As you come back around to a roundhouse kick, he sort of like doubles over. So you go over his head, but then you just sort of flutter down. You cut him one more in the chin before giving him one more punch square between the eyes. As you deal a good amount of damage to him. As
After that, I'm just kind of bounce around and spot and be like, want to try again?
no, he doesn't want to. As as you punch him like a good flurry of blows into the middle of his face, he just sort of like "Nyah!" before he falls back down onto the ground, just sort of like has stars circling above his eyes. At which case,
Ray.
Now let's see
And-
what you took.
that's a very good idea. Hold on a second here, as
Sure.
I get this all set back up here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Make sure everything is fine on the streams then. Good. Alright, so you sort of come up to the guy there as he sort of just like is now completely unconscious on the ground. You may have killed him. Maybe he will die of a brain hemorrhage later.
God
But
damn it.
at the very least there, you sort of just as you come up towards him, you just sort of see this like as you see Roderick sort of roll by on the barrel into one of the sides of the buildings, and you just see him just like completely eat shit into a wall and fall over. But he made it.
Right then. Just gonna start rummaging through the guy's pockets now. Like, now where is the thing you took?
Do-do-do-do-do.
It probably looks hilarious from far away when first beating up a guy. He probably looks like he's just getting beat up by thin air.
You
Bro,
find
that's
you
small.
find amongst his pockets, aside from like the knife that he used to try and attack all of you, you find 7 copper coins, and you also find 5 gold coins. Bruges, you were missing 5 gold coins. You were also missing nothing else because all of it's on your person otherwise. So he just simply smugged you for your money. But that said, you made out a net positive, an extra 7 copper coins.
Wow.
Woot, woot.
I think this is it.
Can Furry even carry coins that easily?
Yes, I'm not gonna be that mean.
Well, I guess I should ask the barkeep stuff then.
Yes, indeed. So as you guys are all sort of returning Bruges' stuff to him, which, thank you by the way, as you can tell, I had an encounter like that set up, so it was very convenient for somebody to just leave their bag unattended.
I'm gonna go ahead and.
I'm also very happy that only one of you showed up for that, because that was also intended.
I'm also going to locate somebody that looks like they might be part of the town guard and just let them know, like, hey, there's a guy that I beat up because he stole from me. He's over there. But I'm just gonna kind of fly away.
I will say, to resolve that quickly, that you do find like somebody who looks like they are like one of the bigger enforcers of the town, such like that. You wouldn't say it's a town guard, more like he's just a big man and therefore protects the town. He says that he knows exactly who you're talking about. His name is Frisk Hagen, and he's been a problem for a really long time now. He says also, don't worry about Frisk, he's a piece of shit. Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
And he thanks you for having given him a good punch to the face for him. Now, as you go back to Altrea within the bar, you approach the barkeep, and I'm assuming hand back over the key as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm assuming this was happening while Fur was beating up that guy.
Yes,
so.
it was. So we're traveling a little back in time.
But yeah, I hand back the keys, and then I just ask him if he knows anything about the other three people that have been missing, whether or not they've like gone anywhere, said where they might have been heading, do they head out often, etc.
Sir just looks at you as he takes the key back and places it into his pocket for the meantime there. He sort of just looks at you and he goes, shakes his head and he goes, Well, I mean, we all knew roughly who they were. I don't know their names particularly. Maybe aside one of them. Sean, I believe it was his name. Father of two, I believe. He was one of the second, I believe, to disappear. At least, maybe he was the first. He'd been gone for a number of days when he finally got notice that he wasn't coming back home. As the others sort of live, he sort of pointed out his finger and he says towards sort of the north end of town, he goes, there was sort of that end of town that started disappearing, though. The animals are sort of from all over the place.
Wait, which direction, you said?
North end of town.
Okay.
He sort of looks at you and he goes, well, I mean, when the hunter came here, he was asking about what means of being able to properly track whatever it was that was taking people. I referenced him to go see Hadrif in the tower to the north, and figured he might be able to give him help.
Hadrif, you said?
He sort of nods and he goes, yes, Hadrif is an enchanter that lives just outside of town. You can see the tower, actually. You points back up to the north. He says, it's about an hour's walk or so up that direction. He's a nice enough fellow enough as it is, usually keeps to himself, but he provides medicine for the people here in the town, which is why we hold him in quite high regard in that way. He's probably the only one that really studies magic of any sorts in the entire area.
Well, that's fortunate then. Well, we did find a journal that's vaguely stated that he went to the north, the hunter, I mean. So, I suppose we'll be heading there shortly.
Sir just looks at you and he nods a little bit. Sir goes, is there anything else I can do for you then?
That'll be it, I'm sure.
Sir just nods a little bit then.
And as I head back out, I'll head back out then. Hey Bruges, anything missing?
5 gold.
No. Do you know what direction they ran off?
Points off in the direction that they ran.
Down the alleyway to the side of the building. Actually, as you're pointing off that direction there, you see Redrick returning around the corner there as he comes bearing you your 5 gold.
It's Redrick, by the way.
Sorry, Redrick.
It's good. Here's your stuff.
Well, thank you.
You didn't kill anyone this time, right?
No promises.
I don't think so.
His
I
fur
told the
sort of
guard,
flutters
he
in
said
from the back end.
Well, alright.
The guard said that the guy was a piece of shit anyway, so...
Astray just kind of gives a half pout. Looks like, all right. Well, from what I got from the barkeep, there's a enchanter of some sort. His name is.
Hedrick.
She scratches her head. Hedrick. Okay. Yeah, Hedrick. He apparently lives in some tower to the north, about an hour's walk or so.
Hedrick. Fuck me. It's Hadriff. Sorry. I realized that was there. I'm getting names mixed up here.
Hadriff?
Hadriff.
Hadriff. Okay. I think it matters if I spelled right, but yeah, seems like there's some sort of enchanter in the north. Yeah, okay, I spelled it right. Apparently, whoever this guy was has been providing the town with medicines, so we seem to trust him. But apparently, things have been disappearing in the north of town as well, so might as well make haste.
It's a good place as any to start.
Yep.
You'll head off north then?
Yep.
Well, what time of day is it?
You're
Oh, yeah,
looking at around afternoon.
Noon?
Somewhere within the 12 o'clock hour to the 2 o'clock hour.
Gavin, are we using the other short rest and long rest times
No.
that you wanted to use? No. Okay.
These are normal rest times. The only thing we changed were initiatives and the crit rules.
Okay. Hey, Australia?
Hmm?
Can I rest on your head?
Okay. Do I notice the cut wound or anything?
Well, the fact that like fur is like kind of just there, like a massive gouge across her body, and like her clothes like slightly cut up.
I'll just poke her and heal. What was it 4 damage?
Yeah, it's 4 damage that he took.
Yeah.
Alright, that'll be a lay of hands thing. I'll just poke her with 4 health.
Okay.
And I'll mend her clothes.
Aw.
Aw.
Yay! That doesn't answer my question.
I mean, you do it all the time.
You want to rest to get your key points back.
Yes, I do.
Is it really the most comfortable place?
I mean, you don't mind your shoulder, but
I
usually...
mean,
Well,
I am
if
more
you-
like wearing a cape or something akin to like.
If you want to take the short break, I can spend an hour making...
Making what?
Regrick a shield.
Oh. Do you have the actual components to make a shield currently?
Yes, something of an equivalent that he could.
He does
Oh.
actually, yeah.
He can transmute it over.
Neat.
Yeah.
I'll
So
go-
I take the heavy-ass armor I've been carrying around for no reason and spend an hour to turn it into a shield.
Gavin, just to make things sound more productive, I guess I'll just kind of be wandering around town, kind of asking around about the whole situation.
Sounds good.
Yeah, maybe find that missing, or the wife of whoever was missing.
Of who? What? Last missing?
Of Sean.
Oh,
Oh,
that guy,
Sean.
the husband? Okay.
Kind of look around, see if I can find that wife.
Alright. Well, you guys are able to sit down along the street side, sort of like where you guys need to be, just sort of like catch your breath, sort of like that. First, sort of just snuggles up next to the party and such like that, as she is able to sort of like restore a bit of her vitality that way. Amongst the small tools and tinkers and such like that Bruges has, he goes to work kind of trying to supply Radrick with his much belated shield that he very much wants. And in the meantime, Altrea disappears to try and insert any more information about herself. Give me investigation.
Okay.
You're actually unable to find the wife herself, but you're able to find friends of Sean in town. And from what they
Okay.
tell you about him, he was a farm animal handler with his wife. He sort of like lived in the general vicinity out in one direction. The only reason I say that you knew this in all that time is because it took you too long to even find their friends, to be able to spend the full time to actually go and investigate the actual property yourself. That said,
Okay.
you learn from them is the fact that that's his profession. He had himself a son and a wife, and from what they'd heard from him before, is that his animals were among the animals that were being taken. He has a couple of sheep on the farm that were taken. And they can only assume that he went out one night because he wanted to try and take care of it himself. To try and get his animals to stop being stolen in the middle of the night.
Okay.
But this is all just hearsay and guessing on these friends' parts.
Well, it makes sense. So, yeah.
So within that period of time, you're able to return to the party. As Bruges, you finished procuring a rather nice shield for the dwarf.
Maybe it looks like
Yay.
a steel door instead, just to make sure he doesn't.
I was gonna say, like, roll to see if he actually likes.
Style to
Edric.
look like a door.
Edric, I will add the shield to your inventory really quickly.
All right.
I kind of like knock on the shield. Fine work as ever.
Thank you.
I will add the shield to your armor calculation.
That's what we need. The meat shield with higher AC.
There you go. You are now an AC of 16.
Hooray.
Awesome.
I'm alarmed that I'm only one under that.
I mean, at least the whole group has like a certain range of AC.
It's pretty wide, yeah.
Actually, no, it's like 15, 16, 17.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
I have been staring at the numbers. I don't have the time to do that.
Mhm.
But you are able to hand him off his nice new shield, which he swings around on his arm as if he is quite well acquainted with the custom tailor build that you have given him. It seems to, unlike much other shields he's used before in his time, is built for his size and stature.
And I make my little maker mark chisel.
Ah, yes, of course. As you mark your the shield with the mark of your craft, giving the shield a little bit more personality. With that, you guys have, I will say that the key points for Fur have been restored, as well as that you have acquired your shield, Redrick, and you've gotten a little bit more information on just general goings on in the town in the meantime here.
I'll
You,
just say I told everyone.
And now you shall head north.
Hmm.
Sounds good.
I throw the helmet back on and I hold my hand like by towards Bruges. Hey Bruges. Like,
What?
hold up, sorry. I'm holding out like asking you to throw a great sword.
Oh, yes. I hand over her greatsword.
Smile. Well, that's where you got it from.
Yeah, I had him hold on to it.
Smile. As you equip your stuff, yourselves are all brought back up together. You wander back up through this town streets towards the north, leaving quickly out of the central hub of the town to go back towards the residential, sort of half farmlands around the place as you go on the way there, leaving most of the populace behind you. As you so, seeing only like the occasional person here and there scattered throughout their fields or along the road.
I don't suppose we just see Frisk running around.
You don't see Frisk running around. I think Frisk is unconscious for a while.
I'd rather just see him on the ground.
I mean, if you wanted to take us like a slight detour off the side there, you could wander back. And yes, he's still exactly where you left him, with nobody else around because no one cares about him.
Well, kind of got what he deserved. I warned him.
Ultra just shrugs.
You
Alright.
got one hit in. I'm proud of that.
Good job, Frisk. You did something.
Just in case, I'll do spare the dying.
As you didn't head north, you actually clearly see, as you were instructed about, the stone tower that must belong to the enchanter that you've been told about. And from what he says, that yes, it is about like 30 minutes to an hour's walk away from you. Somewhere within that range. Takes you only up a little bit up the base of the mountainside to head up that way there. so it's a little bit of like a half-angled climb on the way there, but nothing that's really going to strain you guys that much to be able to head up there. You continue along their way there, following the road and the trails that sort of just lead up generally there until you get to sort of like a sort of half-baked trail that kind of like cuts through the woods. Obviously, it's the way that the people have been using to go up and to from him, along with Hadriff himself. Obviously, he has to go into town sometimes. But it's enough for you guys to be able to make your way around there fairly at a decent pace. The trail actually takes you up through densely pine forest for the most part. It's nothing more akin to the kind of area that you came to along the way here, though it's a little bit more densely packed into the actual wilderness of the surrounding area. You can hear some animal life around you and such like that, though again, nothing that's giving you guys any massive cause for concern. Can everybody give me perception checks?
Alright.
Nope, not that one.
Perception checks are in skills. Yeah, there you go. So Bruges and Redrick certainly don't hear a damn anything. And Fur also doesn't hear a damn anything. By the way, what is the order of the party? Since it's a very single line road on the way there.
I'll be in the front.
I'll be in the back.
I'll be in the middle.
And Fur shall probably be in the middle somewhere along with Redrick.
Just
Or
floating.
Redgrick. Redgrick? My god. I'm just swallowing my dwarven words. Reggie. Anyway. Altrea, as you are continuing along the trail there, you hear something heavy in the foliage to your left-hand side.
I instantly like kind of hold up my hand to the group. There, as I point over.
You know exactly the direction of where the sound is coming from with a roll like that.
All right.
Huh.
The sound you hear or you heard was a sound of like sort of like heavy twigs and timber, kind of like bending and crackling under the weight of something heavy.
Something's here. Wait, how dense is wherever, like, the foliage around that area?
It's pretty
dense is
dense.
it?
You would have to venture into the foliage to be able to see what it is. That said, the sound sounds like it's not that close to you, but it's sort of like, I'd say like maybe like 60 feet away from you.
Hey, Fern, can you kind of go up in the air, see if we can get any sight on it?
Sure.
And I guess I'll be going towards the sound.
I take it, Bruges and Regrig, you'll be going alongside Eltrea.
Mhm.
So Fur, as you take up through the higher levels of the canopy, sort of like nestling yourselves in amongst the branches overhead to try and give yourself a little bit of cover, weaving your way through delicately through the trees. The others sort of just quietly try to make their way through the foliage towards the sound of whatever it was that Eltrea heard in the distance. Now that said, I won't ask it for Fur, but for Regrick and Bruges and Eltrea, I want all of you to give me stealth checks.
Oh, great.
Disadvantage for you, Eltrea.
Yeah, I know.
Bruges,
it
the
matters.
quietest elephant in the world.
Wow.
Regrick, also massively quiet, as he is just the natural-born barbarian dwarf. Although he adopted the class from his
Hold on.
hobbies, basically.
I'll just be a little bit amusing. I'm just gonna stop in my tracks for a second, just kind of like glance over my shoulder, see if Bruges is even there, and then she just like suddenly like
You just look over your
Because,
shoulder, you
like-
don't see him, you look back in front of you, he's just there. Just like, ah! And that said, Eltrea, you also are able to keep your noise down to a minimum. Though, Fur, you are able to lead the group up in front as you come into a sort of like a smallish clearing in the forest, sort of like sloped on the mountainside a little bit. And you are definitely able to see the source of the noise. And it's not something that horribly concerns you, but in the deep recess of your mind, it does concern you. You know why. And then as the rest of the group actually is able to make it up there before you are able to go down and find them again, you all poke your heads out of the foliage just a little bit, and you see a large bear going about its business.
Bear? That beast is mine.
Oh god.
My mind is just like, okay, so we have Zangief in our actual squad.
Oh god.
oh no.
Regrick, what are you gonna do?
Run straight to it.
Oh, God.
Bruce,
What?
shield. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's just see how it goes.
So, are you all going in with Regrick, or are you just letting him run in first?
I don't think Regrick wants us to interfere much, but we'll keep like a reasonable distance. I don't know, Regrick. How do you feel?
That thing is mine.
Do you want us to just stand back?
Nah. I could always use some help.
All right.
Okay. Regrick, how do you approach the beast?
Run straight towards it.
Okay then.
No subtlety at all.
Please go into a rage.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, you are raging? Okay.
Yep.
And at that point, just like at the sight of seeing the massive, majestic animal in front of him, you see the compulsion of the barbarian sort of just overwhelm him. He just goes like, "Brrr!" as he rushes him forward with his shield and war axe drawn, as the rest of you just don't really know what's going on at this point. As he rushes in towards the animal takes notice of him and his barbaric rage rushing towards him, and then just stands up on its hind legs. You just hear the classical, like, stock noise of bear growl echoing out of everything. Though, that say, the impulsion has separated the group minorly, as the rest of them are all sort of clamoring to make sure that they are ready for the impending god-damn-it moment of the party.
That's a big bear. Okay.
So,
boy.
Solar, give me your group's initiative roll.
Yep.
Wow.
You know what? I mean, it's appropriate in this given instance, so, good job with that.
I knew it. The bear's a thief.
Smile.
Do we even know where Fur is? Have we been keeping track of that?
Fur is somewhere, as you can see.
Okay. Okay.
As the party gets, nat 21. And the bear gets... Didn't feel like
22,
going-
but
it
still
didn't-
goes
it didn't
second.
feel like going. It didn't feel like going first anyway.
Alright, so
Alright.
I don't think there's much to plan for this, honestly. Although, I think I'll try to grapple the bear. Maybe.
Smile.
Actually, no, this size larger. I can't do that, can I?
As it is with your guys' turns, you guys have to pick the order that you want to go in. I will just nominate that Regrick goes first.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
We'll let him do something first.
Now you wanted to burn yourself a rage.
Yes.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna
you
move
burn
over
yourself
here.
a rage, which is giving you resistance to all damage and bullshit like that. I'm sure. And you can move and do your attack. Oh, the way that you move is you select the mouse pointer icon on the top left, and then you can pick up and drag your token.
Okay.
Oh, you rotated yourself. Don't tilt.
Oh.
It's not that hard
Head
yet.
first. Head first.
You can move 5 spaces. Well, actually, no, you can't because you're a dwarf. You're shorter than that, so you can move, I think, 4 spaces. So you can move 1 more space, actually, I think. You're rushing towards the bear with your war axe, or your axe drawn. You can make an attack against it. If you want.
Which button would that be?
If you go to your weapons, you will see that there is your weapons that you have there listed there. One of those is a roll button, which allows you to roll for an attack. You simply select the weapon that you wish to swing, which in this case you have your axe.
And my bow.
Now keep in mind, you have 2 different rolls in there. One is versatile and one is not. Versatile is when you're using 2 hands. Since you have your shield out, you cannot use it with 2 hands. So you just use the normal battle axe.
So what? Oh, is it the attack
Yep.
thing? Got it.
And as a barbarian, I think you're only getting 1 swing right now because you're only level 3. As you rush in with your axe, you just go like "Arr!" with your powerful axe as you sort of swing past the bear. You see the bear as you just sort of swing past it. It sort of just deeks out of the way of your axe. It sort of like stammers back away from you for a brief moment before coming back up on its hind legs. As you miss the bear.
All right.
That said, I will mark your character to show that you are angry. Let's do the angry skull icon. Now it is time for anybody else's turn.
All right. Question for Bruges.
Yeah.
Because you're locked on, you're considered like one size larger for various things, right?
Just for carrying capacity.
Damn, I can't grapple or shove this thing then. Honestly, I don't think there's much to do. All right. Guess I'll go first then.
I'll try. It's your turn then.
Am I seriously out of range? Wait. That's in range, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rip.
Alright. And greatsword.
I'll
And
try
I'll
trying
have
to rush in to aid the crazy raging dwarf. Rushes in with her greatsword and takes one big arcing swing towards it and slashes it down across the body of the creature, dealing 9 damage to it.
And I'll use my bonus action to get +1 AC.
take your
Shoving
DC.
a creature, target must be no more than one size.
Yeah.
So you can do one size larger.
I can or can't?
Shove
Can.
it? Yeah,
Yes.
You can shove. I don't know if you can restrain.
I'm reading this here. It says target must be no more than one. Oh, wait. I'm dumb. Okay, never mind.
No more than one size, yeah, so it's possible. Either way, so
Yeah,
as you
okay.
rush in there, as you take yourself a defensive stance in front of the bear, because it's a fucking bear. And Fur or Bruges.
I'm just gonna kind of continue to float here and just be like, "What are you guys doing?"
Fur rolls nat 1 on understanding.
Yeah.
Bruges, it's
Well,
your
I mean,
turn.
like, it wasn't exactly attacking somebody this time. It was just a bear.
I mean, you did hear at least Greg yelling, so
Yeah.
But I saw him swing first.
Yeah. That's kind of why I'm like,
This is
what
happening.
do I want to use here?
Just go with it. Did you really think I would have put a bear in this campaign?
I'm just gonna shoot my light crossbow at it.
As you whip out the crossbow and notch a bolt into it, you aim it up towards the bear and let it loose. It was a valiant shot as it sails over the bear's body, disappears into the foliage behind. And with that, it is the bear's turn. As the bear, having seen the raging small dwarf in front of him, decides that he needs to roll a d4 to figure out who he feels like smacking first.
oh great.
Let's see who gets the punishment. Ah, Dwarfen Fellow, you get it this time. As the bear decides to come down on you with its sharp claws and a bite.
That's a big
What's
bear.
your AC? It is able to nick you with its bite before it slashes past with its claws, just missing you slightly. As you take, you are resistant to all damage types. You take, rounding up, that would be 6 damage. You just edit in your core stat sheets and you just minus it from the HP that's there.
Okay.
It will update your HP bar that everybody else can see on the party. As the bear just continues to growl menacing in front of all of you. It is the party's turn again.
I'm going to try and shove it down for Regrig to have advantage.
You're gonna try and prone it?
Yeah.
Alright, fine. Give me a athletics check. Why do I get like ones at moments like this? As the bear, I will say there. As you rush up there, you just take your hands, you just sort of like grapple the beast as it's standing upright, and then shove it hard as it just tumbles back over top of itself, as it just like flails randomly as it falls back onto the ground behind it, as it is prone.
Regrig,
What?
kill it.
Since the beast is prone and you are close to it, you have advantage on swinging at it, I believe. I will check really quickly.
Okay.
To do conditions.
Conditions.
Prone.
Disadvantage on attack rolls. Attack roll versus creature has advantage.
If they're within
attackers-
5 feet. So, yep, you have advantage on attacking it.
Everyone else has disadvantage, though.
Yeah, because they're ranged.
Yeah.
So you get to
Yeah.
when you do roll with advantage, Regret, when you click on that, it will prompt you for your dice roll. It says normal. If you toggle that, you can set it to
wait.
advantage.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll auto roll it twice, and it'll take the better of the 2 rolls. Then that way, if you crit, it also calculates the damage up for it. Just like that.
Well then.
Oh my
Okay,
god, we have a crit. Fuck. Okay, roll me another d20. Oh god. It's a slashing weapon, yep. Alright, give me a roll in d20. This will determine what you've done to it.
/R D20.
Yeah, you've done it before.
$13. You didn't actually pin these rules.
I didn't pin these rules, no, because I didn't want you guys to look at them in advance. As you do so, you bring your axe up just in your heavy rage, just like roar as you come in against the creature. By the way, how much does your rage damage do? +2 to damage?
Mhm.
That's what I thought. As you're able to just bring the axe down on top of the creature's belly and just like jam it in, you just see that go like down to the mid base of the blade as you just tear it out in your dwarven fury. As you deal to it 9 damage. And you also left a deep gash in the creature's body. There's bleeding profusely everywhere. As it sort of like thrashes around, just sort of like trying to live. It's failing, but it's trying to live.
I'll just say that, unless I specify otherwise, I'm going to be in that stance.
Sounds good. Let's go with this symbol for right now. Show that you have left a bleeding wound on the creature. Alright, Fur and Rouge.
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on it.
Whoa. What is your holy symbol, by the way?
It's emblazoned on my shield. It's
A cog.
It's a cog. Okay, so it's on your shield. So you just sort of raise your shield. You see the dulcet ring of godly fury echoing through it as you channel it, and then cast out a flaming ball of holy light. Right, it has a dexterity save. Which
Yeah.
That it can't make.
that it can't make. I don't think. I have to check that. Duh. No, it's only prone. Doesn't change
Okay.
dexterity saves.
Okay, there you go.
That's fine. I only wanted to roll a 3 anyway. As it sort of just like flies in amongst the crowd, just explodes, just sort of igniting the blasted wound in the creature as you deal 6 radiant damage to it. And Fur rushes in out of the trees, and what does she do?
She's gonna kind of look at Atreya and just be like, punch it?
Punch it.
Okay.
You have advantage on punching it then.
Yep.
1, 2.
Fucking fine! Roll another d20! Holy shit! That's bludgeoning. 5. Well, the creature is already prone, as you are able to impose that the next hit on it has advantage, which is fine, because that's not going to matter in this particular instance. So unfortunately, your crit doesn't mean anything. And also what's unfortunate is that you only take the first dice roll. That's fine. That was a 7, not a 1. As you're able to deal, as you sort of like rush and you sort of punch it hard, and the guys until the point where you're actually rolling the creature across the ground, sort of slides away from the group a little bit. As why is it like on that crit you only got to take the first die? Why'd you fucking hit it for 17 or 14? My God.
Wait. Oh, so no crit damage?
No, you rolled too low on that modifier for the crits. Like I said, 50% of these rolls are actually going to be normal rolls because of these crits, but they have modifiers involved. Now, that said,
Wait.
yeah, that's how I had to check it. I literally had to Google it to check it. That is actually how these crit rules work.
You get an effective base of damage unless you roll like above 10.
You have to basically roll like above 10 to be able to roll crits dice like normal, which means that 1 doesn't go in there.
No, just okay.
Yeah, that's why I was very hesitant on using these rules, but we're doing it for fun because I need to see if they're good or not. It's working right
Yeah,
now.
that's-
As the
that's
bear sort of like stands back up, and it has to take. Let me take a look here. I think it has to take bleed damage if I do it at the end or start of its turn. It loses 1d8 at the start of its turns. Let's see how much it loses now.
8.
As it bleeds out an additional 3 damage. Thank God. As the creature gets back up and it just sort of like growls like sort of weakly, fiercely towards all of you. It seems to be the creature's barely clinging to life before it comes in against... let's see, who does it go for? Who's the unlucky motherfucker? As it looks in against... well, I mean, it got crit by the dwarf and the fae. It goes against the dwarf because it hates you. As it takes a couple swings at you. As it... Woo! Okay. As it comes in for one kind of final flurry against you, and brings down its bite and its claws upon you. You are able to take your shield up as you're able to parry its head aside this time before its claw comes and nicks you really hard in the back of the head. As you take, reducing that down, you take 7 damage from the claw attack.
Thank God you're enraged.
Yes.
Is the party's turn.
Bunch of advantage swing.
The next attack does have advantage because of the crit that that was dealt by Fur, so I will maintain that because it stood back up. As the creature is unbalanced, wavering, about to break.
Only one attack, right?
Only one attack, yeah. Basically, who wants to take the swing? Because I'm not saying that you won't kill it, but I'm saying that there's a chance you could not kill it. But someone's gonna kill it.
I shall do the honors.
Smile.
Go right ahead then.
You have advantage on this roll.
Okay.
If it doesn't go down, I'm tackling it again.
Let's just crit it again. That's +2. Fucking Jesus. Alright, fine.
Dead.
To do as I go into here. After taking the bear claw to the back of the head, Regger just sort of like turns around with like a sizzling fury in his eyes as the bear sort of like limbers back a little bit, with blood profusely pouring from the wound in its gut. As you hear him just go like, "Ah!" as he comes in with his axe, and he just goes for a wicked uppercut as he just sort of catches the bear in the bottom of its jaw as he sort of splits into the jaw and into the underside of its head. As you hear it just go like, as you actually feel and see some of the teeth of its own jaws sort of stab into its own mouth as you sort of crush its head inwards, upwards into itself, before you then take your massive foot, plant it down on the creature's nose, and kick off with a heavy pull, dislodging the entire jaw from the underside of the creature's mouth as it falls to the ground, a heaping pile of rotted, freshly molded corpse of dead bear. Because that's what happens when you smack something really, really hard. It just dies like that.
Awesome.
And you killed senselessly a wild animal.
Well, Trey's just gonna kind of like lean on her greatsword and kind of like let out the sides like Regrick. Regrick,
Yes.
why?
Well, it's a long story.
Can we let the next one live?
No promises.
I swear.
Well, you have killed a senseless animal for right now. Congratulations on that.
How are your wounds looking, Regrick?
I'll be fine.
How much health did he actually lose now I think about it?
Not much.
I thought top him off anyways. How much?
Regrick is sitting at... currently, if I check, 22 of 35.
22, 35. Yeah, sure, I'll just expend Lay on Hands.
For how much?
11. Rest of it.
Okay, so you're back up to full now, Regrick.
I just kind of just pat him on the back, like, stop doing that.
As the holy aura of healing vistitudes into your maddened dwarf, whose rage then fails him. Make sure you keep track of your rage uses in your class sheet.
Got it.
Rouge, you have a cloth?
Yeah.
Just cleaning off the sword.
Smile. And what is going through Fur's thoughts right now?
This will make a fine pair of boots.
Oh god.
So, why did we attack the bear?
Ask Regrick.
It's a long story, man.
Speaking of which, is Regrick just getting the bear right now and gonna make something out of it?
Do you want to skin
Yep.
the bear?
Yes, skin the bear.
Give me a survival roll.
Okay.
It's in skills.
Oh boy.
With the fact, even though he's using a battle axe, you see him very carefully begin to skin off the vast majority of the creature's pelt as he begins to roll it up and amongst his belongings there. Not even caring that they're still soaked with blood and probably will smell like dead cat in the morning. But he's got himself that. You have a bear pelt, which I will say is about X number of pounds. That's not important right now. But you have a bear pelt with you right now. A sizable one.
Yes.
Cher's just kind of rubbing the back of her helmet like, Right then.
Smile.
She holds out her hands to the group. Now where were we?
Thankfully, you're not very far from the trail, so you can find your way back quite easily.
I'll just make sure I don't look like I'm soaked in blood and scare off the head. What was it? Henrif?
You're pretty clean, actually.
Okay.
That said, your dwarf has a mighty bloody battle axe, especially after skinning the bear.
Alright.
And I would say that Fur has red knuckles, but that's really about the worst of it. She's got nothing in her
Onwards.
hair, and even if she did, you wouldn't see it. Her hair's already red. Wow.
Onward.
Onwards and upwards.
As you return back to the trail, you continue your way back up along it. You weren't that far, actually, from the tower as you actually make your way to it in about under 20 minutes.
Actually, since we're a bit north of town by now.
Yeah.
Can I have Divine Sense kind of just sitting around?
That will do for you.
No location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Sounds good.
That is not. Actually, no, never mind. That's not beyond total cover. That's useless. Never mind.
Alright, fair enough.
Never mind.
You continue your way along the trail there, keeping an eye and an ear out for anything else that might be coming at you, which isn't a bear. And in about 20 minutes after you continue your way and you're along your travel, you come upon the tower of which this enchanter supposedly lives at. From what you can tell looking at it, it's a pretty small tower. Like, the base of it actually isn't a room, it's probably a staircase that leads up to the upper room, so it's part of the small chamber, but it seems to be it's good enough for what is essentially a hermit wizard.
Well, this looks like the place.
It's a Kermit wizard.
Kermit the Frog here.
Oh god, if he actually has that voice, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh, God. Frog race. No, the door's in front of you, but it's closed. And there's no sign of him anywhere.
Knock, knock.
You knock on the door quite fistfully and heavily on there, try and catch his attention. And after waiting outside for some time, you hear the latch of the door undo itself as you hear the door begin to open. And you are met with a rather aged man, sort of balding head basically, but he's got a very sort of thick, heavy beard. It's not like the traditional wizard, it's quite long, sort of still full of dark hair to show that he's not past his prime quite yet. He's also got numerous markings upon his skin of tattoos that you would either discern to be barbaric, but in comparison to Regrick's, it's more arcane in its nature. Dressed in front of you in sort of a satin robe with a belt on his side that actually holds a number of small potions down beside him. He has a staff in front of you, sort of a gnarled tree branch staff with a sort of aquamarine kind of green-blue gemstone housed in it as he comes up to the door and greets all of you. And he says, who might all you be?
Well, my name is Ultra Bulwark. We were dispatched by the guild to kind of investigate things going on around here in the town.
Oh, are you now? My name is Hadriff. How can I be of service to all of you?
We were wondering if you happen to have any information regarding the surroundings, and whether or not you've seen an elven hunter who we believe's name is Elric.
Somebody writes this shit down now.
I mean, it's a one-shot. I don't have to keep track of too much stuff.
Smile. He sort of just looks to you and he kind of just nods a little bit and he goes, I may be able to help you. Come upstairs. As he leads you back inside.
I'll take my helmet off for this then.
Now, thankfully, with it being a stone mason tower, basically, Rouge, you are pretty certain you are fine to be inside of this building, despite the fact that it is probably higher in the air than maybe you're fully comfortable with.
I kind of look back at Rouge and then down at his feet and back up at him, and I just give him a smirk.
I make my way carefully up the stairs regardless.
See, one day he's going to have levitate, and he's just not even going to care.
And then he's just going to go into the house, he's going to be like, freedom! And just floats on through with his arms open. Is this the song I want for this? Nope, that's sad. Ah! Here it is. You make your way up inside the tower, just following him up the narrow stairway, which, Bruges, again, as much as you are like confident that you're going to be fine ascending it, you're just again going like, God damn it, these people don't make these things tall enough, as you crouch yourself over awkwardly, almost on all fours to get your way up the stairway. He leads you up to a decent-sized door leading into the main chamber, as he sort of just pauses with a hand and says, you excuse me for a brief moment, as he heads inside the room ahead of you, closing the door, leaving you outside for a second. You hear from inside of it a sort of subtle tone after a loud rapping of the bottom of his staff, most likely pounding against the floor, and there's a soft glow of light underneath the rim of the doorway in front of you. After about a few moments have passed and the light has disappeared and the hum is gone, you hear him open the door once more as he beckons you inside to his main chamber. As you wander inside, you begin to see that this is definitely the study of somebody who is a wizard or an enchanter of the mix. It's got numbers of shelves all over the place, an alchemical set on one side of the room, a desk on the other side, books and pages set around pretty neatly and organized. You wonder if he just cleaned the place up actually before you all walked inside. In the back corner is a fairly nice satined chair, actually. Pretty nice, actually, considering some of the areas in here. And a large rug that you could dare say was probably a tapestry of something at some past age, though it seems to have been torn up from his muttering about the room from disuse. On the top of the room as well is a chandelier well lit with candles, as there doesn't seem to be much window light being let into the room, so he seems to be lives himself in sort of artificial darkness for the meantime. Leads you all inside, as he sort of beckons you to either sit yourselves down or to find somewhere to make yourselves comfortable in the room. This is not very obvious for entertaining guests for the most part. In fact, you're quite certain you don't even see a bed, but you at least see another doorway probably leading somewhere that probably goes to that place. He stands there in front of you and he goes, you were asking about the disappearances of the people.
That we are, yes.
Sort of nods a little bit as he strokes his beard kind of thoughtfully, and he says, I'm aware of the half-elf that which you speak of, Elric. He came to me some number of days ago, asking about some manner of beast that had been kidnapping people and animals of late. To be fair, I was made well aware of this before his appearance here, but I'm afraid that I am not a hunter like he is. Could not discern anything of the manner of the creature.
That's unfortunate. Do you have any idea where his whereabouts may be? He disappeared as well.
Sort of nods a little bit and he goes, some number of days ago, before his disappearance, he came to visit me, and around that time, I'd been hearing noises from the grotto not far from my tower. I told him briefly that the creature he was hunting could be down there, but I don't know if that's actually where he ended up going. He seemed intrigued to investigate it in some manner, but I cannot say if that's where he disappeared, or if that is where the creature is either. Either way, the noises from the cavern have not ceased since.
Is there something about the grotto that made you point that out? Has this happened before?
Sort of shakes his head a little bit and he goes, no, actually. The grotto is a place of my research in part. Sort of looks around with his hands. He goes, I am an enchanter by trade in my school, but my true passion now lies in alchemical studies. The grotto there is an old place of research from past times, and I've been there a number of times to try and discern what I can from the ruins there. But as of late, I had to stop going, as a manner of creature started to become native in there. Though, that said, I was not there when the manner of the sounds that I've been hearing manifested.
Are you able to describe the sounds in any way?
Sort of just strokes his beard a little bit and he goes, perhaps. In the dark hours of the night, I hear the shrill cry of something high-pitched squealing. Sounds feral in all ways, and I dare say, certainly not native to this earth.
I suppose you might have seen the tracks around by this creature?
Sort of shakes his
Elric,
head, and he says, I have no knowledge of any tracks left by any beast.
Oh dear. Which direction is this grotto again? And cavern?
Sort of nods a little bit and he goes, you can find the trail leading about southeast of my house. You can see it's just a little road that leads down there. It isn't much more than a 10-15 minute walk from here.
Alright. Well, I look back at the group. I don't suppose any of you have anything to ask?
What's this?
What do you poke? Oh my god. So Fur, as she's sort of like leaning back over top of the alchemical studies lab, is looking at a sort of greenish teal potion that's sort of like lightly brewing there. And as she sort of just like pokes her finger in close towards and stuff like that, you just hear him just like, you feel a force of magic upon your body kind of grip and bind you as you are pulled forcefully away from it. So he goes, do not touch that. You curious fae and your kind have no idea what you're getting yourselves into sometimes.
Okay.
He releases you as you sort of just fall a little bit from the air before you collapse on the ground.
Apologies for that. Well, I suppose we'll go take a look.
Sort of just nods to all of you and he goes, my goodwill to all of you if you are able to put an end to what is plaguing this town.
We shall do our best.
I've
Sure,
noticed that
what's
the high charisma paladin's doing a lot of the talking tonight.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it.
Smile. Is that everything that you guys would like here?
I think so.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Sure, throws their helmet back on, heads out the door.
You descend the tower and you make your way back outside of his abode, and from there you can see, much like he described to you, a trail leading southeast from there. It's narrower even and more overgrown than the one leading up to his tower, in fact, probably from the fact that it has been used far less and only by him. But it's a little bit more of a steeper drop this time heading down there from the side of the mountain, but still enough to more easily traverse. You aren't going very far from what he's been told. You shall head there?
Yes.
Yes.
As you descend the trail, walking down there for some time, you eventually come across an entryway leading up to sort of the sheer side of the mountain from where you are at this point. It seems to be that the peak rises more sharply out here than from where you walked up before. The grotto entrance, from what you can see, is sort of half baked with rock, but you can definitely see chiseled and cut stone sort of melded into the mountainside a little bit. Certainly seems to be it is once a ruins of some kind, but it seems to be even that sort of is past its prime as it is now just more of a sort of dingy hole. Approaching the front entrance of it, you can see that it is impenetrably dark inside, at least for the distance that you can see into it, and you can also see that the ground outside and around it is freshly moist, probably from either mountain dew or mountain water that's running in amongst the mountains here. You can't be 100% certain that it isn't going to be just getting more and more wet and cold as you go down inside.
Well... what the hell. I'll cast Divine Sense down it, just for a bit.
You extend the reaches of your god's senses down into the cavern there to try and see if there's any kind of demonic, angelic, or undead lurking down within the darkness there, the peaks of your vision, or your reach of your magic, and you sense nothing of that nature.
Well, alright. I just pull out the torch and ignite it, and I hold it up to Bruges.
What?
Are we not going in the cave?
Oh, yes.
Wait, we are? Why?
Fine by me.
Got a torch.
Yeah, I just said I handed you one.
So
Okay,
you're giving.
I light the torch.
You're giving the torch to Bruges.
Yep.
That means that just for my sake of understanding, what is everybody holding in their hands?
A great sword.
And a great sword for Altrea. We got dancing lights from somebody here.
I am holding.
Four
I'm holding
torch-sized
spotlight.
little lights.
Well, let's just be sure anyways.
I'm still gonna have a torch up. I have a torch and my shield.
Sounds good.
I'll just hold the battle axe.
You're gonna
You
put
can
your
use
shield
trunk,
away.
can't you?
Or I'll hang on to both.
So you're gonna
Both
keep
the
your shield
axe
and
and
your
shield.
axe.
Yes.
All right.
You can hold it with your trunk, can't you, Bruce?
Let's see here.
He could hold the torch probably in his trunk. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have my mace out.
Sounds good.
There you go.
To do and how big is the light radius? So it's dim light for 10-foot radius
For a torch or
for dancing lights.
Let me find out.
just for your reference, torch is 2040.
It's got a range of 120 feet from me.
Each shed a dim light of 10-foot radius.
Yeah.
But they must be within 20 feet of each other. Sounds
And
about fair.
torches are 2040.
20 feet of each other, and I can move them up per.
So where
Are
do
you putting a
position-
ball
where
of
do you
light above
position
each head?
these lights then around you?
Very close.
Very close to you?
During the
Yes.
front one, the back, probably.
Fair
Pretty
enough.
much.
I'll say that you surround yourself with the globules of light. As that would probably be the most sensible thing.
Mhm.
Now, let's get the music set up here. Not the right song. There we go. You surround yourself within the dancing lights around you, the 4 lights as they solidify around the ferry, and you enter down into the cave with Bruges. Are you leading this one with your torch?
I'm right behind Altrea.
Behind Altrea, and
Actually, can I cast something, Gavin?
Sure.
I'll keep Shield of Faith on me. It'll last for 10 minutes.
fair enough. Go for that.
That's +2 to AC.
What is the order you guys are heading down inside?
Me in the front?
Altrea, myself, and Regrick. I'm assuming the
Yeah.
Fae is above the dwarf.
Sounds good.
Is that
I mean, I'm
Definitely
pretty sure.
staying, like-
I'm pretty sure Bruges can just be like right in the back and still cover everyone. So
Yeah, you guys are all close enough there.
Yeah.
I just need to know
Yeah.
basically, like, in a straight line, what the order is, just for my sake. As you head down inside,
it'll be Altrea, Regrick, and myself.
okay, sounds good. Half taking notes about this stuff.
I think that'll be the order we're going in. So
Sounds good. Cool. As you head down into the dingy grotto, you find that the slope actually kind of begins to like increment further down, similar to how you guys have been descending the mountainside. This one just going down deeper into the mountain in front of you. As you do so, the ground beneath you, as sort of like the soft silt, kind of like from left over from the craggled rock around here that's sort of layered on top of the old stone, begins to feel a little bit softer and squishes slightly underneath your feet. The torchlight adding a little bit more than the dancing lights around for the most part to illuminate your way forward, and Hagrid, having no problem at all being able to see within the darkness, kind of just keeps an eye out for everybody as they continue along their way. As you continue on your way down there, as the darkness begins to fold in around you, you lose sight of the sunlight coming in through the back end entrance as you make your way down through narrow, passing, twisting corridors and such like that. You begin to see a faint glow in the distance, sort of nestled in amongst a narrow passageway, which is basically wide enough for you all to stand shoulder to shoulder, but if only if you were completely next to each other, so you comfortably go ahead, sort of staggered slightly from each other as you do so. As you approach the light that you see there, it's sort of like a dull, barely illuminating kind of purple light. What do you do?
How far is this light again?
For right now, where you guys are standing, it's about like a little over 60 feet away from you, so it's like incredibly hard to tell what it is. You sort of see like a speckling of purple light. It's super dim and it barely illuminates anything out there. You can just see like the discernation of its color and the fact that it is there, but it doesn't illuminate anything else around it.
Can you make a line of the lights going downwards?
All right.
I mean, you still have your own light on yourself.
That's not enough.
I also have a torch.
Yeah.
You're fine.
All right, I'll go ahead and extend the light down there.
So you all sort of like clasp them together as first sort of floats over top of Altrea's shoulder, keeping herself close to the torchlight illuminated by Bruges. She sends the lights down in sort of like a straight line as far as the extent of the spell can really go. And you sort of continue to walk cautiously forward. And as you begin to get closer towards the colored lights, you then suddenly hear this loud, piercing squeal echo from that direction. You see a slight movement within the darkness before you hear another sound accommodated through the high-pitched squealing. It is the fluttering of wings and the chirping of bats. You see, momentarily, as the swarm densely packs in around the dancing lights that's there, it almost turns solidly black. And then you start to see it rush in and get larger as it comes towards you.
Should we kill the lights temporarily?
No.
What's around us right now, Gavin?
Darkness.
We don't see walls or anything?
There are walls nearby you.
Screw it. We're gonna need to light up again anyways. Alright.
Sounds good. I have to do something now. Really quickly. Don't let the music fool you. Everything's fine.
I'll just tell for while they're not gonna leave us alone anyways, bring all the lights back, put it around us.
I need to just do this really quickly here because this is slightly changed as circumstances are going to start.
It's like we did something you didn't expect.
That always happens. I mean, unfortunately. But I mean, like, it's more the fact that I don't know why you guys decided, like, hey, we're gonna, like, start the lights, and then you decided to, you know, not put them out. So that's fine, that's your choice. As, you guys end up facing down as the swarm of bats, a dense swarm of bats, big enough that it takes up the entirety of the cavernway heading forward, begins to rush its way in towards you, and as they seem to antagonize upon the light that you have remained around your bodies, sightens you as the source of their disturbance, despite the fact that the squealing does not seem to approach itself any way closer towards you. You move in towards a little bit for the swarm trying to pierce your way through it before they curl in around you, and you are unable to press past them.
Great. And I didn't bother. Wait, do you mean like kill dancing lights?
Well, basically, the fact that only thing I was expecting was that if you guys were going to trigger this with a source of light, I was expecting you guys to get rid of the source of light. But no, you did it, so good job. Anyway, this is where you are now.
Well, we're gonna need to light up again anyways. What are the odds that they're gonna leave us alone?
They're bats. Anyway.
So,
That means very little to me, and no, I'm not not killing my lights. No.
I would have grabbed you and shoved you in a bag, and so it'll be dark anyways.
That's okay.
Initiative roll.
Mr. Initiative, you may roll.
Yeah. No.
Wow. Well,
Happy
you
to
almost did it. Good job. There you go. So as the swarm of bats ends up rushing in towards you, it collapses in around everybody. As it all begins to flutter around there, as you just hear Fur kind of like scream silently to herself as she just is surrounded by creatures that are basically her size.
This is fine.
This is very fine. As the bats end up marking you with their teeth as they sink them into you.
No.
And let's see here. Is the AC on everybody here? Alright, fine. As the only person that actually takes any damage from this is Bruges. As Bruges, as they come in around your torch, they seem to knack in against your hands, trying to bite it out of your hands right there. You just sort of swat them away really briefly. You take 6 damage to the bats as they knacker in against you. The rest of you are able to ping them off of your armor and thrash about to keep them at bay. It is your turn now.
Well, I don't think there's really much to do except try and kill them.
You said I took 6?
Bolt.
Oh my fucking god. Fur just immediately channeling power into her hands and begins to throw explosive bolts in against the swarm on top of her as she fires one bolt that cracks into the wall through the swarm as he then takes the next one and fires and as it explodes in amongst the horde of the bats as you hear them all chirp and squeal in pain as you've dealt 7 damage to that swarm. Who's
All right.
next?
I'll take a swing.
Trey with your great sword takes a swing at the swarm of bats going around here, trying your best to take as many out in one swing as possible. To do so, you end up cleaving through a number of them, dealing 5 damage to them.
Oh. And bonus action stance, whatever.
And as that happens, there, you sort of just take a defensive stance with your arms pinned to try and keep them at bay, with the sword poised to try and keep a number of them away from you. Bruiser Redrick, or Regray. I will always make that mistake tonight. With the swing of his battle axe, Regrick is able to cleave like 11 amounts of bats out of the air as he deals 4 damage to the swarm around him. You just hear this angry Dorks going like "Rah!" as he's swinging about wildly, trying to keep the bats away from him.
Wait, did you not add the health that I gave you?
Oh yeah, Regrick, you're back up at full HP from Altrea's healing.
Oh, I
It was
forgot.
11.
No worries.
And I'm going to cast Sacred Flame.
Your shield in hand, you sort of just ping it back out around you as the holy dulcet tones of your god channel through your shields. An explosive holy fire just ignites the swarm all around you. As they take full damage to that. Well, not full, they just take the damage at all. As an explosive radiant magic is able to tear through a number of bats, dealing 8 damage to the swarm. It is their turn to continue to nick away at you. Fur really doesn't want to get hit by bats as they roll a 1. The swarm ends up going in around you, just pinging further off of all of your armaments, unable to pierce through your defenses. It is your turn again. Every single one missed. Continuing to fire off radiant sunbolts into the swarm around her. Fur is able to deal... Let's see here, that is 11 damage to that swarm, which almost entirely disintegrates the bats around her. She just immediately deeps and dives and spastically around it. My god, you went for fucking 4?
I blew a key point for that.
Oh my god. You fire off one in a sheer panic that just fires off, and you almost hit Altria in the back of the head as it explodes against the wall before you just do one colossal burst around you, which takes the remaining bat swarm out from around you, freeing you from their hold around you. As for Altria, you take the greatsword as you go again to cleave through more of the bats around you, dealing 4 damage to the swarm on you.
Right.
Bruges and Regrick. There's a sacred flame coming up from Bruges as he raises his shield once more and continues to fire down to the volley of the swarm upon him, trying his best not to singe himself within the blaze, as you deal an additional 7 radiant damage to them as the swarm is beginning to falter around you. Regrick, with his axe again, cleaves heavily through the number of bats, delivering another 4 damage to them in kind, before the bats get another one of their turns, as they again, the remaining swarms begin to try their best to fight in around the people that are left on them. Oh, there's one. As Regrick, you are crit by the bats as they get in on your face and start biting at your nose.
Ouch.
As you take 9 damage to the bats as they get in on your face and eyes. You just hear the dwarf go like, ah, 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 as he just swats them off their face afterwards. It is your turn again.
Hey, guess what I'm gonna do?
Great sword.
Great sword.
Smile. You don't technically need to move. You want to punch a bat swarm, technically, for...
More of these.
Oh my god. With a swing of Altrea's greatsword, Altrea cleaves once more again through the bat swarm, bringing it down almost into its about half its number before Fur just fires again explosive bolts of energy into the crowd around Altrea, trying carefully not to hit her friend, as you are able to finish off the swarm by exploding it around them, freeing Altrea from the bats around.
Alright.
Bruges and Redrick. Let's see here. Bruges, you explode another bolt around them. That time, you miss the swarm as it slams into the wall.
Oh, okay.
And Regrick, you take another swing at this one, just filled with another bit of dwarven fury. Whoops. Hold on a second here. That's the only way I can overlay these properly to show that they're on your space. As you're able to deal 3 damage to the swarm upon you, bringing it down to half its number now. As you just sort of call out at them and go like, "Is this all you have?" The bats, upon the remainder of the party, try their best and are unable to pierce your defenses. It's your turn again.
Alright. I can hit this crowd, right?
You can attack that cloud. Yeah, it's on top of Bruges.
Okay. Yeah.
Carefully trying to avoid your elephantine friend as much as it is trying to avoid hitting the side of a barn. You're able to cleave through a number of bats around him, and with that, the remainder of the bats of the swarm, in few as their numbers, flee into the darkness, leaving him free. You then have what is left of just the dwarf and his problems. Bruges and Fur, you may also have your turn, as long with Regrick.
Can I just point out how fast he's ping now?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they made improvements to the performance of the servers and the maps in general. So
Yep.
in a recent update, which has been really nice.
Nah. Yeah.
Trying to free their dwarven friend from the grips of combat, and oh my god, okay, let's see how this goes down. Bruges fires off another blast of Sacred Flame, trying carefully not to hurt him too much if he ends up hitting his friend, as it sears past, just trimming his beard with Holy Flame, as the bats are missed within this within the light. That said, Fur fires off a couple more of her own, which end up dealing an additional 9, bringing the bat swarm down sizably, enough for Redrick to be able to just take the last of the bats that are there, fluttering and saying, as he just rings out with his bare hand and grabs one of them and then bites its head off fiercely in a barbaric fury, as he then takes off the last of the bats. And with that,
Go Ozzy.
there is no longer any bats bothering you.
Alright, everyone good?
Yes.
Alright. Also,
Never felt better.
was biting their head off necessary?
Well, that's me, but whatever.
They bit my nose.
He's Ozzy Osbourne. Come on.
Oh boy. Alright. Onward.
Onward and downward.
I mean, when I had fur like light up the path down to whatever that shiny thing is at the end, did I see anything in particular?
Now that you have pulled the lights in from that direction where the faint purple glow is, as well as taking care of the bats in the area, you've actually noticed that the sound of the ear-piercing screech from down the end of the cavern has faded. But as you approach once again, trying again to relight the area there, knowing no longer that there aren't going to be bats that come after you, so like the ear-piercing screech comes back again. That said, from the line of lights that you can actually see the source of where they're coming from. Nestled in amongst these purple lights that you're seeing is actually a nest of purple glowing fungi. And amongst them you can see larger fungi with a small nesting of tendrils coming out of their inner casings as they are shrieking in response to the light.
I guess I'll carefully approach.
The mushrooms do not appear to be causing you any kind of grief or problem, especially since you can keep yourself at a clear distance from them. That said, at the meantime, if you were to walk past them, you ain't going to be able to hear shit. That said, the way path ahead seems to fade back into darkness, probably leading to the fact that there are no more of these fungi on the way there.
I wonder if the enchanter knows about this. Or if he's interested in it even.
Could be.
How loud is it exactly?
How loud is it? It's like deafening.
Oh.
Can we go now?
It's really loud.
Is there nothing past them? Or
Just darkness.
Good.
You can't see clearly
Oh.
ahead.
how large is this badge?
You see 3 shriekers.
Oh boy. And they're responding to the light
They are responding to your presence and the light.
and the present. Bruce, can you burn them?
I can certainly try.
Alright, and I'll just take a step back a bit.
I'm going to attempt Sacred Flame on them.
Go ahead.
I would love to walk up and just chop them off, but
Ah!
Well, on the plus side, they're not able to move.
That is true. That said, you missed.
Nope, apparently I can't set these things on fire.
You know what? Just going to keep throwing these at it. Just like, can we please leave?
As you throw a volley over and over, I won't make you roll every time. As you throw a volley at the mushrooms over and over again, just pelting them away and such like that, you're able to make them cease their crying eventually, as you're able to pummel them down into just a molded mess of immovable fungi.
well, alright.
With that, you can hear a ringing in your ears slightly afterwards, and a very, annoyed fairy.
Tinnitus incoming.
I'm gonna take off my helmet for a second. And throw it back on and then just
Well,
probably trampling them a little just to be sure.
you guys are going to continue on your way?
With the fungi dead, are they still glowing?
The Shriekers are the only ones that you guys actually killed. The remainder of the mushrooms around there,
Okay.
though they look similar to the Shriekers, are actually just smaller, normal mushrooms for the most part, though they are glowing, yes.
I wonder if they're
They don't
supposed to
shed
glow.
much light. They're only shedding about, 10 foot of dim light. It's similar to your dancing lights.
Do I know what these are?
Give me a nature check. Fuck. Oh my god! I was only gonna accept a nat 20! Why do I let you people roll for shit?
Because you never learn.
Not distracted anymore by the pierced shrieking that's going on, Burr, you go down closer towards the glowing fungi, of which that you briefly thought that you recognized from the Feywild, though then you realized later that no, this is not from the Feywild. Though you are right, this is not native to the plane, the material plane, or the mortal plane that you are within. These are fungi from another realm. But give me a history check and see if you can remember which one. Get another nat 20, fucking dare you.
Nope.
You know that these are fungi growing and seeded here from another plane of existence. You know that full well. You know they are not part of the Feywild. You know they are not part of the plane, the mortal plane that you're currently in.
Do let us know.
So, I don't know where these came from, but they're not from around here. Like, at all. They're not even from back home.
I'm going to collect some.
Collect some of the shrooms. You may.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
No
too,
roll
so-
required. You want to collect a handful of fluorescent mushroom.
Just touch it with your hands.
They are safe to touch, thankfully, as you discover that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I was going to use one of the rags from my...
Shrug.
But-
You did it safely either way.
Okay. So,
You may put that in your inventory. No, wait.
Alright. Pressing forward.
Alright. As you press forward, you lead yourself into the more darker end of the cavern again as the mushrooms behind you are left behind. The slope begins to increase a little bit this way, as well as you can actually hear tricklings of water through the cave walls around you, along with some of the stonework beneath your feet is starting to get more exposed from the incline. That said, for those of you who are not bound by the flightless wings of the Fae, you begin to realize, especially Regrick, you can see there is the slope not only gets like progressively really downwards and steep on the way ahead, you can see that there is a sheer drop at the end of it.
Guys, we might not want to go too far. I see a drop ahead.
How far away is it?
It's around a little over 60 feet. At this point, you guys are pretty much on like a wet sort of 30-35 degree angle.
Oh boy.
Right now,
there
your
nothing
footing
else
is
around?
good, so you're not worrying about slipping.
Oh.
That said, it gets steeper as you get closer to the edge.
How far can we possibly go without risking slipping too much?
About halfway there. Put you
Alright.
within 30-40 feet of the hole.
Is there nothing else around?
No other way forward.
Alright. Everyone's willing to go a little bit further, right?
yes.
No.
You're flying!
Flying!
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't want to be here.
It's dark, it's scary, I'm very small.
Alright, well... Once we get around there, I'm gonna plant a javelin and tie some rope around it.
Ah, smart way to do it.
Yeah. And I'll ask, Bruges and, Regrick to, like, hold down the javelin just to make sure it doesn't just, like, ping off.
Smart way
And
of
the
doing
rope.
it.
Yeah.
So as you secure
Okay.
yourself a bit of your hempen rope on the hilt of your javelin, you jam it into the ground about partway down through there, as you tie the remainder of it around your waist and begin to rappel your way back down there, with Bruges and Redrick holding firm to the hilt of the spear or the javelin to make sure that it stays there in place. Fur, do you go down with?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna ask Fur to, like, be somewhat close to me so she can keep light.
Fair enough.
I will reluctantly follow.
You extend the lights out a little bit wider around the cave walls to try and give as much light as possible for Altrea. Altrea, you descend down safely towards the edge of the hole before you realize that you can go a little bit down further over the edge of the hole as it actually begins to drop off a little bit. But as you do so, as you begin to rappel like straight down through the hole, you reach the end of your 50-foot rope and you're not at the bottom of the hole yet. That said, As you extend the lights down a little bit further, you can see the bottom of the hole. It's about a little bit 40 feet further down beneath you.
Oh boy.
At the bottom of the pit, you can see sharpened rocks, and amongst a small myriad of bones and darkened soil.
I'm gonna tug at the rope to get me back up.
The rest of you decide to give me an athletics check to pull them up. Since you are helping, you may both take with advantage.
Please don't drop me.
We get
You said
can we get
athletics,
4
right?
nat 1s? That'd be amazing.
Can we get 100 likes?
Advantage. But
It's high enough, don't worry about it.
yeah.
With helping each other, the Stardy Dwarf and Luxodon are able to pull you back up the means of the distance that you've gone, and you're able to return to the party, her in tow as well.
Well, it's certainly a deep drop. Looks like there's spikes down there.
That said, there are areas to stand at the bottom, and you can't tell if there's still a ways to go further on.
I figured as much. Can we get any closer and plant the javelin?
Yeah, you also have more rope, don't you?
I believe we do.
I've got some rope.
Another 50 feet of hemp rope will give you more than enough rope to make it all the way there.
Alright. Let's just extend the rope and push me back down then.
You
Oh wait, correction. I don't have rope.
Oh.
Somebody has it, right?
Not me.
I'll check.
I'm
Yeah,
900% certain Regrick has rope.
No, I get a priest pack.
Oh, that's right, you did. And Solar got 5 gold.
Pretty sure regular can export.
Actually, I managed to get a little bit more than that because of my background.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, I do have rope.
There you go. There's the other 50 feet of rope you need.
Alright.
So you extend the rope, tying the two of them together to make it a little bit further of a reach for Altrey to make it all the way down there. For you again join her on the way there as the Loxodon and the Dwarf also do their part. You are able to safely step down between the sharpened rocks and make your way to the bottom of the pit. You untie yourself and tug to let everybody know that you've safely descended, as Fur once again returns back up to basically coax people down with her lights. Who's going next?
Hold up. Can I just pull up my own torch down here and just kind of scan it? The
Yeah,
area?
you can. I'll get to you in a moment.
The dwarf can go first.
Although I'm
Alright.
terrified to know how a log's not going to get down there.
Alright, so holding onto the shaft of the javelin carefully, Regrick, you are able to, with your bare hands and the sheer might of your dwarven power, able to get yourself down the slope safely. As you propel yourself over the edge, it's a little awkward for you to shimmy your way around in your small stature, but your beefy, burly hands enough to hold tight to the rope, and with the Loxodon hold you steady at the top, you're able to make yourself plop down next to Altrea as she lights a torch for herself. You return back up to Bruges. Bruges, you are now the only one at the top holding this spear steady.
Yep. Are there any stalagmites or stalactites to tie this around?
You can find some rock formations around you, yes.
Okay. I'll tie it off instead of using just the javelin in the ground.
Smart boy. You reach up, and suddenly the stalactites are roper, and it kills you. Anyway, you tie the rope securely up around that hanging stalactite, because there are no mites around you as well. And it gives you a little bit of a higher grip for your tall stature to be able to try and rappel down there. You're able to get down
and
the
I
slope
make the attempt.
make down the slope relatively safely, and then you get over top of the lip of the edge where you have to go over top of that. Your large stature and size and weight, kind of straining your arms a little as you do so, but this smithing background that you have as you roughed up your callus as well to be able to hold firm to it, as Fur is cautiously keeping an eye on you and the rope as it goes over the edge. As you get about halfway down the fall, which is about 40-45 feet down there, Fur, give me a perception check.
Okay. That has been all night sevens.
It's been pretty bad. What's your passive?
Passive is 14.
Okay.
I rolled a 3
Because
there.
I always keep remembering you can't roll lower than perception for some reason. You hear the fraying of rope.
Huh?
You look back up at the edge of the corner of the hole, and you can see it's cutting through the rope a little bit.
Can I do anything about it?
It doesn't look like it's going to break, but it's weakening.
Kind of gonna poke Atreya's shoulder and be like, Atreya, I don't think that rope's gonna hold.
How far up is Bruce by now?
By now, he's around 40, 35 feet on the way down. He hasn't noticed. Or maybe he has noticed, and he's hoping nobody else notices because he's self-conscious about his size.
Wait, how much of a landing zone is there down here?
If you step maybe like a good step back, he would probably crater in front of you.
Like, there's no spikes or anything, right?
Oh, there's spikes where you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, like, how plentiful is there in this particular spot that we're going down?
It wouldn't kill him, but it would really hurt.
Bruges might want to descend a little faster.
Bruges descends a bit faster.
Just sort of like slips his rope a little bit, and you just hear him just go like, ow, 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 as he slides back down there as he gets to the very bottom, and he sort of just like half stumbles onto his back afterwards. And the rope does maintain its strength as you just fall back down in there. You sort of go like, with your trunk on your hands, you get rid of the rope burn on them. But you do make it down safely, and the rope is still standing.
Alright. Well...
As you ignite that torch, which Altreya has, I will assume because of the time passage and the fact that you lit a new torch, that basically it's either passed on the torch or there's no reason to have both torches lit, right?
Oh no, I thought I was just gonna look around myself. But
oh right, Bruce, you technically have it in your nose the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
All right, I'll note that you both have torches out right now, though Altreya's will last longer.
I mean, it lasts an hour, so we still.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You guys haven't been there a full hour yet.
Yeah.
As you inspect the cavern area around you, which is very well lit, like extensively well lit. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's 2 torches and dancing lights everywhere. You see that there are the small bones of what you can assume to be... They're not human. They're too small to be human. They're probably animals littering around the place, sort of like half jumped around inside the sharpened rocks. That said, you do find a human skeleton there. It seems to be it's a mixture of things that happen down here. The ground down beneath you is still moist and wet, as you can actually hear the subtle drippings of the cave walls around you sort of cascading down from the cave water. And it's moist, but that said, you see in one part sort of like slightly foul-smelling area, and it's a bit of darkened earth. And it sort of just pools around in one general area, and then you can actually see marks in the ground, sort of like a series of very thin lines, sort of drag marks, kind of like almost like claws, but they're not. Pulling away, taking some of the darkened earth with it, and it's actually leading a little bit further on into a sizably larger cavern.
Can I determine what caused the death of the body that we found down here?
There's a number of bodies down there, but you can give me a sort of medicine check.
And I'll say I'm casting Divine Sense again.
As you cast Divine Sense to reach out around you, you once again do not feel the nature of the beings that you fear or hold aspiration for. And Bruges, as you inspect the bones around here, you actually see that a number of them have been broken, from what you can tell. The other thing you notice is that most of them are picked clean of flesh. And you also can discern from the darker stains in the earth that those are old, dried, and slightly like rotted blood stains. Kind of preserved, like made viscous still from the cave water. That said, a couple of the bones that you do find are broken in a way that seems like they were broken by something. It could have been the rocks, or it could have been by a creature, neither of which you are certainly discernible of. One thing that does catch your attention, though, is that you look inside the human skull that you found there, and the back side of it has actually been broken in, while the rest of the skull is maintained almost pristinely. And you can actually see the scrapings of the inside of the skull as if whatever broke open its head also pulled out its brain.
Delicious.
That's not funny.
It's okay. It's okay, Fur. Your brain is quite small. Nobody would want it.
That's also
It
not
seems like he was hungry.
hungry for words.
No, hungry for worms. Shut up.
Shut up.
Either way, that's what you've been able to discern from here.
I make that known to the group.
You know, the talk earlier we were going on about earlier Bruges is kind of like just like making me uncomfortable now. In the other story.
But you do see a way forward, and you have a means back.
For them, maybe.
True.
Well, what we do know is that you're not going up first.
No. That was not the plan anyways.
Do you guys
We
continue
had-
forward?
Yep.
Sounds
All
good.
right.
We'll be taking a break soon, by the way. It will be a 10-minute break. As you continue on to the next chamber, it kind of narrows in a little bit. Still a wide enough entranceway for Bruges to get through comfortably, but then it widens out into sort of like a rounded, denned cavern. You can see stalagmites actually around the place, kind of preserving the structural integrity of this underground chamber. Though part of it you can actually see is exposed from the ruined stonework of the grotto itself from before it fell to complete ruin. You actually can see faint scribings on the walls around you. And beyond that, there's another amalgamate of bones and dried blood around the place. What you do notice is that there's actually a small piling of them, as if whatever had fallen down the cavern was pulled in, possibly, or maybe something just dragged it all the way through the cavern. But whatever it is, something obviously is moving some of these bodies around down here. That said, you don't see the source of anything there to be a concern, and you also do not see a way forward. And once again, you see within the ruins around you scribings of text.
There's carvings of what?
Text.
Oh. Can we read it?
What languages do you guys know?
Absolutely nothing.
You only know Common?
Yeah.
Ha! Altrey doesn't know it.
I know Sylvan and Elvish.
Alright.
Common, Loxodon, and
I know Regrig. You know Common, Dwarvish, and Deep Speech, right?
It's Orc.
Orc, right. Okay, never mind. You almost went Deep Speech, that was it. Fur, you inspect some of the text upon the walls around you, and being that you know Elvish and Sylvan, you recognize the text to be Elvish scripture, and you recognize the text to be an old form of Common. At the very least, you can read it. That's what it's there.
I can read this. Yay!
You sort of shine
Why is
one of
it
your
down
dancing
here?
lights up around it to get a better look at it, to be able to read it. Most of it's quite worn down from the passage of time. And the language it's using is really primitive in its structure, but it's complex in its vocabulary, as if to show further its age. It appears to be that the area that you guys are in, this ruined area here, was both a place of research, from what you can determine, as well as a hub for transportation, surprisingly. You read further onward, and you find that the research that was being done here was upon the arcane arts in some form, but you cannot discern the school magic that it focused upon. And as for the transportation that was done here, the only thing you can make out from it is that it too was derived from magical means of transportations. You see a number of locations listed amongst the selection of destinations available to people here. You recognize not a single one of them, as if they're all foreign on a planar level.
Fur's mind's just gonna kind of like not even know how to explain any of it. Just like, I could read this, but I have no idea what it says.
Okay, so it came to my attention that I'm supposed to know a second language, but I would say right now it wouldn't have mattered.
Smile.
It wouldn't have been any of those.
Well then,
From what you can at least understand from what you've read, is that this place was once a place of magic, and it seems to be that this was also a place of transporting yourself between other worlds. The best way I could describe it to you. Simpler words.
Wait, I just had a thought.
What's that?
What do these spikes look like? Are they just made out of the earth?
They're made out of Doritos, so I'm sorry, what?
Are they just made out of the earth?
They're coming out of the earth and from the ceiling. They're just natural forming rock formations.
Okay.
Stalactites and stalagmites.
Happens with cave water.
Hey, I'm just making sure we're not standing inside a mimic.
I've not done the mimic room yet. I've done the door, I've done the fucking chest. Done it twice. I've done a chair, it was a friend. Someone sat on
I'm
it
going
once.
to investigate the body of bones. The pile of bones.
Sounds good. That'll need another
I'm-
medicine check from you.
Probably just going to. So this was used for some sort of magic. Yeah.
Surprising,
That-
to say the least, because this room doesn't seem to indicate that at all.
Just the sign.
Yeah,
or
well, the ruins talk about it being the case, but you're looking around, and not only is this a dead end, this is also doesn't have anything magical in it. At least that you can tell. Bruges, you go up to the bodies that are there around it. You start to find actual skulls of cow and sheep, amongst other farm animals that are there, horses. There's a dog, and amongst all these bones, you also find a couple of other human bodies and remains there. That said, more human skulls than you remember hearing were missing from the town, which raises a concern for you. The only consistent thing you're seeing amongst all the bones and such like that is that they are reminiscent of the bodies that you found in the previous room. Picked clean of flesh, back of the skull is broken open, shows scrapings on the inside of the skull to tear out the brain.
That's weird. I
That's
don't like that.
Wait, place of transport? Is there anything on the ground that
You can see that
Any
there
markings?
is a darkened stain of blood, still similar to the other room, that's sort of been trailed through with the scratch marks of trackings that you've seen before. They lead up to one of the cave walls and stop.
I go over to that wall then?
Okay. And you will...
Just kind of look at it for a second, I guess. See if there's anything that can move.
Sure, give me an investigation. A bomb goes off and you die. As you walk up and investigate the scratch marks as they lead up towards the limb of the wall there, you find that they sort of fade out from view. And as you get close enough to the wall there, even almost before you reach your hand out towards it, you can see the wall kind of like boil and shimmer a little bit, before then you waft your hand through it, and your hand just goes through the wall, as if it's not even there.
Found it.
What'd you find?
Illusory wall ahead.
Mm-hmm. I checked the ground to see if it's right there.
It is not, unless it's in a weird language in drag marks.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Bruges,
Yes.
as poking around through the bodies as you've done, you were able to find a few coins there. Find
A
yourself
few what?
a few coins.
Oh, okay.
Found some decent pocket change. Found like 19 silver, or 19 copper, and 7 silver. This, at the very least, it provides the fact that, yes, these people once came down here who had money in their pockets. Surprise, surprise.
Okie dokie then.
And with that, as you guys approach the illusory wall, shall you press through it?
Yes.
That sounds great. A great time for us to take a 10-minute break. How about that, guys? Smile.
Sure.
Okie dokie.
We will resume in about 10 minutes. I'll be muted on my end, such like that, but the stream will still keep going and everything like that. And you guys will be muted on the stream's end. So don't worry about it. I'll be back in 10 as I try to find if there's anything in my fucking apartment I can make for myself for dinner in 10 minutes. Smile. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay.
nom, so.
Food.
The break will be extended just a little bit longer while I just get some food shoved down my throat. For anybody watching, give me about an extra 5 minutes. I have returned.
Welcome back.
All right.
Oh, my stomach is like lightly expanded. It's fine. I'm not dead yet. But I'm very full. Which is a nice feeling to have, as it always is. So, how are you guys?
Pretty good.
We're good.
Is
Doing
Robin
pretty
dead?
good.
Oh, there he is. Everybody's back and ready to go?
Yep.
Yep.
I never left.
Robin?
Apparently not.
Hey, he's lighting up. I think it's just his microphone picking up something.
Uh,
Or that, or I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him either. So things.
Things. I will add him. Just give him.
Alright.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Smile. Good. We're
Was
all
I gone
back
for
here.
long?
We're all alive. We're not all dead yet.
Was I gone for too long?
No, you weren't. I
No.
just got back.
Oh,
Just trying to
okay.
figure out where you were. Well, now. As I pull open my notes here. You guys have passed into the dingy grotto and made your way past a rather lavish swarm of bats that just tickled Redgrit's face quite horribly as he just got eaten by bats for a moment. And you've been able to scale down a wall into a bit of a pit and continued on deeper into the cavern past several skeletons of bodies there behind. And through an illusory wall, strangely enough, being here. You continued on into the darkness lay beyond, and from there, you find that the stonework begins to become more present in the grotto that you're in, merging forth from the cave in there, and the slope that you've been taking all the way up to this point levels out to an even ground. You don't have to worry about slipping everywhere amongst the freshly moistened earth. That said, you hear a sound in the distance. No perception roll needed. It sounds like rushing water.
hey, water. How loud does that sound?
Like, pretty huge, actually. Say it sounds like a waterfall.
Huh.
You continue onwards. Shed the light as best as you can amongst your torches in the dancing light, and you come across additional stonework that leads to a large, expansive cavern. You can't see very clearly, as it's quite large for even the torches to cast upon, but you can clearly hear the sound of rushing water to your left-hand side. It is likely a waterfall. The cavern opens up quite spaciously around you. You don't see much anything in the darkness at all, but before you, you see a bridge, a ruined bridge made of stone. It's quite sizably wide to be able to comfortably cross together, and it spans the entire way into darkness.
Oh. So, does the bridge look sturdy?
Pardon?
Does the bridge look sturdy?
Yeah, very sturdy, in fact.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just make a perception check anyways to check for anything on it?
Yeah, for sure. From peering over the edge of the bridge, you cannot see the bottom of the chasm, so you wouldn't want to fall down there. At the very least, maybe you're lucky enough to fall into some rapids that would probably maybe save your life. I mean, you can tell looking at the bridge that you're there, you can see the support beams deep underneath of it and such like that. This is quite a sturdy stone bridge, and it is weathered quite well amongst everything else here in the cavern, even despite the rushing water beneath it. You see no structural unintegrities, I can't figure out the word in my head right now, issues with it. It's a little moist, maybe walk in the middle of the bridge in case you slip.
Alright. Onwards.
Does OSHA approve?
Oh shit, approves.
I was just like, oh god. You continue on your way across the bridge, and it is horribly sturdy. It would hold up like carriages, you would say, of like raw materials of like weighing over hundreds of pounds. It's a very well-made structure. And as you continue along the way there, it begins to connect with the other side of the cavern walls. This cavern is actually part of like an ingrained ruin into itself, which you can actually see a large structure kind of spiraling upwards, of which, if it had any kind of writing and sigils on it and stuff like that, it would have been worn down from time. But the structure in itself is like its bare basic components is actually held up quite well in itself, and you can see almost a perfectly decent square doorway, even large enough for Farouch to be able to fit through comfortably. It leads into another chamber deep inside, of which you do see the hint of familiar hint of the fluorescent mushrooms inside.
More. Is it glowing too?
It is glowing as well. That's why I say it's familiar.
Oh, okay.
Any screaming this time?
Well, you'd have to get closer to be able to figure that out.
Oh, joy.
Let's get closer.
Oh.
Hi ho, hi ho. It's off to work we go.
You continue into the ruins. Past some of the other blockaded gateways to your sides, which you look at it, you don't even want to think about digging up at that point. At least if we're going to, bring a pickaxe next time. But some of the rocks on the interior of the building have seemed to have broken through some of the ceiling passageways there, leaving cavernous holes leading up to other floors of the ruins. Though at least in the immediate section that you're in, you don't see any means of ascending those, maybe minus Fur with their flight. She stays down with the rest of you as you continue on forward into the main parts of this chamber. And within here, you can see nestled in amongst like damp corners of the room, glowing purple fungi. And amongst them, thankfully, you do not see any shrieking shrooms. At least nothing of that kind of size that would do that anyway. More curiously, in the centerpiece of the room, you see a stone archway, sort of half rubbled in ruin. It's got like decent sized pillars to each side, and sort of like maybe 3/4 of its archway intact and such like that. What catches your attention, though, is the lead up towards it within the midst of the room, and the sigils of power and magic ingrained on each side of it.
Sigils of power, you say?
At least arcane ones.
Gotta go mess with the things.
You gonna go up to them?
Yes. I am curious.
You're welcome to be curious, that's fine. Surround yourself with your lights as you fly up ahead of the group towards one of the pillars to one side. You're going to take a better look in at the sigils on each one. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
You recognize the sigils to be of magical nature. The exact school is sort of muddled in your head. The markings indicate an imbuement of power within the structure. And from what you discern from what you read earlier, you can imagine that this was a gateway to another world. Perhaps when it was actually functional. In terms of its understanding of how it works, you have no knowledge of that. What about the rest of you?
What else is in the room again? Can you describe?
It's got some purple glowing mushrooms in amongst there, but there's not enough light cast by them to be able to see the entirety of the room in full.
Sorry, can you shine a light around?
You also have a torch, remember, Altria.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, never mind.
I'm gonna look around the room.
Literally goes like, hey, can you shed that light around? Literally holding a torch.
I've got only holding one in a span of 15 minutes.
Smile. Where are you going to try and look? Just off the other sides of the room?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You walk past Fur to one of the back end corners of the room, trying to get a better look-see at everything that's in there. You find not much. Ruined rock, dank soil, and stone. As you walk, though, you hear the familiar crunching of some material at the bottom of your feet as you look down and you see fragments of bone at your feet. sort of look back around there at Bruges and Kine. As you look around, you start to see that, similarly to the rooms that you'd seen before, there's just the light flickering of bones and such like that everywhere. And Bruges, do you explore the room as well?
Yes.
You go off in the other direction from Altrea to one of the other corners there, and you can see quite clearly in some of the other rocked out outcroppings of the earth, just heaping piles of skeletons. Not all of them human, innately from its nature, but you're starting to get the feeling that something has been through here for some time. Redrick, where have you been in this room?
I don't know.
Do you want to follow anybody?
Follow Bruce.
Sounds good. As you follow beside Bruges, trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Because I can't do it properly. Cool, that's why everything wasn't working. You explore around the room, and the only thing that you do not find is a way forward.
Wait, what was that? My audio cut out again.
I said the only thing you do not see amongst all of this stuff as well is a way forward.
Is there another illusory wall?
You to check some of the walls?
Is there any particular, like, formation or placement of things that make it look like there's a wall?
To the side of the room where Bruges is, you can see that that part of the room is collapsing quite heavily from the cavern walls. The side that you're in has more of the integrity of the original structure around it.
Anything among the floors?
You look around amongst the floors, and coming in from the more entranceway, the central area nearby Fur in the front of the gateway is where you see most of the piles of loose rubble and bones there. And in the deep, dark corners, you can see some of the more densely packed areas of bone. Beyond that, the one thing you do notice is that there is those trails of blood leading into the room, but once they lead into the room, sort of like the middle area, they're gone again.
What does the middle of the room look like?
Just loose pile of bones upon cut stone floor.
Is it dense enough that I can't see underneath it?
No, it's a very loosely piled bits of bone and rubble there. It's also mostly fragments for the most part.
Is there anything on the ceiling?
That's a very good question to ask, actually. As you curiously look amongst the walls and the floor and such like that, you raise your head up to look at the ceiling, just in time for everything to go black.
Okay.
Fur, you watch over to your right-hand side as you watch as Altrea has something fall down the ceiling and slap on top of her face before everything goes black for you as well. And you start to panic. And then meanwhile, the rest of the Regrick and Bruges, you turn around to start to see as Altrea flails about with some sort of crazy creature engrossing her head. And then you see it fly down and encapsulate the entirety of Fur as well, as she's thrown to the floor as well. And then, just in time to watch as the same thing happens to Bruges, as this thing goes down on top of him. Regrick, you are the only one unmasked by these creatures, as they all have been attacked by dark mantles. Hey guys, have fun.
Oh boy.
It's like, hey, let's make Evan move us everywhere in this fucking room. That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. Here you go.
Deja vu.
I mean,
like
we've
this.
done this dark mantle before. Why can't we?
Yep. Although I wasn't one of them, I believe.
That got hit that time? No. You
Yeah.
weren't. Hey, let's get that initiative roll up.
Not much better.
Hee 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 hee. Let's see what I get. You got a 12?
Yep.
Hee hee hee.
Great.
This is probably fine. Don't even worry about it. Anyway, as is all said and done, the dark mantles upon you. Hold on, while I get rid of a couple things to clear up my side of things. Boop. Are like squid-like beings. Many rows of eyes. They also have a much amount of teeth inside of them.
Yep, that's apparent.
Yeah, this is as should be. Da-da-da. Oh boy, wow. Okay, well, Altrea, you
Aye.
begin to feel the crushing force of the creature's inner jaws begin to clamp down around you as you take 6 damage. And meanwhile, Fur
Okay.
and Bruges, you are critically hit as they begin to horribly break in on top of your heads and bodies.
Gavin, how does concentration work again? Because I am concentrating on Shield of Faith.
Constitution save. You did not take enough damage for it to be any more than 10.
Oh, okay.
You maintain concentration.
Yay.
Fur, you are crit by yours, as your entire body is being basically crushed in amongst yourself. You can see your hear like muffled screaming inside of it, as you take 12 damage. Give me a concentration. Give me a Constitution save. And no, you are not flying right now.
I'd be
I wouldn't
surprised
think
if
I
it
was.
Wow. The lights stay. Bruges,
Alright.
you are crit by yours as well, and you take 10 damage as the thing tries to clamp down on top of your head. That said, it is now your turn, the party.
I cast my torch aside, jam my sword into the ground. Can I just...
You guys can move the torch icons, by the way.
Okay, Can I,
Fine.
get this thing off me?
Yes, you can.
Athletics check?
Let me check. I will say athletics, yeah. It says strength check, but I'm not going to say that. Athletics is better. You are able to rip the thing off of your head and toss it aside.
Great.
As it sort of just flutters down there and as it sort of hovers in place and it sort of just
Is that-
squeals maddeningly towards you. That's your action.
Okay. Well, stance.
As you draw your weapon and take upon your stance, Altrea, that's your turn done. Burr.
Yep.
My god, your HP is low.
I rolled shit for my HP.
I know, I was like, wow!
You took the averages, didn't you? Isn't that why you...
Not average.
No.
No, well, everybody took averages for HP, yeah.
Did I?
Yeah, everybody.
Oh
did.
yeah. Yeah, it's because I just I'm used to having 2 in my con.
That's fine. These creatures, by the way, are small in size, so that doesn't mean that you get disadvantage in trying to get them off you. There's only one size larger than you.
Is that an action to try and get them off me?
It is, yeah. Keep in mind,
Nah.
with the fact that it is on top of your head, it is... What does it do to you?
Huh?
You cannot breathe and you're blinded.
Just rip out his organs.
Hmm.
Bruges, do you want to do?
I'm gonna tear this thing off of me as well.
Alright, go for it. Athletics check. You struggle greatly with it, and you're unable to tear it off. That said, if Redrick says he's going to help you with it, I will let you roll it again.
I got you. I'll help you.
So he grabs the thing and tries to pry it off as well. You get to roll again.
Roll what?
No,
Roll again.
Bruges will get to roll again to remove it. There you
Oh.
go. With the help of your dwarven friend, after he grabs the hilts of, or the top of the creature's head, he's able to pry the thing off and pull it off and toss it aside. Between the two of you.
I don't remember if these things were very weak or not.
I mean, they're probably strong when they're on your head.
I meant like their durability.
Ah, you're talking about how much damage they can take. Smile.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to say, like, maybe I can punch my way out?
You can start
I
to try.
might.
Oh, okay. That's what you're debating?
I'm debating it.
I mean,
I have a -1 in strength.
Oh, that's
I don't
why you're
think I
thinking
have-
you're not going to be able to get it off.
yeah, okay.
That's okay. You don't know the DC it takes to remove it.
Well, it's at the very least a 15.
At the very least, yeah. From what you've seen.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. 5 is too low.
Let's see. That's not gonna work. That might work.
The good thing is everybody
What?
else is A-okay.
Wonderful. This doesn't actually get any extra things. That's the max of that. You know what? We're just gonna attempt to slam this thing.
You gonna attack it?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's do. Normal attack rolls. If you were gonna do that.
Okay. We will do 1 punch. And
Pixie Pounce. So with one fist with glowing rays sort of like uppercut into the creature's body as it just sort of like shockwaves through into it. As you're able to deal 6 damage to it. But the radiant flare that sort of goes off inside of the creature's mouth within you doesn't seem to affect it. It sort of bulges away from it.
Hadouken.
Hadouken! That's all fine. Anyway,
We're going to.
bonus action.
Yeah.
I don't
want to die.
I want to live, said that small fay.
Never mind. Can't do that.
Alright, that's it, your turn?
Yeah.
Let's get you out of the way then.
Help!
Faye. Or Fur. Sorry. Faye's dead. Wait, no, Faye's the other one. Never mind.
What?
That's
What?
my girlfriend's other character is Faye. Smile.
Oh.
The creature clamps down around you, dealing an additional 6 damage to you.
God.
How low are you now?
That low.
Oh.
You're literally on 1!
Okay.
And I guess I'll do that. Nope, those lights are gone.
Yep, they are most certainly gone as the lights begin to fail around you. This is the best turn you've ever had. Meanwhile, the Dark Mantle upon Altrea begins to try and figure out a way to get itself back on top of her as it sort of like lashes out towards her, but she is able to parry it away. It's fine, it didn't roll very well. And then there's the Dark Mantle that is currently situated between Regrick and Bruges. Seeing that it was originally attacking Bruges, it will try and attack him again. And it is unable to reach out and get to him in time as he pulls back away from it. It is now the party's turn again. Oh, speaking of which, as you've thrown the torch on the ground, which is also damp,
Oh, okay.
the torch is starting to dim.
Great.
You can still see them, but it will not last. It may go out next round.
Okay. Well, let's try and get this thing off you, anyways.
All right, opportunity attack then.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite sad, actually.
Oh.
It missed. It's fine. I had to
Well,
just check
there's
its
me.
I just had to check its modifier really quickly, and I was like, wait, hold on. And also, no, you wouldn't actually be able to stop it even if it did that. It's automatic if it hits you.
No, I'm pulling the thing off of fur.
Oh, off of her? Well, fuck. Okay. As you're able to just grab it and you just like tear it off, you see the fairy just literally spiral through the air and fall like almost unconscious to the floor as you just slam the creature to the ground beside her.
Run.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and fly up. So
On your turn,
I'm
you're just gonna fly away.
I'm going to fly over here. And
Oh my god, I almost got you with that opportunity attack. I was one off. That is so sad. And you just start firing a volley of Hadokens its way. As you're able to deal, let's see here. You're able to deal the full damage to it of 12 damage. You just slam it with a couple of things. It starts to squeal violently as its body begins to burn and disintegrate. Bruges, Regrick, what are you doing? You have one sad motherfucker right there.
I'm ignoring the motherfucker
I'm going to attack it.
and healing the hurt.
My god, am I going to get one of these opportunity attacks to land? No, apparently not.
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on the hurt-looking...
I was about to say, like, looking at the battle axe, I'm like,
I'm going to deal 3 damage, killing Fur. That's 5 HP to Fur. Just bringing you back off of death's door, basically. And then Regrick, seeing the squid in front of him, just goes, "Nyah!" as he brings his axe around, and he actually slams it, cutting across its body, dealing 3 damage to the creature. It seems to hold well for its wares. And...
feels more like you just hit it with the side of the axe, so it's the blunt end.
just then spins the creature in place, kind of thing. It is now their turn.
Okay.
Alright, so one of them comes in on Atreya and tries to get on top of her, and it doesn't work. The other one the other one, basically the one you threw on the ground, is so stunned it rolls a nat 1 and doesn't even want to try. And then with Regrick, the one that's coming on you, that one is able to latchfully force itself upon you as it then deals 9 damage to you. Wow. And you are now blinded as the thing has engulfed your face.
Send help.
Smile.
Send help.
You can get it off yourself too, but don't worry. Either way, is your turn again, party?
This one got hit twice, right?
Yes.
I'm stabbing that one.
Technically 3 times.
With that, you bring your sword and you just sort of like thrust it forward as you just impale the thing all the way on the tip of your greatsword as you lift it right above your head and with a big swing, slam down its corpse upon the floor, and it is dead. Oh, by the way, your torch is now extinguished.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're in dim light.
Yeah, I'll just turn back the other one and have that stand up.
That's fine. And rest of the party.
Although, question, Gavin, how many minutes have passed?
Hmm?
How many minutes have passed?
How many minutes have passed? Not even a minute yet. It's only been like 12, 18 seconds.
No, I mean, since we entered the cave.
Oh, since you guys entered the cave?
Mhm.
It has been the bettermost part of about half an hour at least.
Okay, I shouldn't have this on then.
So,
Shouldn't have 19 AC.
okay. Well, whatever. There you
Yeah.
go. It's fine. I haven't been rolling well enough to hit you anyway.
I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on Regrick.
You're just trying to blow the thing off his head? Oh, God. Let's see what we got here. You take a shot out towards him as Regrick is flailing around trying to get the thing off of his face. You miss as it explodes into the background.
I'm gonna try and kick it.
Redrick, you can either attack it or you could just use your athletics on this turn to rip it off your face.
Okay, I think I'll use athletic.
Alright. You tug with all your might, and the thing is just barely holding latch to your face.
move right here.
I go into a rage, Kappa.
You technically could, because it's a bonus action to overage, but yeah.
I'm gonna kick it. I'm gonna fail kick it.
You're gonna rush in and try and take a sweeping kick towards it as you bounce off of it.
And I'm gonna try again.
That one, you definitely land a solid kick to the thing as you're able to just smack it real hard in the side of its multi-sided face, doing 5 damage to it. The thing looks less good for wear now.
Apparently, according to Solar, the harder you click your mouse, the more damage you're gonna get.
It's just like it's fucking like doing anything in like JoJo. It's just like the louder you yell, the more powerful your senpai. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see here. Who's got a turn left? No one?
No one.
No, he used Sacred Flame. Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the enemy's turn. As this one comes in on you. Wow, I can't, even with advantage, because it's dark over there, I can't get you. That said, you do the one that's attached to, well, never mind. Apparently the one's attached to Regrick. It tries to clamp down on him, but he's just going like, "Nyah!" as he's pulling it away just enough that it can't reach him, apparently with its jaws, and is unable to do anything about it. That said, you guys begin to hear a large, high-pitched squealing in the upper floors above you as you hear that something else has been drawn to your attention, and it seems to be closing in on your position. Be forewarned. It's your turn.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Do I have disadvantage on this or anything?
You do, because it's dim lighting.
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
You gonna
No,
move
that's
over
not
slightly? The creature is not in the bright lighting, but you are. I will... okay, fine, that's enough.
Okay.
That's
So
enough.
Fur,
Fur also
have some
sure.
light?
Fur also has...
Altrea has some light, and then the dwarf just has dark vision.
Yeah, he's fine.
So-
He's in dark vision.
Alright. Take a swing again.
He's also blinded right now, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
You
he
take
still
a
needs
swing
to-
as you're able to slash through the creature's body as it squeals, taking 6 damage. Maintaining your defensive position. Alright. Rouge, which one are you aiming for? You can ping by clicking
one.
holding. There you go.
I know.
I take a roll. Am I going to fail this time? Apparently yes, by fucking 2. As you fire up one enough into its general direction as it explodes, leaving a glowing radiance in its wake as the creature flails about, barely holding to its form. Regrick and Fur, you still have something attached to your face, Regrick.
Yes.
You want to get it up, or you just want to smack it?
Do smack it.
Alright, so he dings the axe up and he goes to swing at his own face, so this is smart. letting the thing attach back to his head, he takes a swing. Oh my god! Roll a d20, you motherfucker! This is the equivalent of stabbing yourself through a helmet with a knife, and the knife stops like an inch before your head. Oh my god. No, you only attack once. Roll a d20 again.
Oh, wait. Oh.
And don't even worry about it. You didn't even get advantage on the fucking thing.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Slash R 1d20.
Yeah, just roll d20 like normal again.
Oh, right.
This is to determine your special effect.
9.
It is a normal crit you have scored, so you just take the full damage value of what you have dealt, which is 8 damage to the creature. As you take the battle axe, you just go like, "Nyah!" and you swing it at your own face, which Fur is like, as he watches him just like slam it into the creature, and he seems fine with it. At least the creature is less fine with it, as it is barely holding to life right now.
Wait a minute. Mine says roll the damage twice.
That's the damage value twice. That is what a normal crit is. You roll the damage value twice.
Oh, so it's just
That's why I
roll.
meant half the sheet is like you hit normally, which is really, really
Okay.
shitty. Anyway, that's to explain that. Fur, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna kick it one more time. I'm gonna miss terribly, and then I'm gonna
tell
turn
you that
around.
missed.
Then I'm gonna turn around, and I'm gonna bolt the other one, and totally
Fire-
miss that one too.
Actually, you don't.
Oh, really?
That one you
Cool.
hit.
So
As you
he
you
takes-
take a roundhouse kick towards it, trying carefully to not hit the dwarf with an axe almost in his face, and then before that you then spiral, you turn back around, fire off a bolt into the distance, which, oh well, that's a shame. This one explodes. As you see, just go pop into existence as viscera goes everywhere.
Somebody in the background just like, kill Stealer!
I'm just thinking confetti. Yay!
I'm just gonna like cover myself with a cape to make sure none of it actually gets on the armor.
The Dark Mantle still attached to Hadric, attempts to bite down him again within his last vestiges of life, and it can't. Just his head is too thick as it tries to clamp down around him, and he's just like, I can take you, kind of thing. It is manly
Like
voice.
Chihuahua.
That said, the skrilleling that you heard earlier begins to draw near. Before Bruges, you turn back around to see the ceiling before you see a horrible creature rush down towards you.
Awesome.
You can't actually fully understand it at first when it comes towards you from the depths of the darkness around you, as you see a mass with tentacles coming towards you. You see furls on the ends of its tentacles, and you see sort of like a globbing brain-like matter. At first you fear it to be a beholder, but it's too small, and then you see a bird-like beak protruding out of its massive body as it rushes in down upon you.
I hate these fucking things. No.
Oh, you know
I
what
know what
this
it
then?
is.
It's very obvious when you see it, yeah.
I fucking hate these things.
Oh,
Yeah. It's not that big at the very least. It rushes
I
down
know it's
towards
not,
you
but
and begins to thrash you with its tentacles and take a chomp at you with its beak. The first tentacle lashes past you. Seeing it in time, you're able to pull yourself and the torch away from it so that way it doesn't smack it out of your hands. And then it comes in and try and snap you with its beak. Of which I have to check your AC, so let me move that really quickly. Fuck, I matched your AC. As it just snaps down on the forearm of your toughened hide, and you're able to parry the beak back off of it, as the creature then squeals high-pitchedly towards you. It's your turn again.
fuck
Marty.
you, brain bird.
It's actually not a brain, it's just a hide that looks like a brain. But yes, it's a brain bird.
I know.
Smile.
bird brain.
Okay, so it's our turn, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
So,
I'll cast heal on you, Bruges. What is it, touch? Yeah, it's touch. Okay.
yeah.
Let's go over here. And
Slap a hand
Okay.
down on top of Bruges' shoulder as he suddenly feels more invigorated.
tag, you're it.
Well, don't worry, you're about to be tagged too. Let's see here.
I mean, I'll be fine. You might want to help the others at some point.
Well, not with the HP, with
Oh.
something else.
I'm feeling that Jimbos knows what girls are like.
Fuck Grells. Fuck them.
I've wanted to use one for a really long time now. I'm excited.
I know.
You've also noticed that this token has spikes on it. That means the regular rules of that.
Yeah. Alright, well, what I'm going to do first is back off to here. And I know I get an attack of opportunity.
It matches your AC again!
But I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at it.
Ah! Okay, well that's a big spell. Next attack on the creature has advantage. Well, you are able to hit it as you pull back and channel through your shield before a massive bolt of holy energy fires across the room and slams into the creature's body as it sends it almost spiraling as it cries out maddeningly from the radiant pain
Fuck
coursing
you!
through its body. That was a good roll. That's a 6, 5, 2, and a 4. Fuck, and the next attack on
Fuck
it will have
you.
advantage.
Yep.
Fur and Regrick. Regrick, you have no idea what's going on.
Help me.
You want to attack the thing on you again or push it off?
What about Fur? Can Fur do anything?
Fur could probably try and kill it. Fur will have disadvantage on the roll is all.
Oh.
On which roll?
On your attack roll,
The
if you go
attack
after
roll.
the dark mantle because you're in dim lighting.
Hang
Thank you.
on one second.
I actually had a hunch that this is what it was from the get-go when you said it pecked in through the back of the scraping of the skull.
Ah, you know about their diet, don't you?
They're a mind flayer. Mind flayers are my favorite D&D creature.
Yeah,
Right.
these apparent, at least from the part that I read, apparently there is like something specific about their diet in there, which like is part of the hint I threw in there.
Yep.
I mean, that conversation this morning sure was convenient, Jim.
Right?
I obviously wasn't there for this.
Yeah.
It was in a different channel, but basically I gave a lecture on mind flayers and their various myriad of horrible inventions and creations.
Surprisingly, this one wasn't one of them.
All right, so if I fire off 2 sunbolts, is one of them at least going to be at normal?
Because they shed light, don't they?
I would expect it to.
Sure, I'll say that's fine.
All right, so I'll roll the first one with disadvantage, like this, and then I'll
What?
cast.
What? What? What the fuck? Okay, well, first of all, the first one you shot was enough to kill the thing as it just explodes off of Redrick's face. It's just like, I can see! Again, really quickly.
I can fight!
And then
And-
I'll go ahead and turn around and launch the other one at the.
At the other one, which didn't even need the advantage anyways, you just fire it off towards it, and I guess if you want to, the next attack against it has advantage. You can roll it again to see if you crit.
I mean, okay.
No,
No.
crits for you. But you do deal
But it was
7
crit-
damage to it. As you fire off a bolt off towards the creature as it slams into its body, as it just sort of squeals back from the pain. Regrick,
And
you're
then I'm
actually,
going to go over here.
you have your full turn available to you to move and attack.
Okay. I'll just go attack it now.
Rush in and
Rage,
deal a swing with a
rage.
mighty ox.
Poo, rage, poo.
You gotta do your rage then?
Not yet.
Not yet. Ah, he's holding it off. He's a tempered dwarf.
Oh god.
Take a swing with that battle axe. That's a good fuck. Wow. Okay, that hits for 10 damage, doesn't it? Check. For 10 damage. To do. Yes. It is 10 damage. As you rush in from the back end side of the room, and just like raw as you come in and just like cleave it really hard in the side of its face, chipping off part of its beak. It's now the creature's turn. The creature staring down both Altrea and Regrick, even though in its like blinded sight. Which hold on, will I just remove some more things because the mantles are dead? Yep. Surreal's back and goes to thrash at who's the unlucky fucker.
Oh, excuse
As he
me.
goes to flail a tentacle at the dwarf. And he hits! Regrick, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
You will see
What?
that on your core stat sheets. It'll be next to your stat for Constitution. It will say save. You just roll that normally.
and which one is it again?
Constitution. So
Okay.
CON. You're able to resist the infectious poisons of the creature's tentacles, and you take, still, 11 damage from that lash.
Oh no.
That was near max damage. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, let me see this here. To do, bring to front. There we go, so I can see his tiny HP bar. Wow.
Oh, God.
Wow, it's low. The
Oh.
creature then goes in to try and finish him off with a bite with its beak. That is the weakest sodding hit in the world. You take 4 damage from its beak. Is that enough to bring you down?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Wow, I barely earned that one. Oh my god, I got you exactly on 4. I rolled 2 1s.
Oh.
As Redrick then is able to be slashed with the tentacle, but the creature rushes in and snaps its beak around his face, and before it tears him back, he falls to the ground unconscious.
I got
now
it.
the party's turn.
You doing the healing?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
I am a cleric after.
I'll
Alright.
save you!
All right.
Thump, 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 thump. I'm going to cast this at a second.
Second level, go for it.
Yes. So,
I guess I'll just swing at it.
Go for it.
Do I have anything else?
With
Nope.
Bruges having walked in, you're in plenty of light to be able to swing normally. 11 HP for Redrick.
I still need
Redrick.
to do one more D8.
Oh, you haven't done the... Oh, right, because it's not incorporated into that. That is
So
17 HP.
17. You'd get
All
17 back.
And the greatsword comes down upon the
Thank you.
Grell, and it is able to score a hit, dealing...
I'm gonna smite it.
You're gonna smite it?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Fuck yeah.
As you deal 12 damage to the creature, as their sword ignites with a heavy holy light before you bring it down, and it collapses on it, making an echoing smash through the creature as it spirals. And it seems to be that it's let's just state it outright, it's bloodied.
I'm going to go ahead and punch it once, and then I'm going to take a dodge action.
Sounds good. So you were
using
able to land that punch, dealing 7 damage to the creature as you punch it in the back end of its head.
Can I actually stand between these two, or what?
Not unless you shut it off.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. And if I were, since I brought Redgrick back, he's good to go.
Yeah, he's good.
Actually, okay.
Yeah, technically, Regrick gets his turn still because of that.
Okay.
I'm also going to
This is
taunt
the
the thing.
advantage of doing this because it happens anyway. Smile. Regrick, you get your turn. Are you alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. You get your turn. You can do what you need as you've been
I
raised.
attack.
You shall attack. Take a swing. Oh, you have. Good swing as you scored 9 damaging hit against it. As you just sort of raise back up and you're like, surprise, motherfuckers! You uppercut it with the axe, trying to split its beak in two, but failing barely. Now the creature's turn again, and it's sort of like panicked fray, seeing the fact that it's like coming in around all these creatures, turns towards the tiny creature that it can very easily go after. Takes a swipe at it as it deals 4 damage to fur. You must make a Constitution save.
Hold on. Did you roll twice?
Roll twice, you motherfucker. Okay, never mind, it missed.
Damn right it did.
Forgot about that. As it takes a couple swings at that one, and infuriated tries to bite you again.
Dodge 'ems, I say.
Okay, it's your turn.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt on it first at second level.
Oh.
That hits.
And it's going to get 1 additional D6.
There's an
That
additional 2
way,
damage.
the next person who hits gets advantage.
Advantage for the next person.
Mind if I
As the
swing
creature
right
seems to be barely clinging after the next thunderous bolt of holy energy slams into it, stronger than the last. As the creature, you actually see some of its tentacles falling off of its body.
quick? Mind if I take a swing?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
You're fine. Go for it.
I shove you away.
Andrea, coming in towards the side, shoves the fairy out of the way, even though the fairy had clearly dodged all of the actions, and takes a swing with her greatsword, and just slams and pierces into the creature's body and just tears it out sideways. The creature, barely constituting, kind of limps half-floatedly in the air, barely able to maintain its state. It still stands.
Well,
Greg with you.
Either one of you two, go ahead and finish it off.
All right.
Hopefully.
punch. Kick. You know what? Another punch.
Regrick, you take the axe and you take a swing at the creature as it dekes out of the way within its half-floated phase, before the fairy rushes in with a flurry of punching blows, and with one, snaps the beak off of the creature's body as it dangles there loosely before you kick it across, tearing a chunk of its body out with it, and with one final punch, break your hand through into the creature's skull, and you can feel the viscous fluidity of its organs inside of you as you just take a fistful of it and tear it back out, before the creature squeals, half-heartedly blood dripping out of the gaping wound of its hole where its mouth used to be, as it falls to the ground.
Ew.
Wait, that's a skull.
Yeah, it's not a brain actually. It just looks
Oh.
like a brain.
Yeah.
Its actual brain
Yeah.
is actually like somewhere inside there, like a normal creature. Anyway,
Yeah. Girls aren't actually floating brains. They just look like floating.
I know I had to read that, and I was like, "Hey, I'm learning."
Ew.
Everyone all right?
It's nasty.
Now that we're not in any sort of harm's shit. Come on.
That you have slain this Grell, and apparently the dark mantles that were around it. You need not be told that you know that this creature is not normally from this plane of existence. And from
Yeah.
concluding from the portal that stood behind you, you can probably assume how it came into this world.
So I wonder what he did with the half-elf.
Think he got dragged back through that portal?
Is he gonna come back?
Well, does anybody know how to activate a magic portal?
Not at all.
Maybe the enchanter knows?
It's
We
fair
should
guess, if
attempt
any.
to go back.
He has said he's been here before.
Yeah. Alright, well. Hey, Bruce, you still have room in that bag, don't you?
Yeah.
Gavin, I just go over to the grill and just kind of pretty much like lop off one of the tentacles at the end.
Give me a survival check.
I will attempt to take the broken beak.
You can do that for free.
Okay.
What?
There's a reason I'm asking you to do a survival check.
Oh. Well, I'm using a sword. I'm not going to be grabbing it.
Do it anyway. Alright, fine. You get it. I wanted to see if you were going to be stupid enough to like cut it, and then when you picked it up with your hand, if it paralyzed you anyway.
I'm not a moron. My intelligence is a -1.
Hey, some of us
No
around
offense.
here are -1. You are able to procure yourself a handful of Grell tendrils, and you have a shattered Grell beak for yourself, Bruges. That said, there is no immediate means to move forward in this room that you've seen, and, well, you could even guess, you could even harbor a guess at the fact that the Grell could possibly be the creature that was causing all these disappearances. Certainly was situated in the right place at the right time. There is
Can
no
we leave
clarification
now?
on any of this. And like you said, there is the portal behind you, which you may or may not be able to activate. You lack the knowledge to be able to do so.
The end of the tentacle, the tendrils, does it look like what could have caused the scraping on the side of the skull?
Yes, because the tentacle has barbs on the end of it, very fine, small barbs, which would knock very well with the tiny scrape marks that were just all over the interior of the skulls.
Conclusion found. I'll bring a couple of the skulls back since Altrea has the tendril, the
Sounds
skull with the scraping on the inside. Bam. Evidence necessary.
And there you go.
Can girls actually drag off people and animals like that?
They're
Yeah.
not exactly weak.
Yeah, they
Oh.
float too.
Yeah, they fly. They're horrifying fucking creatures.
Okay.
Well, they don't really fly, they hover.
What's scary about them is that there's feral girls, but then there's actually like intelligent ones.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing. Anyway, you guys are still in the heart of the dungeon now, but are you going to make your way back out now, or do you
Okay.
have somewhere else to do?
Shall we head back?
We should attempt to head back.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I just like pull out a cloth from a clean one and just toss it at her. She probably looks like a ghost now.
Smile.
Mm.
It's like a Charlie Brown ghost with a bunch of eye holes everywhere.
But, okay, so. Trying to figure out how to mend this stupid.
On your way back out of the cavern, you cross across the bridge leading back out with a heavy waterfall to your right-hand side now as you continue on your way back. You pass through the room littered with bones, through the illusory wall, still maintained. Still have no idea why that's there. It's odd that it's there, honestly. And then you make your way back up to the pit of sharpened rocks with the rope leading back up. But that's not good. The rope isn't there.
Had a feeling that would happen.
In fact, if you try looking around the room to try and find any sign of it, you find a pile of ash laid in below where it was.
Awesome.
How are you guys gonna get out?
How tall is this again?
It's 90 feet tall.
I have an idea, but it's not going to work for everyone.
I have an idea.
I might have one.
Oh. Need some metal.
Hmm.
Do you need some metal brews?
I'm debating. I'm thinking something. Hold.
I like how this is only a problem for the people who walk. Flying privileged people. Smile.
Well, it will take us quite some time to do.
How much time are you looking at?
Honestly,
Well, I would need to do my short rest to get my channel divinity back. Then I would have to for channel divinity to make chain.
Sorry, you're
Not
cutting
matter.
out.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear part of that. I heard you needing the chain.
I would need a total of 2 hours. 1 hour to do the short rest to get my channel divinity back, and then another hour to do the channel divinity again to create 90 feet of chain.
You can do that. There's no rushing you
Well-
right now.
what about a ladder?
Because I think a ladder that's that long would cost more than the chain.
He's got a
Fair enough.
point.
Do you have the materials you need to make that much?
I have the remainder of my chainmail.
I'll allow
Ah.
this.
That's why I kept the chainmail around. I just broke off enough metal worth to do the shield, and then the rest there.
Yeah, the chainmail is worth quite a lot, so it gives him quite a lot of materials to work with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least that gives you guys the opportunity to have 2 short rests, which, to be fair, it equates to 1 short rest for all of you guys, but you guys can use as many hit dice as you have to regain HP if you would like to.
Good.
Oh, that's just
Still got a hit
fine.
dice.
Use all.
Use all 3 hit
3.
dice.
Well, it's better than my idea.
If you want
I
to
was
roll
gonna-
any hit dice for yourself, Regrig, it's in the core stat sheet. You will see where your hit dice are. You've got 3 for Barbarian. You can just roll those, and you can use up to 3 of them. You have to manually take it down for each one you use. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ. That's an additional 15 for you, and you can roll more of them if you want.
I think I'm good.
Need.
Think you're good?
That's
Holy
fucking
shit, that's like
hilarious.
so much of your, that's like almost like half your HP back in one time.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
Barbarians
Parties-
are ridiculous.
I know, that's why they get the D12. That's a max roll, for fuck's sake.
Yep.
Oh,
All right. So every 10 feet is 5 gold pieces. So I'm making 90 feet. So that's 45 gold.
Sounds good.
My math right there.
Yeah, I think so.
How do we
So-
plan on getting the chain up, though?
You have somebody who can fly.
Somebody can fly.
Can't you carry it, though?
She just needs to carry the end. As it goes further up, it might get heavier, but she can attempt.
Well, if not,
I'll
then-
do my best.
I was thinking of doing this from the beginning and just having a chain, but I was afraid of this exact thing happening.
I had a suspicion.
You actually thought I was gonna do this?
Yes.
I was gonna destroy the means
You,
back?
you got to remember,
Why would that
I've,
happen?
I've been a DM for the last 15 years,
I can't pull anything over top of you.
so like I'm kind of. It's not necessarily old hat, but I am very much enjoying it. So
Smile.
I haven't actually gotten to play with a sane DM in over 4 years. So
Oh, I'm a Sanium. That's great. I try. I really do.
so
Anyway,
I'm very much enjoying this.
I'm glad.
So we now have 90 feet of chain.
It's enough to get you all the way up there. Keep in mind, there's the slope afterwards, but the worst part of it is the drop.
Yeah, we can
All right,
one
well,
step at a time.
Smile.
do what I can.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
so-
you have to carry the chain if you want to, Fur.
Yeah.
Which means I'm going to have to ask you for. All right. So you just summon the dancing lights to give you light on your way up there, so you do not fly into a wall like a ninny.
Altreya, do you think you can actually throw this up there, like lasso up, and then Fur could be at the top to catch it?
Can she catch something like that?
Can you throw something 90 feet
That too.
straight up?
I mean, here's my stupid thought that I had, except, like, I don't think it'll work considering how tall this thing actually is. I was gonna try and, like, ice pick my way up there with javelins.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
You'd have to take your armor off for that.
basically.
Lightening yourself would definitely be advantageous. Now that said, if you fell,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have an
Do you
idea.
have a dagger?
I have an idea. Light
Okay.
crossbow.
I don't know if a crossbow is going to carry that.
how far does a light crossbow shoot?
Total range of
240?
light crossbow, I believe, was 240 at max.
I think I wrote it in your inventory, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think it had all the information. It is 80 to 320 feet.
No,
320 feet. So even half that is 160,
Yeah.
and even half of that is 80 feet.
yeah, there it
I
is.
will say you would have to make an attack roll to make that shot.
Okay.
If you want to try and chink a chain onto a bolt and fire it up there. Now that said, what are you aiming for?
I'm gonna have Fur up there to try to catch it.
Just catch the chain, not the bolt, obviously.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Actually,
As
no.
soon as
No,
it-
wait,
as soon as-
wait.
Wait. At
Fire
this
at me.
point, don't you have deflect arrows by this point?
Yes.
Oh my
Fire at me.
god!
Yes.
No, this
Okay.
is dumb.
Why?
You're gonna catch it?
Because we're
I
working
definitely
together.
can.
Oh my god! Oh fucking. All right, fine. The shot is just. You have light around you, right, Fur?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a normal fucking shot, whatever. But you.
Okay.
But what's your rule for deflect missile?
I reduce the attack by 1d10 plus my dex mod plus my monk level.
So you're gonna have to
So-
roll to catch it. Because
So,
you have to reduce the damage.
here's
You have to reduce the damage to 0.
Correct.
Okay, this is a
So-
gamble and a fucking half, but okay.
Oh, boy.
All
Well,
right.
if she gets hit, I can heal her. So
Oh, there you go.
Monk level's 3, dex is 3, so I have
6 minimum. So 6
Yeah.
plus a D10.
Yep.
Fortunately, it's a D8 plus 1. So
So
here's open.
Well, Fur flies up to the
hit
top
me.
of the drop and tries to catch the crossbow.
And you missed.
You fire it as it sort of like clinks off the cave wall and falls back down. You're gonna have to take another shot. This matters because the damage matters. That is good enough to land and hit itself against Fur, albeit the damage is 7. You're gonna need to roll a d10 and reduce that down. Fuck! Oh my god!
All right, is that javelin still up here that I can actually try and wedge to?
Probably not.
I think we broke Gavin.
So with the chain attached to the crossbow bolt, you take after the first failed shot, you zone in your lock on top of Fur, the tiny insignificant glowing speck amongst the darkness above you, and fire a bolt up towards it. And Fur, channeled and ready in there, watches as the bolt comes within a few inches of her body before all of time slows down, and you watch her within a blur snack it with both hands, and the entire chain goes to a rigid stop as she plants her feet firmly on the ground to hold herself in place. Oh, that's the dumbest thing in the world. I love that. That's awesome.
Nice.
Good shot.
Think outside the box.
And catch.
And good catch, yes.
That was a fucking clutch catch. Jesus Christ. That almost makes up for the fucking double nat 1 when trying to throw yourself in front of somebody to save their life.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
Smile. So you've caught the chain. Now, Fur, if you look around you, the javelin is still there.
Maybe the stalactites might be a better choice, though.
No, I'm
There
just looking for
are
something
definitely
that-
rock formations around there. You don't have much room, by the way, because also the javelin is also like another 30 feet away, and the chain's not that long. You need to
I
find a
should've
rock
made
or something
longer
like that. Yeah, you need to find something closer to the edge there to be able to hook it onto, which there are rock formations around there. That said, you're going to need to try and, even if you put the chain around the rock, you're going to need to be there to hold it.
Yeah. All right. Let's try and fasten this. What do I need? Sleight of hand.
I would say sleight of hand, and if the higher you roll, the better the chance that you will not need to roll very high for athletics to be able to maintain your grip on it. So give me a
Okay.
sleight of hand to try and fasten it to a rock. Alright, I'll keep that number in mind. And you have now fastened the rock, and you are now perched to hold it steady for people to climb. So who's going first?
Who's the lightest? Who's carrying the least, more like?
Probably Regrick.
I was going to say, I feel the
Yeah.
dwarf just because he's short, too.
Probably,
Redrick,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
It would
just-
also probably be the best to have at the top of the strength.
Yeah.
That's a very good point, actually.
I'll go.
Go forth! Go forth, dwarf.
Alright.
Climb.
Now, I'm not going to make you roll to climb, Regrick, at which you are able to just beef your hands together as you sort of spit into them and just rub them together, where you grab onto them and start pulling yourself up the chain, interlacing your fingers in between each loop to make sure that your grip isn't lost. As you begin to make the climb, you make it about a third of the way up before the height of the chain starts to strain on Fur. Fur, you're going to need to make an athletics check.
Okay. This is a bad idea.
Okay, so in my head, what I did was I took 13 and minused it by 20, and if you rolled lower than 7, you were going to fail.
Wow.
That's the inverse of a clutch roll.
Fantastic.
You slip, and then you bite your cheek a little bit as you sort of hold the chain a little bit longer, as you are able to hold on for it just enough to be able to where your muscles start to give out before you see a beefy dwarven hand grab the slippery slope at the other end as he pulls himself up, and oh, as he just gets himself over the edge, and then he makes his way over towards you and grabs the slack of the chain to give you a hand as you sort of pass out against the slope on the side.
You guys are heavy.
All right, we got Regrick now holding the chain, which probably better than safe to say is going next.
Yes, I will.
Sounds good. Altrea, you may start your climb. And with that, I need an athletics check from Regrick.
Okay.
Not making up numbers in my head, by the way. I know what I'm looking for. That's safe. You're able to hold the chain much more steady, even amongst the heavy armored woman. She is able to climb up there slowly and make her way up towards you. That said, in pure darkness, you gotta give her some credit. She only saw the light at the top because Fur is passed out. You are able to make it to the top, Altrea, and you can also help with Regrick to hold it so that way Bruges can make his way up.
And up I go.
Now, I am saying that because Bruges is quite large, but the
Yep.
fact is that the other you are helping, it is still a normal roll. So Regrick, you can make another athletics check for me.
Okay.
You're able to maintain it strong enough to be able to get him all the way up there. And though the slope ahead of you is slippery, you are all at the top of the hole.
Huzzah.
Huzzah!
Yay.
Now then. who's
Thinking
the
outside the box.
That's fucking dumb.
Now then. Who is the only person we can possibly think of that can burn a rope?
Well, anyone can burn a rope,
Knows of this location.
but
in particular.
I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'm
Not exactly saying it is, but heavily implying it.
It's Zanzibar!
Jesus.
I
Alright.
would never do that to you guys.
So, let's go visit the Enchanter again.
Is it Hadriff again?
Yep.
He is conveniently very close. I won't make you guys do anything else to get out of the cave because that was stupid. As he's like, oh, you have you have the slippery slope that actually has a DC. That doesn't matter anymore.
Because, we would just throw more chain, wrap it around.
I don't want to set you guys back after that. No, that's too mean.
So now I have 90 pounds of chain.
When will this be useful, Kinky? Anyway,
Oh, dear.
as you make your way back up the slope and pass through the passageway with the glowing mushrooms there, thankfully you killed them earlier, you make your way back outside, and after the period of your rest and everything like that, you've come to the point where the sun has basically just started to set. It's in the hour of twilight at this point, and the cool bit of the night air in the Alpines here started to set in around you. You see to your right-hand side the path leading back to the tower, of which you know is quite close nearby. You head there?
Yes.
Sounds good. After spending a short time walking towards there, you can discuss amongst each other anything that you wish to talk about.
So,
Well. That was exciting.
wait, so
Yep.
Can we never go into a cave again, please?
Well, we might need to.
Only if it's for a bear.
Fuck me if I put the bear in there.
well, I think old Henrif is gonna be surprised to see us.
Probably. He's probably... Because who else do we know that knows how to do... Who else close? Who else do we know knows about this place? Like, it all seems to point towards our friendly neighborhood wizard being up to normal wizardly bullshit. Seek power, rule the world, blah blah blah.
Many smiles were had. You continue on your way up the trail towards his tower. As you approach it, you see in the top area of the tower a faint glow coming through the window. The door is closed before you.
I pull out my rocket launcher and shoot it at the tower.
Fair.
The name
Yeah.
of God, anyway.
I point up at the window.
Can you go spy?
Sure.
Thank you.
You fly up towards his window. You can see that there's a faint glow of candlelight coming through inside of it, dimmer than before. That said,
Peeping
when
Tom.
you come up towards the window, not only is it pane closed the glass, the blinds on the inside are closed. You cannot see through.
All right, Gavin. Question, real quick.
Did I punch a window?
Oh, I already know I can punch a window. That's on
Can I
my
Hadouken the window?
on my pages for abilities, fairy magic says that I can cast invisibility on myself.
Yep.
So does pixie dust, but the only difference is that one says greater invisibility and one of them doesn't, and the greater invisibility is only at level 5.
Yep.
So, which one of these is the one that I can actually do currently?
Regular invisibility.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and do that and attempt to get the window open, and or just. So what do I need to roll for the window?
What are you going to try and do? Open it or break it?
Well, if I break it, then everyone could hide.
Fair enough. If you're going to try and open it, there's a variety of ways you can try and force it. You can try and force the lock. You can try and trick the lock open. Which one would you like to try and do?
Let's try and trick the lock.
Then
Sounds
that's going to
less
take
noisy.
sleight of hand with disadvantage.
I wish I was still a thief.
You watch as the little fairy disappears from view. Obviously, you are not using your dancing lights anymore. And after fiddling with it for quite some time, well over a minute, you are able to get the window to unlatch. Through some miracle of means, basically by trying to jimmy it really, really hard and slipping your tiny hand under the rim of the window. You can raise it. That said, it's a little hard for you to raise. So give me an athletics check to lift the window. Give me a stealth check to do it quietly. Fuck me. It's okay. You lift you creak it open a little bit. The first little movement enough to kind of rattle the window a little bit, but then you're able to get the rest of your body folded in underneath, and you're able to push up with your hands and your back. And then you slip in underneath in the cover of invisibility. Push in through the blinds there. And you go inside of his laboratory, or his room, basically. Sorry. Study, that's the word I meant to say. And you find that he's not there.
Huh.
That said, his room is now a mess. Seems to be that he was feverishly working on stuff.
So it doesn't look like he's here in this room?
Not in this room, no.
Which way goes back to the main downstairs?
You know which way the door that is. The door's closed there, but...
Alright. Let's go ahead and work our way back down there and see about letting everyone else in.
The doorway leading into his study is unlocked, so you're able to open that door using the full force of your body and your flight to be able to turn the knob and open it. Or, sorry, push the lock. That's the way it works with olden doors.
Sure.
And you fly back down the stairs. From there, you're able to get to the main downstairs doorway that your friends are standing behind. And from there, you can definitely see that the door is locked, but the latch is there allowing you to undo it without the key.
Alright,
So you're able to push the door open for your friends.
I didn't see him in here, but everything looked locked up.
Meanwhile, they're all like, ah! Where's that voice coming from? Because you're invisible.
Oh.
Smile.
So I'll go ahead and disperse it.
There you go.
So, he's not up there?
Maybe? The room is a big mess now, and I mean, the door was locked.
Did you say
Can't usually go through.
study?
Just that it looked like there was a mess, maybe like a fight or something. I don't know.
He was.
Let's go
It looked
take
like
a
he
look.
was feverishly at work. But...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's
all
go
head
take a
upstairs?
look.
Yep.
Sounds
Yep.
good.
Cautiously. Like Babar tickle toes.
You head upstairs, push your way back into the study. You've been in here once before after you cleaned the room up quite extensively, from what you can tell, obviously, because he's a messy worker. You come inside here to find numerous tomes stacked up onto his desk and beside his table along the floors, the number of sheets of paper scattered amongst the place here and there, and amongst a numerous amount of alchemical potions being worked on and brewed on by the side there, amongst the drawers as well and the shelves. You can also see poking out of the rim of them, and sometimes the open drawers there through the top of them, jars containing a variety of materials. At least from what you can tell, you have to probably inspect them to see them more clearly. But it seems to be that he was very much clearly, obviously, at work after you guys left.
Is there anything regarding the paperwork that might be related to the runes?
To the runes? Well, you can investigate to see that. Well, you can investigate to search anywhere in particular if you would like to.
Well, I'm assuming everyone does any.
I would like to investigate the room as well.
And I'll help you. I'm assuming.
Advantage,
intelligence, right?
advantage on one of you guys if you want to search the room properly. If you're all helping each other.
Although I don't have any modifier, so
Me neither. So
does anybody have a modifier in investigation?
I believe I might. Nope.
I
never
know
mind.
Regrig doesn't. He's got the negative intelligence.
Okay, so
all right, I guess I'll roll it.
I do. Why do I have a +1 in there?
Do you?
Let me s- I have a +1, but I think it's for something in specific.
Just any modified intelligence. So
okay.
Oh,
Well,
yes, I do have 1 in intelligence. On
okay, so you roll with advantage, and somebody else could roll at normal. Is that what it was?
No, it's just with advantage. It's just help.
Okay.
Okay,
You just take the person
Yeah.
with the best mod, and it just goes for the group.
Yeah.
I'll look.
we're all searching anyway. So
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty fair with this, especially when you roll an 18. You continue around looking through the study. Which in particular you check first?
I'll check the papers,
The what?
various papers across the room strewn about.
You search through his chamber. Amongst the papers you see there's a number of journals and tomes from his shelves and drawers just scattered around the place. You start looking through them, inspecting them. They're all triflingly boring. They're what you would expect of somebody who studies magic. Spells, histories, arcanas, and such like that. And nothing relating specifically to the portal rune that you had seen down there or the nature of the activities that have been going on lately. That said, you push in through forward, read through some of his journal entries for the more recent days that he's had there. He seems to be that he's been going about numerous focuses of studies that have all been relatively related to one another. And then you get to his more recent entries and you find that he suddenly shifted in his interest and started feverishly working on one particular thing for the last several days, and that was reworking the foundation of his medicine. You read through a bit further, and you're able to discern that the reason he's reworking it is because he's trying to incorporate a new material into his medicine that wasn't there before.
Wonder what kind.
Do you continue reading?
Is it a purple glowing mushroom by any chance? But yes.
You read a little bit further, and you find that the new material he's been trying to work in is distilled from far planar fungi. It's also made from essence collected from brain matter.
He's been feeding things.
He
Is
speaks
there
briefly
any
in his journal about how he's obtaining these materials, sourcing the purple fungi in the grotto, and the other to the local grell. He only speaks briefly about how the grells have a unique appetite of flesh of which they find a toxic aversion to the human brain, of which he shows grateful appreciation for.
Huh.
Did he say what this medicine would do?
You continue to read further on as you start to piece it together. In one of the more recent entries of his journal, he talks about how he recently obtained an arcane focus, one capable of properly channeling his mental energies within, of which he says that he can now use to properly trigger the effects of his medicine.
And
He doesn't go into much detail about it, but it appears to be that the medicine's effect is psychic domination.
Oh dear God.
Trey just closes the book and kind of waves it behind her.
What
He's
does
our
it
guy.
say?
She kind of-
Awesome.
he's been feeding several wildlife and humans into that pit to get brain matter for some kind of medicine to use on himself, more like hardly medicine at that point.
That's not good.
What have the rest of you been searching, by the way?
Potions.
His
Oh,
desk,
yeah.
anything that potentially looks like a magical, or anything that specifically, I am looking for a pearl. A pearl and an owl feather.
Smile, a pearl and an owl feather. Well, With Fur, as you investigate the potions in his brewery kit, you end up poking in amongst the jars and materials that you have there, and you definitely recognize from the faint glow within the desk there are mushrooms in there. And also you hold your nose a little bit at the slight stench as you see pickled brains in the jars as well. You also notice that there was a potion that you had seen him brewing before, and he is brewing it, and now you can see what it's made out of.
Oh, that doesn't make me happy at all.
Bruges, as you start digging through his desk, looking through any other magical materials, you do find something. Well, a few things, actually. You find yourself a couple vials of potions. However, these potions are not like the other ones you've seen before. You uncork and you take a sniff, and you recognize it. These are healing potions.
Fantastic.
You have found 3 of them.
Should we really trust anything for that right now?
I say that you recognize these easily because these are common potions that most everybody has knowledge of, and you can recognize that these are safe.
Okay.
After all, remember he said he had to rework his medicine to be able to incorporate the mushroom, and it's very clearly different, so yes, you will know it's not infected with anything.
Okay.
Now, as you continue to rifle through his desk, you do find something there that catches your attention as you are looking for a pearl. You find a gemstone, and then you pull out a ring attached to it. The ring that you pull out is a brass golden ring, and it has a cerebral blue sapphire on it. I say that because it looks like a small brain's gemstone.
Okay, interesting.
You, if I read this correctly, because I have to smile, I wrote it down in here by changing it. It's an opulent golden ring, and it's endowed with a cerebral-like gemstone. It has a complicated aura that you can feel emanating from within it, one comprised of illusory and necrotic magic, and you feel as if it's almost calling to you.
Out of character, I know exactly what this is.
I know you know what this is, but I'm wondering if you're going to figure it out and do anything with this.
As for in-game, let's see here.
You
If I
understand
recall,
it's a magic ring. That much is your character.
When you cast a spell as a ritual, do you need to
When you cast a spell as a ritual, do you need what?
the material component?
You only need the material components. If you don't have a focus on the material components, cost money.
Because the pearl has a specific to it. So
The pearl has a value to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you need the pearl itself.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
So I can't identify this yet.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't suppose he just has a pearl lying around in here?
I'll humor you. Somebody pick it. Roll me a d20.
Well, I mean, he's looking for it.
You can roll a d20, just do it.
Oh.
Does not have a pearl around here.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to pocket the interesting ring. I'm going to resist the urge of it calling to me.
You're not going to put it on?
No.
All right. That's your choice. Go ahead. You have the ring in your possession now.
Yes.
So, anything else anybody's searching through here? Regrick, you have not searched anything. Is there anything particular you want to look for?
He's just staring at a wall blankly.
I like this character.
I'll look for something more, something else that's magical in here that is not going to make me feel sick to my stomach.
Where would you like to search?
What's already been searched so far?
His main desk and papers and tomes has been searched through, which is leaving very little left. And of course, you've inspected the potion brewery set as well amongst the materials that you went through. So there's very little left, unless you want to specifically search through every nook and cranny of the room.
Let's look at his bookshelf.
Sounds good. Give me an investigation roll.
Okay.
Does he have a secret room where you pull the right book open?
Give you another 18.
You search through his tomes, sort of dashing through this shelf as well, maybe feverishly looking to see if there is any kind of hidden doorway there. And to your disappointment, there is no hidden doorway behind it. After flipping through a number of the pages that are there, you find a number of them have to do with the general studies, like you said before. The only thing is that you do notice that there are a few pages in there with tomes that have either had pages ripped out of, which may explain some of the rifled pages that are around the place, as well as ones that have been marked or noted down. Specifically, the ones that you guys are looking at are studies about the far plane, and you see jotted notes talking about a portal.
Guess that was some type of thing to do things.
Once we're done around here, perhaps we should get the guild in on this. Try and destroy that thing.
Probably.
That said, from what you guys had seen before, the portal is already destroyed. Or at least it's not functioning anymore.
Might as well be doubly sure.
True.
Have somebody that knows what they're doing.
Actually knows what they're doing.
You guys are going to leave now?
Is there anything that might point to where he is at the moment?
Not right now, no.
Alright.
The only thing you did not find amongst here is his personal belongings. You didn't find his arcane focus or any of his clothes.
Alright.
Did you mention the part in the journal about the
Pardon?
talking to Robin?
What about it?
When, because Gavin mentioned something to you about what you read in the journal about mind dominance. Did you mention that to us?
Yeah, I would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because this goes back to me saying you path of power wizard wanting to control everything. Villagers tend to get caught up in it.
Yeah.
So he's the bad guy.
We will never know. Okay, so we should probably return to the bridge.
Yep.
Yes.
As you head back out of the tower, making your way back out, you don't really do much to really mark the way back out. Like the fact that you guys searched through all of this stuff and stuff like that already is enough leaving proof that somebody else has been there. At that point, you also don't certainly care. You seem to have set yourselves up on the fact that you know that this guy is bad news. As you come back outside, the hour twilight, having really passed you by amongst your searching, is now set into early night, which means it is quite dark.
Need another torch?
Torch away.
Who's torching?
Probably hand it off to Bruce since he actually has a free hand.
Yeah.
Zabruj
Pretty
ignites
drunk.
another torch to be able to keep himself lit up around it. Are we gonna have the dancing lights come back?
I don't like the dark. And we already heard about
Altrea.
the what's it called? The one
While
guy.
I was searching through his desk, I found a ring. And it was calling to me. I'm going to put it on. If I go crazy, my hand off.
Wait, what?
That
If I go crazy, cut my hand off.
Well, if you insist.
Okay.
How big are your hands?
Elephant hands. The picture really doesn't portray.
I know, it's like the picture just has like big meaty hands. I'm going like, do you want to have maybe like Altrea or the dwarf put it on? Somebody with like more normal sized hands?
Well, funnily enough, magic rings fit whoever
Right,
puts it
never
on.
mind. I guess you're right, because fucking, of course they do.
Yep.
But you're gonna put that ring on.
I'm gonna put the ring on.
Alright.
Hand the torch to Redrick.
Okay.
So you guys all sort of gather around each other amongst the little dark circle that you guys currently have there. And you watch in sort of like slight dystopian fear as he puts the ring on, just wondering if everything bad is possibly going to happen. And first he puts the ring on and nothing happens. And then you hear a voice enter into your head, Bruges. A voice that sounds familiar. Dear, who is this?
Who is this?
I am Hadrif.
Okay. We were just talking to you earlier, so
No! No, you are not! My soul is trapped in this ring. The beast
Okay.
slew me when I was in the grotto. It is using me. It is exploiting my knowledge to attack the people of the village. You must get word out to them. They must be saved.
okay,
You're
on
right
it. Yeah. So Hadrif's soul is trapped in this ring.
there. Oh.
Wait, Ted. So then,
We
Who
were
did you
not
talk
talking to Hadrif earlier. I don't
Yeah.
think we talked to somebody who's using him like a puppet.
Let's make it
And-
a village.
Hadrif is not requesting; he is demanding that we do something to protect the village. So to the village we go.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, weren't we doing that to begin with?
Yes, but now we're going to make haste
Make
instead
haste.
of casually walking to the lair of the beast. We're going to dash our way to the lair of the beast.
Yeah, this like lawful good like oxlotting going on here. As you
Okay.
say so, you have Hadrif's voice in your head goes like, please, you must stop the beast.
Do you know what it is?
I did not see it attack me. All I know is that it devoured me. The next moment I knew I was within this ring, watching as it used me.
Can we wait till the morning?
I don't think we really can wait till the morning.
As you look back down towards the village, you start to see something that's catching you, making your skin crawl. The valley of the mountain has started to set in with darkness, and is reminiscent and reflective of a layer of fog that has rolled in through the valley. What you see down amongst the town lights, amongst the candlelight shining through from the dimly lit windows, is an eerie bluish-green glow that is reminiscently flickering through the fog, through the streets of the city.
Okay. This is gonna end awesomely. Alright, so. Since I did not get a chance to do this before, I am turning. Let's see here. I am making our paladin's sword a +1.
Oh god, here it comes.
It is the blessing of the forge.
Smile. You can add that to your straight up bonuses on the weapon.
Yeah.
Technically, it should have been done at the beginning, but got all of.
We're going in deep. Bring out all the cannons.
And until my next long rest, it is magical. So
There you go. You guys are all prepared otherwise?
might some smitey smiters.
Well, to be fair, I have no more spell slots. But
Fuck.
yeah,
Still,
yeah.
it'll help.
I still have my channel divinity.
You guys did pick up healing potions as well. I will just quietly mention to you want to
Yes.
distribute those.
I'm gonna give one to Regrick. Do you need one, Altrea?
That'll be fine.
Okay, I'll hold on to the last one.
There's 3.
Yeah, I gave one to Fur, one to Redrick.
Okay, I can
can't
cut out
carry
for
this.
that. Sorry.
Oh,
Hold on.
sorry.
Because I forgot to, I might as well just roll. Might as well top it off.
Yeah, you didn't roll anything back then, so that's fine.
Yeah, might as well.
So you
Okay.
guys are going to now head in to the village.
Yep. Sure.
You begin in haste towards the village, traveling there in your quarter of an hour. As you approach down into the midst of the dense fog, the torchlight does little to try and illuminate you pass through the darkness. Oh, as it seems to cloud your vision off the reflective gases around you. You run down through the streets. You find nobody there. And then you continue to move in forward towards the source of the eerie green glow that is starting to reminiscence way through the city. And as you do so, finally come to its source. Near one of the outer croppings outside the main sieve of the city, along one of the roads. You see a darkened silhouette of a humanoid figure holding upon itself a staff of a similar colored stone shining. And as you approach, you see it turn towards you.
We see it what?
You see the silhouette turn towards you.
Oh.
You hear a voice call out across the darkness and say, "Ah, adventurers! I was wondering when you would show up again."
Drop the charade.
What charade are you talking about?
We know you're not Hadriff.
I'm as much Hadriff as the old man ever was. You see him as he just takes a staff and he stabs the ground, and you hear a loud booming echo kind of reverberate through the fog. And stares at you as you see his eyes sort of reminiscently glow slightly within the power of his staff. And he says, "I have a very good thing going for me here right now, and I would like you all very much to simply die, much like that hunter that came before you. I wish you all to comply with me."
Sorry, bub. That ain't happening.
That's gonna be a no for me.
I kind of like living.
You watch as darkened silhouettes emerge from the other street sides as you see a couple of big burly men step between you and Hadriff. And then as you look around you, see some of the doors to the actual houses to your side open as you see people come out brandishing pitchforks and clubs. You stare around you, the streets around to your left side, behind you, and you also see shadows of people starting to emerge coming in towards you. So you hear Hadriff laugh in the distance. Heroes, you always say these sorts of ridiculous things, and you never really truly realize how powerful the universal forces are. Very well then. I shall make this town your grave.
Fair.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
last fight of the night.
And I am going to preempt all of that with...
Fair. Fair.
Yes.
What the fuck was that?
Ha! An elephant trumpet.
Oh my god! The war cry, I love it.
Or if things begin to go horribly wrong, take flight. The guild needs to know.
But what about everyone else?
You're taking flight if that happens. Prepare yourself.
Where was the silhouette?
You are seeing Hadriff out here.
Okay.
I was about to say that, yes, you guys can't see him currently right now as he's pulled back into the darkness, but Regrick, you can just barely make him out.
Okay.
Regrick, you can see the best in this current situation. You can see the shadows of the people coming in from around you, which you can see here and here.
Yes, I see.
I think for everybody else, because it's black for them, by the way. That's
Yep.
why you have dark vision. It's really, really useful.
Right.
Okay, well, they're coming in pretty much all sides.
How far is the imposter?
How far is the imposter? It's quite a ways away, honestly.
Yeah, he's quite a ways away. But,
Here, I'll give you an exact measurement.
about 45 feet.
There you go.
I may or may not just charge straight for him.
Whoa,
Okay.
brave. Let's get that D20 roll for initiative, Solar.
Okay. Oh god, I hope the rest of these townspeople are freaking slow.
I would certainly hope that killing that imposter would actually free these people, but bit of wishful thinking.
Don't kill the commoners, please.
By the way, for any of you that need to know this, you can do a non-fatal blow by just telling me you are doing it when you make the attack. I don't make you roll with disadvantage or anything like that. If you want to knock them out, you can.
Alright.
Villagers, and all of these people, get their turn. As I have to quickly do their stuff for them.
Red Quick, I'm looking especially at you.
Okay. I'll just head in his direction.
No, I mean...
Knock out the villagers.
Use a notch
Oh.
on the pointy end of your axe.
Okay.
A crowd of people rushing around you. As you have to fend off a horde of people as they rush in, screaming violently. As you can see, their eyes are almost like ghastly white with a slight iridescent glow within them. They are behaving like beasts in front of all of you. They unleash a flurry of blows down upon all of you. Hagrick. I can't pronounce your name once correctly tonight.
You can.
Regrick. Sorry, I'm zoomed way the fuck out on this map, so it looks like Hagrick.
You're a blizzard, Harry.
You watch a villager rush in with a pitchfork as he tries to lunge in towards you. As you are able to parry it aside with your shields, you give him that knowing look of like, haha, the fevered pitch of battle. And then, Fur, you get rushed in by two. One of them takes a stab in with a pitchfork, which you actually don't dodge. You actually, like, the spears go to your left and right-hand side, and you just get nudged back by the base of the pitchfork. The other one comes in, takes a swing at you with a club as you deke out of the way in time. Altrea, you see one coming in from your left-hand side as you are able to just hear it like heavily bang against your sword as you parry aside their sai. And then from behind you, another one comes in, and you just clip it really hard in the hilt, just almost like bending and snapping the weapon out of their hand. Bruges, watching as they come in around you. You are the only one that actually gets hit by anybody as you take a pitch.
And I'm the one with the highest AC.
I got
That's
an 18!
hilarious. That's hilarious.
You get a pitchfork to the bum, which makes you yelp out with a war cry again once more as you take 4 damage. And then it is...
Okay.
And then it was... your turn, Artie. It's like an Aladdin movie moment. Smile.
Boy.
Okay, so I take how much?
4.
4.
Okay.
Let's start knocking out some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm assuming I'm just swinging with my hilt at this point.
Basically, yeah. If you guys are going to tell me I'm not going to knock these people out, then that's fine. I will assume that.
Okay. Well, I'll be swinging at this one.
Sure. Altria goes.
Attack the one that attacked me.
I'm going to. Hadriff is the only one. The imposter is the only one I'm making any lethal damage to.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah.
With your great sword, you bring it up around in there, and you just take the bunt of your sword. You sort of uppercut into the person's jaw as you hear possibly them break a tooth on it, but you were able to instantly knock out that one person right there, Altrea. And Fur, you bring a couple of flurry of blows to which person?
The one that is to my right.
To your right. Sounds good. As you are able to deliver a kick and a punch to their face, trying to knock them senseless. However, they remain their composure, barely dazed and stunned from the blow. Bruges, you take your mace up, and you sort of just grab up higher on the hilt as you bring like the staff of it, and you just sort of bring it down to try and like bash them through the face. That's it. They bring their weapon up in time to be able to parry you just in time before you get locked in amongst combat with each other. Redrick, you sort of like bring your axe around, and you just go like, and you just take the thing and just go bop in the middle of their face as you like almost break their nose with the hilt of your axe, and they're just like, ah, as they pull back away as you deal minimal damage to that person. It is their turn once again. Redrick, somebody takes their pitchfork as they just flailing around wildly at that point. They stab you fast enough that you actually get caught with your axe in there, but it pushes through and it stabs into your chest as it deals 2 damage to you.
Okay.
Fur, the person that you punched in the face turns back around and with a stab with their pitchfork swings wildly, slashing across your body for 3 damage. You need to make a Constitution save.
No, not the Constitution.
You've always hated Constitution. You've never had a good stat in that. You maintain flying as the second person comes to take a swing at you, and whiffs wildly as you drop a little bit out of the air as they sort of stab over top of where you had been. Altrea, the person to your the person to your right-hand side crits you, piercing into your armor.
Well, damn.
As it deals 9 damage to you.
Great.
How much did this one hit me for?
You took 3.
3.
And Bruges, the one that poked you in the bum, tries to do it again, and this time you are none the wiser as you were able to parry back their pitchfork.
What was that? Sorry.
You are able to parry back the person before they poke you in the bum once more.
Okie dokie.
As should always be the case. Now that said, let's see what happens here. I need to pull something up really quickly.
That's never good when the DM says that.
It's more the fact is I don't have this hyperlinked. I actually have a document that has hyperlinks to everything I could need, usually. So that's just me just going like, hey, I'm sorry. Hold on a second here. Those were the best rolls I will get all night! Anyway, from the distance you see the arcane focus light up once more before you see a spindling shot of 3 magical needles fire into the air and fly towards the party. Let's see here. Fur and Redrick and Bruges, you all take a magic missile. Fur, you take 4 damage. Redrick, you take 5, and Bruges, you take 5. Yes, I got that good a roll on magic missile.
Fucking magic missile.
Great.
I cast magic missile on
Magic
what?
missile.
The darkness.
There you guys go. It's now your turn again.
Damn, you ate the theater.
Alright, I'm swinging my hilt at the one that stabbed me.
And I wonder if they have 11 HP, you say, as they drop. You just bring that one back around, and with like a flurry, as you actually catch him like in the eye socket, as you actually mark them horribly in the face, as they just drop instantly and just sort of like convulse on the ground a little bit.
While they're
Bruges,
freaking out, this
you take your mace and you sort of like you turn back around. This time, you grab their pitchfork and actually pull it out of the way before you just back them straight in the eye, which staggers them back horribly as they are just barely able to hold on to their own hilts of their weapon. Redrick, you take a swing, and this time you really, really wanted to kill them. And
Yes.
you actually, you know what, fuck it, just for memes. That one, even though it's a 1, I'll say you hit him, but you hit him with the blade.
Oh.
Oh.
As you catch that one, and he drops. You don't know if you killed him or not. And Fur, what's your turn?
Can I use this to disengage? And then I'm going to rise up and blast the one that hit me. And totally missed terribly.
Yeah, you do miss as you fly up out of reach of their pitchforks as you then begin to fire down key shots down upon them as they explode in the ground around their feet as they dance away from you. It's the enemy's
Dance,
turns.
puppet. Dance.
The ones around you, unable to hit you, decide they're going to go after somebody else now. As they rush in around Altrea. The one on Altrea rushes in towards her. She's able to just like ping back the scythe on her shield. And then the one that's barely holding on goes after Redrick, which he is able to expertly chop at, and he actually breaks their weapon in half, just making it a sharpened stick. The one on top of Bruges is able to retain control of their weapon and pull it back, unable to attack this turn. Fur, you hear the familiar casting of magic missile in the background and realize that you are now very exposed.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, that wasn't nearly actually good. As 3 missiles come flying into the air towards you, the first one dealing 5 damage to you.
Ow. Well, that's definitely a problem.
The next one deals 3.
You're down, aren't you?
Well, let me see if I dropped first
Yeah,
from...
in case to see if you dropped. You do drop as you fall from the sky onto the ground. The next missile
And
hits
then
you
I
for
drop.
3. And then the next missile flies... the next missile flies into you. giving you one failed death save.
Fuck.
And now, since it's the start of your turn and you're downed on a death save, give me a death saving throw. Forgot to do this for Redrick. You succeed.
Rouge. Rouge.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey,
I'm taking the opportunity attack them.
No, he takes a swing at you. He misses.
Regrick.
What?
I
Oh,
point in the direction of the imposter. Rage.
okay.
Smile.
That one you can kill.
Alright, I'm going for it.
Now you do see, obviously, there are two people between you and Adrift, obviously, Redrick.
Yes.
You will not be able to run through them. Let me see here. How far is your movement? Your movement is 25, right?
So he gets to
Maybe.
move 5
Or
squares.
is it 20?
It's 25.
25.
Yeah, you can go right up to that.
Alright.
I only check because dwarves are
And-
slower than normal, so it's weird.
And yeah, make sure
Yeah.
you're raging. Just take off for that.
The dancing lights would have gone out.
Now that
Right,
said, you get
yeah.
an opportunity attack
Touches.
against you, Redrick, as you run away from the villager behind you, and you do take the
Yeah.
hit. A max roll of 7 damage to the back. That said, you started raging beforehand, which means you take 4.
Alright.
So anyway, I will go back
So-
over here. We've got 9 HP going to Fur.
Fur.
Fur, you are okay. Your death saves are wiped. I like the Darker Dungeon rule set, where death saves stay with you until you get a long rest. That's mean.
That is really mean.
It's really mean. Anyway,
Jeez.
Fur heals from the holy light as it comes through, cutting through the fog as she rises once more. That said, the dancing lights are gone, which I'm glad you got rid of. You have a torch still for being held by the elephant. That trunk has been massively useful. That said, Altrea, what are you doing?
Meleeing this one.
Healing that one? Go for it.
Do I still get an attack at this point?
I will say yes, because of the way that this would work with this thing. Because basically you wouldn't lose it anyway, even if you had to fail the death save normally. I just have to include it as a part of this room, or otherwise the mechanic doesn't work.
Sure.
Anyway, the great sword is able to come back down, and this one you see him just stagger as he barely is able to retain standing. As you actually hit him really hard, as he just sort of like couples back away from you, cowering slightly. And Fur, you have your turn, and Redrick, you can go all the way up here,
Yeah.
Alright.
And
so you can do your turn basically.
yeah.
Alright. I'll
And
attack, but I'll not try to kill him.
I will do this as... Oh, it doesn't matter. You take a swing at both the people around, and you're kind of doing the Chuck Norris roundhouse kick between the two of them. As you clonk both of them, as you see them both spiral and in unison like a video game ad going down. They both go like... and they fall down in like unison movement and sound and animation as they both fall down together. Yeah, basically. As you rush up towards the burly men, these guys look like they're not going to fall down nearly as easily as the others. As you bring your battle axe down upon one of them, you deal 11 damage to which one, on the left or the right?
The left.
Sounds good. 11 damage to that one there as you slash through his bare arm, as you just see him like, "Rah!" As he just goes there. You see a big gash through his arm, but he maintains. And then it comes to this part here. You can see the wizard down in the back kind of smiling gleefully to himself. We will go in with the villager that is remaining here. We'll rush in towards... Try and go after the healer, because why wouldn't they? I'm sure. Tries to take a stab. And that one hits, dealing 3 damage to you as you take another stab to your sort of side abdomen as you just sort of reel away from it. Beyond that, the big burly men in front of Redrick decide that they're going to take a couple swings with their clubs at him. The first one takes a swing as he's able to get away from it before he brings it back around unexpectedly and catches him in the side of his jaw, dealing a piss poor 3 damage. So that's 2 damage, actually, because you're raging. The second one takes a couple swings at you. He is able to hit once as he clobbers you again, kind of like catching you off the first blow. Before you take another swing, as you're able to step out of the way of that one, you take an additional 4 damage off of the next hit, which is 2. Sorry, 2 damage. You took 2 damage twice this turn.
Okay.
And with that, and as I check one thing really quickly, there it is. You see the arcane focus glimmer this time, though the tone of the magic begins to change, and Regrick. There we go, that's how I said it properly finally. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
That's concerning.
He's wiser than he is smart, give him that much.
Where can I find this again?
You go to your core stat sheet, you will see where your wisdom stat is. There's the save button next to it. You just do a normal roll.
Oh.
Yep.
Nice.
Is that actually high? Yeah, okay. You feel grasping, paralyzing hold over your body as you rage through and you go, "Rah!" You just like shatter the magic off of you. As you're sort of like, God of Death, not today. It's your turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and knock this one out and get
Go for it.
everyone else to move.
Okay, so before Redrick makes his swing... Oh wait, not yet. I'm going to Sacred Flame the damn wizard.
Oh boy. With your great sword, you bring it back down and you finally clobber this one as you just hear him snap horribly as he then just falls to the ground. He's probably still alive. More alive than the one that took the axe.
All right. Well, everyone's gonna be.
You can
rushing
move
towards Frederick
now. Yeah.
I'm going to move to here and cast Sacred.
You can see him.
And I'll bonus action to stance.
I can see him barely.
That's okay. If you can see him barely, that counts because I can see what everybody sees, not what only one
Yeah.
particular person sees. Because I
Yeah,
have viewer
I
in
can
here,
see him.
so viewer means
Yeah.
I see everybody.
Yeah.
All right. So you, Altrea rushes up in front to try and help Hegrick, and Bruges. You take a shot of Sacred Flame at the wizard. And,
Wait, what's Rigord's health right now since we can't see it?
Hold on, I'll put up in front. Because that's how it works. He's about half.
Okay.
However, he's raging, at the very least. You cast Sacred Flame off in that direction as you just fire a bolt over top of all of it. However, you watch as the wizard parries the spell into a nearby building as it explodes.
Okay.
I just made the roll, don't worry. I didn't do anything fancy. Fur, you have a turn. And Altrea, you have a turn. Oh no, Altrea, you're done your turn.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I just ran over and then went into stance.
Yeah, okay. Fur, you fly up over there. And what are you doing?
Actually, fly over here.
Also, Rigord, I mean, kill this guy. Don't kill these people.
Okay.
Smart.
Bolting some people.
You fire a couple Radiant Sunbolts where?
Shoot one at each.
One at each? Sounds good.
Yeah.
You fire one, and they both hit. The first one dealing 5 damage to the guy there. You hit him square in the chest. You just see him go like, ah! And then the other one just sort of looks over and then watches as you fire one into his face. As he goes like, ah! As he comes back away with like a slightly burning face in that one. And Hegrick, you bring the battle axe around. Which one are you hitting? The one you've been hitting before?
Yes.
Take that one just with a dwarvish smell. You just go for his balls with the hilt of your swords. You crack him real good in the nuts as he goes like, ugh! As he just sort of buckles over a little bit. And he maintains standing. He doesn't look like he's going to stay standing for much longer. That's the end of their turns.
Also, can I just say something?
What?
That +1 to my sword was the only reason I two-shot like 3 people. Or one-shot like
They
2
had
people.
11 HP, I swear to fucking God.
Yeah.
You watch from behind you as you see more people start to amass down here. They begin to rush their way in down towards here. You start to see more people starting to flood into the streets coming towards you. That said, the couple of people that are up here in the front decide to take a couple swings at Egric. The first one taking another swing by before catching him once again in the side of his body as he deals 4 damage to you. That's with the reduction. And the next one takes a couple of swings at you before he catches you again in the side of the head, dealing 3 damage to you.
Alright.
And then there's the wizard in the back, who seems a little bit perturbed by all of this as he raises his staff once more. And you watch as the power of magic missile coaxes within it.
Oh boy.
You see another familiar 3 missiles fly out as they swarm in towards... Who's the unlucky fucker? Wow, okay. You're resistant to all damage types. Fuck, okay. That was unfortunate to roll. You take, off of 3 magic missiles, you take 2. You take 3, so that's 5. And you take 6, so that's 1. Yeah, because that's 1. So you take a total of 6 off of 3 magic missiles as they pelt into your body. You stay standing! Holy
Yeah,
shit.
but I think I might need that
All right.
potion.
Wait, can I actually hit him? Can I hit him in dim
Yes,
light?
you can hit him.
Okay.
It's disadvantage, you're in dim light.
I'm actually moving up, so
Or that, yeah.
Okay, well there you go. If you move first, then it's all in bright light.
Come on. Might as well get away from that crowd anyways.
Woo! That was a fast elephant. And he's just like, fuck that nonsense!
You know what, actually? Regrig, I hope you'll be fine. I'm gonna use my... Actually,
If you want to drink your potion, by the way, Regrick, it will just use your action, so you won't be able to attack.
Okay.
Do you
And
want
I'm
to do
gonna
that, or do you want to attack?
alright.
I think healing would be the good option here.
Okay, so to heal using your potion, it's 2d4 plus 2. Is that correct? I wrote this down.
yes.
2d4
Yes, it
plus
is.
2. So you can type that into the roll. Do that. Bruges, what are you doing?
Sacred Flaming the Wizard again.
Go for it, and I roll.
Oh, yep.
What am I typing again?
That time you were able to rush up before there with your shield exposed, just fires off towards him. You just slam it into the side of his body. He just goes like, ah!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Ah! As he just sort of like pulls back from his like slightly singed cloak.
Surprise, motherfucker.
And
What am
Altrea,
I
what's your
typing
turn?
in?
I'm gonna move over here. I'll take the opportunity.
Oh, he wasn't engaged with you. Don't worry.
And I'll use Valve Enmity.
Okay.
What?
Creature you can see
for
with
the
within 10 feet of you. You gain advantage on attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute. Okay.
I don't think I need to tell you that I want to kill him.
Okay, you bring the sword up as you come around, and as you slash down across his body, you just hear this tearing of flesh and bone as the blade crosses across him. As you deal 10 damage to him, and
Wait, did Regrig heal?
not yet.
I was asking how to.
You type in /R and then space, and you type in 2d4 plus 2. You just type in the math for basically the whole roll. And then whatever you roll is how much HP you heal. There you go. You got 7 HP back from that potion.
That's pretty good.
It's an average roll, actually, for it. Right down the middle with a 4 and a 1. Fur, what are you doing?
I'm gonna punch this guy.
Punch.
I don't like the fact. 1, 2, and keep west.
Jesus Christ. You come in with 1 kick as he sort of parries you aside once with the staff before you rush in and crack him in the nose of his face again, before you uppercut him in the jaw through his beard. As you deal 11 damage to him, as he sort of is starting to stagger and fall back, you see blood dripping from his nose, as he sort of looks around fearfully for himself. And it's the enemy's turns. I have to quickly check here. Moves up there. Villagers starting to corral in quite quickly towards all of you.
Fortunately, just too far away.
Yeah, just a little too far out of reach. As they're starting to get very close in towards all of you. There he goes there. You see behind Hadriff, I forgot to mention this before when these guys were coming in, more villagers.
That's fine.
They rushed in there. And then with that, the couple of thugs that are there take a couple swings at the dwarf, wanting to bring him down. You take 1 hit initially before trying to parry him back. You take 4 damage. and you take an additional 2 hits. Oh boy. Oh boy. You take 4, 4, and 4. You take 12 damage.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, and the dwarf has fallen.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. Resisted, god damn it.
Oh, I already know what you're
You already know what I could do!
Yeah.
Okay. Redrick,
Yes.
I want you to roll a d20 right now to decide what I do to you.
No. Lady Luck, please be on my side.
Well, that's a
Oh.
die.
Dead.
Wait, that's rolling 20. It's rolling d20 you need to do. I was gonna say, if you
Oh,
got a natural 20 on that one, I was like, oh my god, I can't.
R/D.
See, as Hadriff turns around, unable to see the dwarf as he falls amongst the crowd, as he panically looks towards anybody nearby him, he turns towards... I remember this is a thing that I can actually do. Okay, he rolled a nat 1 as he reaches with his hand, crackling with electricity, and tries to reach for the... Wait, you're wearing metal. I get advantage on that. Yes, it hit, thank God. I was like, there's a part of the reason I chose that particular person, as he reaches and he grabs the hold of the cuff of the armor on Altrea as you are hit for 6 damage. And, if I check really quickly, because I didn't have this one open because I didn't think I'd use this spell. As you cannot take reactions on your next turn. That's the requirement. Either way, you will not be taking a reaction because you cannot do it anyway. You take an electrical bolt through your armor.
Fantastic.
The dwarf is down.
Yep. I know. I got him.
I basically just made him do a death save, and if he failed it, I was going to shoot magic missile at him, which means he would die.
Is it back to our turn?
Yeah, it is. It's your turn now.
All right. I'll get to
You finish him off. I will get the dwarf. Dwarf, you get 7 HP.
This is why I want great weapon fighting.
Alright.
7 HP back, and he stands back up. You have your turn back, Regrick, so you can attack with it.
You need to go to rage again, don't you?
Yes.
He does, because he went unconscious, so his rage is gone.
Yeah.
So you need to rage again.
That will be his last rage?
Yep, that would be right.
No, 3 rages a day. Do you
Ditto.
deal 7 damage with your greatsword, bringing Hadriff almost down as he's starting to stagger amongst everything. And Fur and Hegrick, you can attack.
Yeah.
Alright.
And
Oh, wait, are you really going to run past those guys?
Yeah, why not?
If you do, they're going to be able to swing at you.
one final bolt for good measure.
I'm gonna use my last rage.
Oh my god, you're going all in.
And just pray that you don't get down.
Okay, that's 2 attacks I get to swing at you with.
1, because he hasn't left the threat range of this one.
Oh, that's right, that is 1. Okay. I hit once. You take 2 damage. And you take a swing with that. Let me just calculate back up here. To do... Is that a hit? Alright, so here's what happens. As you raise the dwarf, and you just watch him just shoulder his way through football style through the crowd as they rush in towards you. You watch as Fur flurries into his face a flurry of blows before you watch as the dwarf rushes in and goes, "No!" as you hear him slash his axe right across his body, and you watch as his head flies off as it lands amongst the ground nearby. Smile. And you have to zoom out a little bit further here because of this. Oh wait, I'm just deleting this token. What the fuck am I doing? Yep. I hate doing this, by the way. It's so zoomed out on a half monitor. Blip.
Mhm.
You watch as he falls down there. The rest of the villagers all around there sort of just begin to go like, "Ugh," as the glow of his arcane staff begins to fade from view. And with it, you watch as all of the villagers then suddenly collapse,
Bleh.
unable to press on.
Good.
Well,
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah.
And then, let me see if I roll a dice here for this. Rouge.
Yes.
You then notice movement coming from the head of Hadrif.
Where is his head from my position?
It is around here, in the bush. You watch it sort of skreel and writhe a little bit on the ground, before you hear a sickening cracking sound, before you see an appendage burst out of his head.
can I go stab it?
And then with that, you watch as a skrieling, massive brain with 4 limbs breaks out of his head. And it skrieels and rushes back in towards the group.
God damn it, I hate these things.
Uh,
Oh,
I hate
boy.
these motherfucking things. I
Okay,
knew
this
there had to be.
This morning conversation is way too convenient.
Yeah.
As you watch as this sentient brain-like creature rushes in towards you guys. And then, as I pull this all up here, because I need to have this fucking thing open, my god! This is why you have the internet for D&D. This is fucking stupid!
Just though I'm tapped for spells, I can't do shit.
Oh boy.
Except spare the dying.
That's fine. Hold on a second here while I remove some of my hot bars here.
Alright.
And then we have as the creature rushes in forward, it sort of lunges into the air and with a ropey appendage lashes out with a claw as it goes for Fur. As it deals 9 damage and swats at her.
Ow.
I don't suppose Valve Enmity is still going on this thing. Does it?
It doesn't know. It's a different target
Ow.
now.
Well, I dropped.
And
Great.
then it turns around, and you see the creature begin to glow vibrantly with this sort of psionic purple energy. As... Who's the unlucky fucker? Oh my god, okay. Regrick, give me an intelligence saving throw.
well, okay. This is not going well.
You gotta make this, buddy. I know
Please,
this is
Lady
hard
Luck.
for you.
Please, Lady Luck.
Oh my god!
Beautiful.
The psionic tendril of the energy ratchets out towards your head and attempt to eat your brain from inside your skull. But amidst your fury clarization, you pull back from the power and snap the tendril of magic between you and the creature, and are able to keep standing.
You can't eat my brain. I don't have one.
Anyway, sorry I didn't move the ticker there for that, but it is your turn now. Fur,
Okay.
give me a death saving throw.
Okay.
Spare the dying.
Oh, never mind, you're fine.
Wait, no. Is it a? It's an action to use an item on a teammate, right?
You want to feed Fur a potion?
Yes.
Yes, you can. As an action. Or HP, Fur.
6. It would be 6.
Oh, plus 2,
Because it's
right.
2d4 plus 2, so you get 6.
Fur, you're back up and
HP
can do
back.
your turn.
But doing that is an action, right?
Yes, that's your action for the turn.
That's what I thought.
Fur still has a potion, right?
You have 1 potion
Fur
left
does.
amongst the party.
Okay.
I'm glad I gave you guys that, because I literally was like, when I was doing this design, I was like, I think they're going to need 3 potions.
Well, I guess I'm gonna just try and flash it at this thing then, unless anyone has something else to say.
I think you can kill
No.
this one. Woo!
It's dead.
As you bring the sword up, you sort of slash it across his body as it skrieels back away. You're nearly taking off one of its clawed thumbs with it. It rides away. And Regrick,
Still in a rage.
still
Oh.
in a rage. Yeah, I forgot he's maintained it. You rush in with the axe and you just take a swing at it. The creature slinks back away with an unearthly, twitchy movement as you miss.
Wait, I didn't go.
Okay,
go for
fine. Go. Do your fiery punches. It's fine. I'm sorry.
Oh. How weakened does this thing look currently?
You'd say it's not going to stand up to a lot. It is an intellect devour. It's literally a brain with legs.
Yeah. They're very squishy, but they're very
Super
fucking
dangerous
terrifying.
for a CR2 monster. Like
Mhm.
crazy.
Let's try and put it
dangerous.
to sleep.
So it had its HPS be less than 16 then.
Yes.
Okay. You cast out your Fey magic as this powder goes up into the air. It lands on the crowd sing of the creature as you see it begin to quiver and shake convulsively before it squeals back out and slams its feet back in the ground, unable to be pulled down by the magic.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and turn invisible.
As you watch his fur just goes foof and disappears from view, hiding herself from the inevitable doom of herself. The creature then turns back around, away from Altrea, as it takes a swipe with its claws at the raging dwarf. And the dwarf is able to parry it off of the shield. As it does so, it latches onto the shield and turns towards Altrea in an attempt to make her make the intelligence saving throw.
Oh, great.
You feel the psionic energies link out towards you as you resist the pull as well. The creature is just attached to Redrick's shield, basically, right now. Your turn again.
More slashing.
Yes.
As he Redrick kind of turns the shield towards you, so that way you can get a free shot at it. As you sort of just like slash across, like you go basically stab in at the creature's body, as you see it squirm and writhe, before he turns around with his battle axe and sort of drops the shield and then just goes to chop it clean in half. As you watch as its brain matter basically explodes in two. I'm saying all of this because, congratulations, you guys, you have won.
Yay.
Da, 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 da.
Booyah.
Fuck intellect devourers. Jesus fuck.
Easy clap.
You've done it.
Hooray.
And my cat has come out to say hello. He's like, congratulations, everybody.
Yeah.
Whew.
We did it.
And
We did it. Yay.
amongst all of this, you guys stand amongst each other, triumphant over your battle. You watch as the intellect quivers and twitches like the dead, cut-in-half brain matter creature that it is. You look at the dilapidated body of Hadrif at the side, and you also look at numerous copious amounts of the people unconscious lying down on the ground. And while you
One
were
dead.
there, one questionably dead. You watch then as the fog around you then begins to envelop the area until finally, Bruges, your torch goes out.
Damn it.
The fog gets thicker and gets more dense. Then even to the point where, even in the midst of the darkness and the fog, even Regrick, you can barely see beyond the reach of your hand.
I pull out the handful of fluorescent flame.
Try to shed as much light as you can. Barely able to see each other in amongst the fog. And then you watch nearby you, about maybe like 20 feet away, just barely on the cups of your vision, you see a shape moving through the fog. A humanoid shape. You look at a garbed attire. It seems to be a helmed knight. At least from the shape of its shoulders and its head. And it stares at you, and you watch as its eyes turn towards you with a glowing white iridescent light. And you hear a hollow, tonish voice call out to you in a word you don't understand. Then as that happens, you watch the light fades, and so does the apparition in the mist. And within seconds, the mist is completely gone. And mysteriously, Hadrif and the Intellect Devourer's corpses are also missing.
Fucking mind flayers.
Well, I'll pull out another torch just for convenience.
Where is the song?
I am just going to sit down very heavily on the ground, start thinking.
I'm gonna go ahead and land on your head and just be like,
Greg's gonna need a few drinks after that.
A few drinks. I need a tavern's worth.
Yeah, that's a few to Greg.
As you guys take a moment to rest, as the evening passes on, as I fast forward a little bit of time, you watch as amongst the unconscious people as they slowly begin to rise, unable to remember the events that happened that evening. Most of them having no clue of why they're out there or what's happened to them. Some of them complaining horridly that their faces hurt. And one of them saying that he's missing a thumb now from some sort of cut and he doesn't understand where that happened.
Probably some screaming from dead body.
You meet up with the people that are there. You assuredly tell them that everything has been solved, that they are safe. They need not worry about the disappearances any longer.
Hopefully.
You're given stay in the local inn till the later morning. As such, you were able to heal off your near fatal and grievous wounds to some of you. And from there, you're able to speak with them. You explain to some of them that what you were able to discern from all of this was a copious, grand scheme. It was likely brought up by some apparition that was taking up, or creature. Aberration is what I meant to say. Had taken upon Hadrif's form and used his knowledge to exploit the people of the village. And in order to do so, had been kidnapping people for vile experiments, products of his medicine. The other people couldn't believe that such a horrifying thing could have happened to him. They rest well for his soul. Bruges, within the ring that you have, you hear this. You tell the spirit of Hadrif that it has been done. He thanks you, truly, for having saved the village from the vile attempts of that creature. And now he says that he can rest in peace knowing that you have done justice to that horrid creature. His spirit passes on from the ring, and you are left with this. As I edit this, and I will throw it in so that way it appears in all players' journals. Go with this. Oop, you get this. Which is
Bing.
Hadrif's Ring of Mind Shielding. Yes, you knew what it was. And to explain the plot a tiny bit, a Ring of Mind Shielding, when you are wearing it, not only can turn invisible, but it hides the alignment of the creature. They cannot be discerned, even through the use of magic and telepathy, if a creature is lying to you. Makes good sense to assume that this is how the Intellect Devourer was able to hide its identity for so long. Despite the fact that when you die wearing this ring, your spirit goes into the ring, which is how Hadrif ended up inside of it. Either way, as in your player's possessions. And, curiously enough, there is, of course, the manner of his staff, which has been acquired. Which is Hadrif's Staff of Enslavement. A spiraling, gnarled staff of oak and hardwood, this arcane focus houses upon its tip a sizable green orb that lies nestled within its branches. The aura exuded from the staff is powerful, though discernibly confusing, almost as if it were channeling the magic unfit for it to handle. It is a +2 spell focus, and when attuned to it, you can, at some point, cast mass suggestion on people. Imagine that.
is it a quarterstaff?
It is a... Oh yeah, it's a quarterstaff. Yeah, 'cause it's got bludgeoning in there.
Neat. I could totally use that if I wanted to.
Either way,
Go ahead.
that is the loot they were able to acquire from that. Along with maybe about a sizable amount of 24 gold from Hadrif's pockets. He won't be needing it anymore.
Yay.
The matter of all that now settled, you guys are able to wish everybody well. And you are able to embark from Orilion knowing that the people there in that town are safe from the vile clutches of the aberrations from the far plane. And with that, we bring an end to our session.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Little long, actually shorter than some of my other ones. We stopped at 9.
That is way shorter than anything we've usually ever done. So
Yeah, because we started late too, so that only went like 5 hours?
about so.
So,
Yeah, about 5 hours. That's actually perfect because I wanted it to be between like 4 and 6 hours, so that's good. Anyway, there you go. That is Eve Over Orilion for you right there. That was basically me reading about Grells and then going from there to Intellect Devours and then just going like, I know how I can throw them for a loop and have it be a secret evil mage. And then by random chance, I was looking for like mind rings and I found the ring of mind shielding and I was like, this is just, why does like I find all the perfect lore for my characters just by accident?
Mind flares are terrifying.
They are, yeah.
I love them.
In my campaign, we actually had a Eula third that was a Drider that had consumed a Warlock Drow, and it was like living somewhere, and they had to save it so that way they could get access to a divine dragon in its lair. It was
Jesus.
that thing I tried so hard to kill Solar's character with, and I came really close once to instantly killing him with a Devour Brain.
God.
I had my fun.
I've been a fan of Mind Flayers. Lords of Madness from 3.5. Oh, that book was so awesome.
Yeah, Mind Flares. Hey, Jack. Hey, buddy. Sorry, my cat's
Where's
Rick,
Mom?
So, Rick, how do you feel about your first session?
Pretty good.
I hope that was
I
a
like
good
it.
first session for you, Alon. And I'm sorry if it's a little long for a first session too, but I hope it's just a good way to get you into D&D as well. You played really well, by the way, for your barbarian role, and it's probably a good class for you to have started with as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to hit things.
It's like a fighter class. It's very good to start with.
Just know that if you're going to continue playing with Gavin, sessions are probably going to last longer sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
One shots, they will usually be about this long. I
That
really
would be
restrained a lot of stuff to make it so you guys could go quickly through stuff. And I mean, it is like a fairly linear story, but to be fair, a lot of your NPC talkings, especially when you decide to investigate the dude's room, was all improv on my half. Most everything else I was at least prepared for, including the opportunity to have some asshole steal from you.
Yeah.
That said, it was originally supposed to be a crazy person who was going to yell at all of you and like grab you in the streets, and he was going to be like, "Do not trust the villagers. They've been stranged by something," and foreshadow like all this horrible shit. And then he was going to pickpocket you and run away. So that only half happened. So there you go.
It's fine. I bet you also weren't expecting the crossbow and chain fiasco.
No, that fucking is like the greatest thing that's happened in a long time. That is the perfect shit I love about D&D when that stuff happens, because it's such a accidental use of doing stuff like that. It's so good.
Yeah. It's using tactics and class ability.
I love that.
It was a good thing we had a fucking monk that could fly.
It's not even a feral tiefling. It's like you could have even pulled that off vanilla.
We're expecting us to get out, if anything.
No, I was expecting you guys, like, at worst, to find a way to climb it. I knew you guys had a way to do it. I was just praying that when you went down the hole, you used a hempen rope or something that was obvious I could destroy with magic. Because that was where I wanted to be like, son of a bitch, the mage is in on it. I wanted that to be the telling point. And the good thing is you went back to his house, which I was really hoping you didn't just go like, we have to go to the village right away, and then you wouldn't be able to have the opportunity to have it explained that, no, he's the bad guy for sure before showing up.
Yeah.
So a lot of happy accidents too.
Technically.
So I like to point out with even like my hero units, I didn't crit with them once,
Yeah.
which
We
is fine.
critted it several times.
Yeah, but
But we
guys-
did jack and shit with said crits.
yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the different crit rules where it's like you get some dice on the crit roll that are max valued, so that way crits are just stronger. But they were at least
Okay.
fun to try out, and side initiative turned out to be really, really fast and useful for me.
Yeah, side initiative is actually something that I found to be a good rule.
Again, what?
A good rule.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's a lot of people say like they're like, oh, it's really stupid and useless, and I'm like, maybe IRL it is, but like when you're doing it with so much automations and like on the computer, it's really fast. And I already did side initiative for most of the enemies anyway, just not the players' turns, and I just found it made it too slow when people weren't working together. So I'm glad that worked out well. Really glad that worked out well for you guys tonight.
It did work out well for us because it helped us plan, prioritize, and grant advantage when necessary.
Yeah, that is 100% the reason I
The
like you
bear.
guys to do it. The fucking spells you cast to give advantage to people and like to prone things, like legit changed combat significantly, which was great. Also, yes, Rec, I 100% put that bear encounter in there just for you.
Nice.
To be your first combat, I was going to cater entirely to you by giving you a bear to fight. And to be fair, that bear was balanced, so that way if you fought it alone, it would have been a hard-won fight, but you still would have done it. Like, I literally picked that just for you.
Nice.
Beyond that, I think that the only thing I was going to say is, did you guys catch what I referenced at the very, very end there with the apparition that stole away the corpses?
I feel like it's an HP Lovecraft thing, but shrug.
Do you guys remember what I said at the very, very start of the session?
Vaguely.
I told you about the folklore tale of the Watchman of Orilion.
Right. The
Yeah.
Watchmen. That's the thing that I was worried about when
I just wanted to throw that in there really badly because I talked about it with Ari, and I told her, like, this is just like some story lore that I want to do. And I said, what if I made it so that way, like, after the very end, it shows up to, like, steal away the dead bodies, and then everybody's like, ah.
He's real.
He's
No,
real. No one will
slightly
believe us. I really
No,
just,
if
like,
any-
that's me having fun, like, as a DM doing shit like that.
No, I like that. That was a nice thing.
No, if anything,
Although,
we
like-
just tell the kids, and they would actually believe us.
The kids
No,
will believe you for sure.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Gavin, when you said that, like, what's called when we all figured out like it was somebody in the wizard's body and everything, when I asked, "Can we do this in the morning?" That was me saying, "No, I don't want to run into the Watchmen."
No, that was what you're scared of?
Yes.
Oh my god, no, I'm not that mean. No, it's what I mean, like, yeah, I was like, if you do it in the morning, do you understand why that whole thief map even existed? Literally because I make 2 maps for every situation, one at night and one at day, because fuck you guys for making me do that stuff sometimes. It's the worst thing to plan around.
Yeah.
But I was glad that you guys did really well, considering you guys had massive light limitations amongst the party, minus Rek, who literally was like doing all that. Your torch management was fantastic, considering I used to have a party that had 7 out of 8 people with dark vision, so I didn't care. This is why I play elves and tieflings. Anyway.
But all right, I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah, and it's the end of the stream actually right now as well for anybody else out there that's watching. So for all of you out there that are watching, thank you guys so much for watching, and say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.